Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Sage in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 81, Embers v. Who's crazy, people who trust other people, or the people who don't? Lenore Skenazy. Naruto had a light smile on his face as he slowly opened his eyes. The warm glow of the morning sun was pleasant to wake up to, and the soft cushions below him were satisfyingly comfortable. He shifted into a sitting position, stretching his neck until he got the small cracks he was aiming for, sighing in relief. However, after a moment or two the smile slowly slipped from his face, replaced by a frown as he patted the soft, yielding surface beneath him. It most certainly wasn't the much harder earthen bed he had slept on last night. His eyes shot open, any early morning fuzziness vanishing as narrowed, rippled eyes took stock of his situation. He was inside, sitting on a rather plain, but cozy couch in a large office-like room he didn't recognize. He stood up immediately, only to note that there was none of the pain he had been expecting from his injuries. In fact, when he looked down he noticed the 4 large gashes across his torso, and the cuts up his forearms were completely gone. They weren't just healed, even his impressive healing factor he gained from the Q from Kurama wouldn't have done this. This caused his frown to resurface as he tried to rationalize why somebody would capture him only to leave him unguarded and with his own clothes while healing him of non-life-threatening injuries. The answer quickly became obvious when he tried to reach out through the water vapor in the room to try and gain a better understanding of his surroundings, only to draw a blank. He couldn't access his chakra at all. It wasn't like back on Uzushio where he could feel it brimming just under the surface, waiting to be released. He simply couldn't access even a single drop of his own chakra. His eyes narrowed again, mildly congratulating his captors. There was no need for a jail cell after all if the prisoner couldn't use any of his abilities. He got up, already having noticed the lack of the green-haired girl he had gone to sleep with the previous night and adding it to his growing list of concerns. He let none of it show on his face though, as for all he knew he was being watched and he would definitely not give his captors the satisfaction of seeing him worry. Instead he made his way over to the large panoramic window on the far side of the office, behind the desk stacked almost to the brim with various paperwork. Naruto wasn't sure whether to be shocked or irritated when he looked out and saw the sprawling village of Konohagakure laid out before him. It's changed quite a bit since you were last here, hasn't it? Naruto's breath silently hitched as that warm, familiar voice floated through the room from behind him. He hadn't even heard the door being opened. Naruto didn't turn, not sure if he actually could, as his eyes traced various new buildings he didn't recognize and others that were still under construction. It's still the same village, no matter how you change its appearance. The soft chuckle he received once again surprised him as it came from almost right beside him. Once again he had not been able to hear the man walk across the room. It seemed without his chakra his senses had been completely dulled. The outcome was actually rather unnerving. It was like everything had become dimmer. Oh no, I like to think that the village is always changing, evolving, trying to become something new as the younger generations rise up to surpass their predecessors. This time it was Naruto's turn to gain a light smile as the familial words sent a wave of nostalgia over his being. You told me something similar when I was younger, although at the time I suppose I barely listened. The older man chuckled again and Naruto heard the faint sounds of him sucking on his pipe, only increasingly the nostalgia he felt. No, you never did seem to pay attention unless it was about the Hokage or the various stories I told you about the famous shinobi from the past. Although now I suspect you are the one with the stories to tell, am I right? Naruto finally turned, having to bite back the catch in his throat as he looked up at the face of the one man left he could call family in this village since the Ichiraku were taken from him. It's good to see you again, old man. Hiruzen looked down at the young monk, his aged features stretched into a warm, happy smile that seemed to lift years off his features. And you, my boy? The two stood there a moment, both just taking in how the other had changed in the time since they had last seen each other. Their last meeting, during the invasion of Konoha 3 years again, had been rushed and left little time for words or greetings, so they took this opportunity to simply be in each other's presence again. Why am I here? The silence had to end eventually and Naruto decided he should be the one to get things going again. The longer he looked at his old grandfather figure the more memories were dredged up, both painful and happy. Hiruzen sighed lightly, taking a long drag from his pipe before tapping it out into a bin next to the desk. One of the Umbu spotted you out in the forests on his patrol. They have standing orders to report any sightings of you and if possible, to bring you to the village without using force. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that, so capturing him while he was asleep wasn't considered the use of force? It sure as heck wasn't the use of persuasion. However, he pushed that aside as he got to the question that was really on his mind. What about Fu? Hiruzen was turned away from him, so he missed the slight smile that passed over the elderly Kage's face. It truly made him happy to hear the concern in Naruto's voice for his friend. It was good to see he cared strongly for his precious people still. The girl who was with you? She's in the hospital right now, being treated for a severe case of chakra exhaustion. She is also under Umbu guard, for her own protection. Naruto said nothing to this, absorbing it all in. He said nothing because he wasn't quite sure what to say. It all hit him in this moment. The man standing before him wasn't just his Jiji, the man he had come to see as a grandfather as a child. He was also the Sandaime Hokage and had to act as such. The blonde's rippled eyes narrowed slightly, something that didn't go unnoticed by the elderly Hokage. Also, Hiruzen sighed, the smile on his wrinkled features lessening slightly as he looked out over Konoha's picturesque vista that the office window afforded him. Naruto, when you come to be my age you realize that you can never handle the things you find precious carefully enough. Naruto's eyes only narrowed at that. He hadn't wanted to believe it at first, but it was true. He was simply standing in one giant, gilded cage. Then my chakra. Hiruzen turned back to him, pipe in his mouth as he carefully observed the boy. Naruto took notice of the fact his eyes briefly drifted down to his stomach. I understand you have grown very powerful, or at least the reports I get of your various exploits seem to point to that. The old Kage looked up, a hand on his chin as he lightly stroked his small grey goatee. The forces I had stationed across the elemental nations got the occasional sightings of a young blonde monk appearing around the times of instability within their respective nations. He chuckled, tapping his pipe thoughtfully against his cheek as Naruto remained silent. Tsunagaku were losing its Jinchuriki, no matter how hard they tried to cover it up. The same goes for Takigaku, and there was some kind of trouble in Kumo that was quickly covered up amongst others. Naruto was quietly glad the older man hadn't brought up Mizu no Kuni. I assume it is some kind of seal. Hiruzen looked around, his thick eyebrow quirked up slightly as the very business-like tone the blonde had donned. The Naruto he knew could never have been that mature, so much like his father, and he didn't even know it. Naruto, as powerful as you are, as powerful as anyone can be, one person cannot be afforded the same security as an entire village. Naruto nodded slowly, although his eyes barely disguised their disagreement. At the same time Naruto noticed that the Hokage would occasionally glance at his Rinnegan only to immediately look elsewhere. So you think you are doing this for my protection? It wasn't a question and the Hokage knew that, however he chose to take a moment as if in thought all the same. I am doing this for your protection, Naruto, as I always have done. The blonde said nothing, remaining frustratingly calm and subdued. While Hiruzen would not wish for a negative reaction from his surrogate grandson, he still wanted some kind of emotion. What he was getting instead was a cold, almost harsh attitude, made worse by the dispassionate look in his swirled violet eyes. It was an expression of mistrust, which was heart-wrenching for the old man. As this village's Jinchuriki? Hiruzen wanted desperately to deny that such a thing had anything to do with the matter, however to do so would bring up issues he wasn't ready to talk about. After all, for what other reason would the Hokage possibly take such personal interest in an otherwise unremarkable, if not very individual, orphan? At least that was how he knew it must appear to the boy, even if it was not true. If Naruto was a Jinchuriki first in the Kage's eyes, it was basically admitting the kind old man was putting up a persona to get on his good side, and if Naruto wasn't a Jinchuriki first, why make him a big deal in the first place? The moment of silence was all the answer Naruto needed, though, as he turned and began walking towards the door of the office, noticing for the first time that his Shakugao had been carefully leaned up against the wall. I trust that as long as I don't try to escape I will be left alone. He didn't need to see Hiruzen to know the old man had nodded slowly, so he simply picked up his staff and walked out. Briefly he enjoyed the amusing thought of how many shinobi must have collapsed from chakra loss to bring it even this far. Oddly though, even with his chakra suppressed, he felt no draw from the staff, no attempt to siphon his chakra. It was curious, but he paid it no mind for the moment, opting to simply walk from the room in silence. Hiruzen stared at the closed door for a good few moments, lost in his own thoughts until a voice finally knocked him out of his own little world. "Brrrr, I feel like the temperature of the room just dropped a few degrees, sensei." The old Hokage sighed, out of frustration or simple exasperation was up for debate. "I assume you were listening in the entire time, Jiraiya." The aforementioned Toad Sage hopped into the room from the window, a carefree grin on his face as he rolled to an unnecessarily flamboyant entrance. "Of course, sensei, you know me better than that." Hiruzen gave him a non-committal shrug in that way that always seemed to irritate the old sage. "And?" Jiraiya gave a lopsided grin as he casually flopped into the Hokage's chair, playfully spinning around on it a few times. "Well, you can't exactly expect me to come to a conclusion from just that, can you?" Hiruzen simply leveled an even glare at the younger man, causing his grin to lessen slightly and become sheepish as he rubbed the back of his head. "Well, he's certainly inherited Kushina-chan's chakra reserves if he can carry that staff around with him. It nearly exhausted me just getting it to the village." Hiruzen sighed melancholically at that, leaning against the desk wearily. "And the seal? Did you get a chance to examine it?" At that, Jiraiya's face became serious, as it always did on the matter of Fuinjutsu. It was a point of pride for the old Hokage. "Well, on that account I'm stumped." Hiruzen raised an eyebrow at that in worry as he looked around at his student. He was a master of Fuinjutsu, and if something was above him then it was definitely a point for concern. Was something wrong with it? Jiraiya shook his head slowly, bearing a perplexed expression as he stared down at the desk, his mind obviously elsewhere. "Nothing, but that's just the thing, it was nearly perfect." Hiruzen's eyebrow raised again, but this time from confusion. "Then what's the problem?" Jiraiya blinked, coming back from his head as he looked up at the aged Kage. "Well, by all accounts the seal should have weakened a lot more by now, at least that's the impression I get from Minato's notes. However, it's perfect, like it had just been applied a few months ago. So either Minato underestimated his own work, which I doubt, or I'm missing something." Hiruzen waved his hand absently at his student, his own expression becoming distant as he thought on the new information. "Think on it and I'm sure it will come. In the meantime, try talking to Naruto when you have the chance, you may have better luck than me." At that, Jiraiya nodded before a sly smile found its way onto his features. "Of course, but you know it might be a good idea to give the kid some distance right now. He was basically kidnapped after all and he knows it." Hiruzen sighed, wishing his student wouldn't put it like that. "So I think I'll go do some research while he cools down." A perverted grin came to the man's face as he left the room via the same way he came in, how he always came into the Hokage's office. Once again Hiruzen was left to his own thoughts as he looked out over the panoramic view of his home and the Hokage monument. Particularly he stared up at the face of the man who was supposed to be his successor, drawing strength from it as he so often found himself doing. "Minato, I hope I am doing the right thing here." Despite the long time, almost 10 years in fact, since Naruto had properly been in the village, he found he could make his way around easily enough. The paths through the village, both those that would take him in and out of the public eye, were as familiar to him then as they had been as a child. It was simple then for him to take a winding path through various back alleys that kept him away from the village proper. The familiar feel of his Shakujo's wooden texture against his hand was comforting in the absence of his chakra as he finally walked out onto a more populated street. He got a few curious looks from passers-by, no doubt because of his slightly unorthodox clothing and the unique headband he wore, but nothing more. For the most part people seemed content to simply ignore him and go about their own business. It was actually slightly unnerving if Naruto was honest with himself. He tried to put that behind him though as he walked through the open glass doors of the hospital, his nose twitching at the various smells of disinfectants and the sterile atmosphere that made him inwardly cringe. He had hated hospitals as a child, too much sitting still and harsh whites that were painful to look at. Well, I figured it was only a matter of time until you decided to show up here. I actually figured it would be sooner." Naruto froze as for the second time that day a familiar voice cropped up behind him, once again taking him by surprise thanks to his limited senses. "What, got nothing to say to your sensei brat?" A large, genuine smile worked its way over Naruto's lips as he turned to see Tsunade grinning at him from across the reception of the hospital. It was a very heartwarming scene, one he remembered all too well. That was, until he walked over and found something incredible. Oh damn, well if the Gaki didn't get taller. It was true, Tsunade actually had to look up a bit to meet the rippled eyes she was accustomed to. You better believe it, Tsunade-sensei. I guess if you're here I have you to thank for this. He gestured to his scarless chest and forearms with that same smile. It really was good to see Tsunade again, he just needed a familiar face right now. Actually that was Shizun's handiwork. She's really come a long way since we parted ways. Naruto grinned at the thought of seeing Shizun again. Fear would also be happy to see the older girl. They had gained what some might call a pseudo-sibling relationship in their time together. I could say the same for you. What happened to never going back to Konoha? Naruto could remember the many drunken talks the older blonde had shared with him over that particular subject. However, Tsunade simply donned a mock irritated expression as she pulled Naruto into a one-armed hug around his neck that was just a little too tight. Yeah well, some little persistent brat just had to come along and change more than a few of my views now didn't he? So you know what, when Sensei offered for me to return, rather insistently I might add. A small vein popped on the woman's forehead as she remembered something obviously irritating. I just didn't have it in me to refuse. She waited for a response only to look down and see that Naruto's face had turned a rather virulent shade of blue. She quickly released him, looking at the younger blonde incredulously as he gasped for air. What's up with you, Gaki? That much time away from me make you so weak? Naruto rubbed his throat and gave the woman a dry smile with a small shrug. It seems you lose a lot of things, resistance being one of them, when your chakra is forcefully taken away. A look of realization glinted in Tsunade's eyes as she, like Hiruzen, glanced towards Naruto's chest. Ah, so Sensei really did put that seal on you. I told him it would be a bad idea but... Naruto just nodded, cutting her off mid-sentence, having recovered from her over-enthusiastic greeting. But he's the Hokage. Tsunade shrugged helplessly before smiling warmly again, eliciting the same response from the young monk. In any case, it seems you and Fu are sticking around for a while, better get comfy. Naruto grimaced at that. There were things he needed to do, primarily stopping a fellow Rinnegan user with plans revolving around collecting the Baijuyu, something that could not end well considering their historical penchant for destruction. Being forcefully restrained in a shinobi village that would act more as a target than a deterrent to a man like that wasn't exactly helping that plan. However, he chose to remain quiet, not wanting to worry the closest thing he had to a mother. So there's nothing you can do. Tsunade let out a quick guffaw, slapping Naruto on the back just a little too hard for his temporarily civilian body to be appreciative of. Sorry Naruto, you're talking to the wrong Sunin. The younger blonde just huffed quietly, rubbing his now aching back with a cringe. He really missed his chakra-reinforced strength right now. It's ironic really, if I took up Sensei's offer to be Hokage I probably could have done something for you. The two began walking through the hospital, taking the stairs to the higher floors where the shinobi were treated. Naruto raised an eyebrow at that, straightening up and looking across at the older woman with interest. You were offered the Hokage position. Tsunade nodded with a mildly over-exaggerated grimace, sticking out her tongue for good measure in that childish way Naruto had come to expect from the supposed old woman. Yeah, like I'd take that sucker's job. If Jiraiya can skirt out of it then there's no way I'm taking it on. Kind of a shame though, there aren't that many people you could call qualified in the next few generations. Kakashi maybe, but that lazy scarecrow would never take it up, he's too stuck in the past. That Uchiha kid might have cut it if he hadn't gone all psycho and murdered his clan. Naruto had to frown mildly at Tsunade's rather crass way of summing it up, but he understood she was simply a blunt person, sugarcoating wasn't her thing. She had seen the harsh realities of the world and had lived long enough to realize there was no point in covering them up for others' benefit. So what is he planning on doing? Tsunade grinned conspiratorially at him in a way that distinctly reminded him of the time she had asked him to help play a prank of Shizun because the woman was, quote, far too introverted for her own good and could use some shaking up. The old man's probably cooking up some way to convince me or Jiraiya to take it, but unless the old perv gets that much-deserved castration that's been coming to him or Konoha starts to become the sake capital of the elemental nations, I'd like to see him try. Naruto had to share a laugh at that. Tsunade had told him a lot of stories from the times when the Sunin were a name to be feared, especially of the Toad Sage's antics. However, more often than not it was Tsunade's reactions or corrections to his behavior she liked to focus on, much to Naruto's chagrin as a man. The two paused as they finally reached a room flanked by two Umbu operatives, however one look from Tsunade had them both scattering for the shadows. Naruto had to smirk lightly. It would seem that in the hospital Tsunade might as well have been Hokage from the way she was treated. He hadn't missed the various looks and nods of respect the women had received on their way up from both the shinobi and the staff. It was no wonder too if what he remembered from his own medical training had been applied to the hospital as a whole. "Alright, I'll let you in for now, but don't expect too much. I don't know what you put that girl through, but she had quite possibly the worst case of chakra exhaustion I've ever seen. I had to put her in an induced sleep just to get her chakra flowing normally again. Knowing her though, she'll probably be up sometime tomorrow morning." Naruto nodded thankfully as he walked into the small single bedroom, no doubt to make guarding Fu easier. Tsunade turned to leave him alone with Fu before thinking better of it, turning on a heel and lightly grabbing Naruto's arm. "Don't you stay in this dreary hospital room all day. I know you may not exactly be feeling the most hospitable towards Konoha right now, but you're here, at least make something of it. Go out, just walk around the village for a while." The older woman smiled knowingly, but not in a condescending manner. Naruto knew she was just trying to be helpful in her own way. Actually, this kind of openly affectionate display would never have happened when they first met, and Naruto felt happy that she could open up to him of all people. You never know what could come from it. With that, the woman finally decided to leave, her twin ponytails swaying behind her as she strutted off, a sense of authority practically flowing from her. Naruto smiled softly as he turned back around, sitting himself down in the single chair set up next to the bed, as if specifically for him. Fu looked peaceful just sleeping there, her chest slowly rising and falling. He gently took her hand and made himself comfortable, tightly locking his fingers with hers as a short, humorless laugh escaped his lips. "Well, what have I gotten us into this time, Fu?" Naruto wasn't sure where he was going as he aimlessly wandered through the thronging streets of Konoha late in the afternoon. He had stayed in the hospital for a few hours but had grown a little restless just sitting there in a sterile, too-white room, even if he wanted to keep Fu company. He was beginning to regret it now as he moved through crowds of people with no other purpose than to just keep walking. He didn't appreciate the many odd looks he got from people due to his unique appearance, nor the hushed whispers people directed away from him. Call him paranoid, but he didn't like the idea of somebody recognizing him. After all, 10 years wasn't too long and blonde wasn't the most common hair color in this part of the elemental nations. When he finally couldn't stand it anymore, he began moving to the quieter areas of the village, simply walking down streets that had progressively less people walking about. Eventually, and curiously, he found himself in what appeared to be a completely abandoned area of the village. He didn't recognize it very well, meaning it was an area he was unaccustomed to as a kid. However, he never remembered there being such a desolate area in the entirety of the village. At the same time though, he couldn't complain about the peace it offered with the tranquil silence and pleasing, homely aesthetic. Finally he settled down by a large pond that had a small wooden jetty reaching out some way into the waters, sitting down in a meditative position at the end. Slowly he began to draw in deep, long breaths in preparation to do something both unlikely to work, and reckless. He had a theory he needed to test out about the seal that was binding his chakra. It may have been suppressing his own chakra, but if he could simply reach out and tap into the energy surrounding him. A smile broke out on the blonde's face as he tapped into the natural chakra permeating the area. He couldn't directly draw it into himself, but as long as he stilled his being and made himself a conduit. His smile only grew as he felt the bonds around his own chakra begin to weaken, if only slightly, as the natural energy naturally tried to flood his body. It failed due to the chakra suppression seal, but like anything, its attempts eroded away at the bonds holding him hostage within himself. A familiar and welcome warmth began creeping into his body. It was weak, but it was still there. However, after a moment or two it just stopped, leaving him with only a tiny trickle of his chakra. He cut off the connection with the natural energy before it could enter his system through the small gap he made in the seal. After all, one needed large reserves to properly balance themselves with senjutsu, and right now his were pitiful at best. "It's about time, Naruto." The deep rumbling voice of the Kyuubi filled his head almost as soon as his chakra began to flow again, startling him and forcing him to open his eyes. However, he was no longer on the jetty in the middle of Konoha, but in his seal, staring up at the irritated and very unbarred expression of the fox himself. Pathetic, being so easily caught by Shinobi, not to mention how long it took you to break that little seal. Naruto raised an eyebrow as he stood from his meditative position, dusting his clothes from invisible dirt out of habit. I didn't realize you were waiting for me, I might have come sooner. The fox growled at him lightly, however for once Naruto didn't feel any of the normal hostility. It was like when Tsunade would threaten him, it was just empty. I had just gained some measure of freedom, it's disagreeable to have it taken away so quickly. Naruto continued to look up at the Byakuya quizzically, forcing it to growl again as it absently gestured to the lack of bars crossing his cell's entrance. Have you already forgotten what you did in your fit of emotion yesterday, or was it so unconcerning? Naruto's eyes widened as he looked over the crushed remains of the cage's bars, crumpled into a small ball. I did that. The Kyuubi huffed, sending Naruto's robes billowing out behind him, but deigned not to answer. But then, the seal. Have I broken it? The Kyuubi issued a low, rumbling growl as its one open eyes rolled in irritation. Please, there are more pressing concerns right now. With another lazy sweep of his long tail, Kurama brought Naruto's attention around to the new cell adjoining his own. The blonde nearly slapped himself on the spot for forgetting something so absolutely critical. Kome. The blonde dashed around to face the cell in the newly nonagonal room only to come across a most familiar sight as the great insect stared back at him. While the Nanabi didn't so much have eyes, it had a grill-like faceplate up on what could be called its head with vertical strips that normally glowed a pleasant yellow. However, right now they were burning a deep, oppressive red. Naruto remembered how this had been with the Sanbai and immediately grabbed the bars of the cell, attempting to forcibly push his chakra into the cell to break the genjutsu over the Byakuya. It seemed he was right in his assumption that Tobi, or whatever his name was, placed Kome under a genjutsu, which was why he couldn't break Fu out of it directly. No. Not now. Naruto once again forced his chakra forward, commanding it to flow through his hands and into the cell. However, with the restricting seal only a pathetic trickle came out, to no effect. Must I really do everything? A great sigh resounded through the seal as Naruto saw one of the fox's long furry tails appear over his head before tapping the metal bars of the cell. All at once the ominous red glow disappeared from the Nanabi's faceplate before it took a few confused glances around the room. Fu-chan. Moments later the beating of its great six wings slowed to a crawl and it collapsed to the floor of the cage in a similar manner to Isabuya those 3 years ago. Naruto glanced across at Kurama, noting his distinct lack of effort despite the fact that Naruto had tried to do the same for the Sanbai and nearly collapsed from exhaustion, and it was just the 3 tails. Admittedly he had gained a lot more chakra since then, but still, it was awe-inspiring to imagine just how much chakra the fox had. Is Kome going to be alright? The Kyuubi turned to look at him, observing him carefully for a few moments before nodding slowly. The bug will recover shortly. Kome was not under that accursed eye's influence for nearly as long as the turtle and it is more resilient. In any case that doesn't matter, we need to talk Naruto. For a moment Naruto felt a whole lot smaller as the Kyuubi stared him down, an incredibly serious look in his eye. Chapter 82, Embers 6. The real sin is averting your eyes and failing to believe in anyone, Natsu Dragneel. It was eerily quiet within the seal as Kurama fixed his large red eye on the young blonde, as if sizing him up for something. There are a few things we need to talk about. Naruto just nodded straight away. The one thing he had hoped for in his long interactions with the Kyuubi were for them to be more open. He wanted to understand the ancient Byakuya, all of them, however for as long as he had known him Kurama had always been the obstacle preventing that. He commanded due respect amongst his kin and unfortunately they followed him more than Naruto could ever hope to sway them. Okay, like what? The great fox huffed lightly, only enough to flap Nato's Haori, at the familiar way he now found himself speaking with the blonde. On one level he did feel slightly insulted, on the other hand though, the young monk had proved time and time again that he really did only care for what was best for him and the other Byakuya. That Uchiha, or at least the one who bore the Sharingan, he needs to die. Naruto made to speak up at that but he was quickly cut off with a deep glare from the fox who was obviously not finished. That accursed mistake of our father's eldest son should have been eradicated a long time ago. Enough time has passed and the longer their stain remains on this world the more lives they will corrupt and poison. Once again the blonde was lightly staggered by the passion the fox had in his utter hatred for the once lofted clan of Sherry non-users. You would condemn an entire clan for the actions of just a few. The Kyuubi's gaze dropped down to him again, this time burning with some unidentifiable emotion that hid just beyond the slit of his pupil. You would defend them, after they enslaved us. Naruto frowned, quickly shaking his head. You mean after Madara enslaved you? The fox banged one enormous paw down on the floor of his cell, causing the entire seal room to shudder at his now unrestrained anger. It makes no difference, the Uchiha are a blight, none of them can be redeemed, especially not that one in the mask. He reeks too much of Madara himself. Naruto let out a long breath, trying to clear the situation up a little before the Byakuya's anger got too out of control. It was all well and good riling up the fox when he was young in order to get responses, but back then he had the luxury of a barricade between them. In his current, practically chakraless condition, he would be nothing more than a speck of dust for the Kyuubi's tails to sweep aside. Wait. He paused, thinking on the Byakuya's words. How would you know if he smelled like Madara? The fox turned so that he was fully facing the blonde, lowering himself until they were at eye level and letting out another huff of irritation. He obviously didn't appreciate the conversation deviating from killing Uchiha. I said before, your actions in destroying this cage door has afforded me certain freedoms. Naruto's gaze became wary, worrying about the possibilities of a Byakuya running around his body unrestrained. Was he going to be hearing voices for the rest of his life? In what way? The Byakuya grinned, it wasn't particularly pleasant smile either. We've become more linked, as distasteful as that sounds. I now hear what you hear, see what you see and even feel what you feel. Naruto grimaced at that. He had a feeling this was going to make the time he spent with Fu somewhat awkward if he couldn't get over having spectators. The Kyuubi caught the look and growled lightly. Without the bars Naruto could feel the sound reverberate through the floor. I don't appreciate it all that much either. The feelings of your small ninja body is disorienting to say the least. Naruto had to concede that, the difference between being a building-sized anthropomorphic fox and an average-sized human must be quite odd. You shouldn't complain so much. The less booming but still powerful voice called from across the seal, drawing Naruto and the Kyuubi's attention, or at least Kurama lazily rolled his eye in that direction. Madatabi was standing near the bars to her own cell, suddenly appearing slightly meeker with Naruto's Rinnegan and the Kyuubi's commanding gaze solely on her. I would give anything to feel the air on my fur again. Slowly, and in some cases reluctantly, the other Byakuya in the seal began to nod, agreeing with the sentiment, save for Shukaku, but the Tanuki seemed more confused by what was going on than anything. Naruto was a little startled by it all. At that moment he realized just how selfish he had been all this time. So many talks with the Byakuya he contained, playing with Shukaku, chatting with Madatabi about random things, trying to get Isobe to come out of its shell, figuratively at least. He had enjoyed debates with Son Goku over a few heated topics as well as argued with the Gobi until it had finally given Naruto its name, Kokuo. The two now shared a somewhat terse, but workable relationship, similar to how he had been with Kurama at first, which boded well. Seiken confused him greatly and was incredibly quiet, but all the same he tried to talk to the massive slug. However, in all that time had he really missed the underlying and underrated need each of them felt towards their stolen freedom? I'm just as bad as him, aren't I? Kurama looked around, raising his brow as he saw Naruto with his head lowered, a confused, saddened expression across his features. I'm imprisoning you all, never once asking if this was what you wanted. He shook his head slowly, his hand balling into a fist. I tried to rationalize that I was protecting you, that the Akatsuki couldn't get you, but that was just treating you as objects, weapons to be abused. Naruto was shocked out of his small monologue that had grown louder until he was shouting, quite literally. He stared up at the Kyuubi, who slowly withdrew his long tail that had knocked Naruto to the floor none too gently. Do not compare yourself to that man. The fox's expression confused the young monk. It wasn't angry, just stern was probably the best way to describe it. That man was a coward, using the gifts given to him by our father's blood and abusing it to bend me and others to his will, treating us like house pets. The ancient Byakuya lowered himself until he was as close to eye level as he could get with the blonde. You never chose to have me inside of you, and everything that came after was either your misguided actions as a child, or out of what you thought to be best. The fox seemed to realize just how he sounded at that moment as the stern look was rapidly exchanged for one of mild annoyance. In any case, it is not as though I would wish to be placed in any construct you created through your so-called mastery of the Banbutsu Suzu. Naruto stood up slowly, a frown still marring his features as he thought on what the Kyuubi said. I can still help you all though, offer you the same freedom as Kurama has. A few of the Byakuya seemed roused by that, especially Matatabi, and looked ready to agree until the Kyuubi interrupted. That would be a poor idea. The Nibi seemed highly indignant to that as she glared at her much larger brother. You just want the freedom all to yourself. However, the fire seemed to die a little as she was once again placed under the fox's full glare. Don't think me so petty, cat. Destroying the bars of my cell was one thing, to do the same for them all? I do not understand the entire concept of this ninja seal, but to damage it so much. A light growl escaped his lips, would be ill-advised. The Yondaime Hokage was clever enough to seal me in here, he would have made countermeasures against such tampering. Naruto looked ready to weigh in, but Kurama had not finished yet, bringing his attention once more around to the blonde. Which brings me to my next point. I assume you have some most likely foolish idea of how to break the bonds restraining your chakra. Naruto seemed just a little indignant at that, frowning to himself. It's not foolish. However, after a moment of the Kyuubi and the rest of the Byakuya staring at him in deadpan silence, he reluctantly nodded, eliciting a grunt from the fox. Well, do not. Naruto looked up in surprise. From all his talk of the indignancy of having his chakra restrained, Naruto would have thought removing the seal would be high on Kurama's priorities. Luckily for him, the ancient Byakuya saw fit to explain himself. I believe one of the functions of this cage was to slowly filter my chakra into you over time. Without it, all of my chakra has been opened to you. Naruto again looked ready to interject, but once again he was prevented as with another sweeping move the Kyuubi knocked him down again with a lazy flick from his tail. Naruto suspected the old fox was getting more amusement from being able to do that than he was letting on. Yes, I know you have stated your intentions never to use our chakra for whatever prideful reason you possess, but that is far from the point. Right now that restriction seal is the only thing preventing the full might of my own chakra flooding your being. It had already begun to happen during your conflict with that Uchiha. Naruto frowned, remembering how much crueler he felt as he attempted to crush the man with his Prita path. Whatever your plan is, allow it to happen over time, otherwise you will probably end up dying, or worse, turning yourself into an invalid. It would be humiliating. Naruto nodded firmly. He had finally gained some measure of the Kyuubi's trust. He wasn't going to squander it by not heeding his advice. I still promise to find a way to let you experience freedom, even if it's only in some small way. He directed this to the other Byakuya this time, making sure they heard the sincerity in his voice. We know you'll try, Naruto. He smiled thankfully at Matatabi. She had always been the most cooperative and friendly of the Byakuya, like a flaming older sister with surprisingly soft fur. In any case though, whatever your plans, make them fast. That impostor who supposedly bears the sage's eyes needs to be dealt with. There can only be one wielder of the Rinnegan, and if I must place my backing behind one of them, it may as well be the one who does not intend to wield my chakra as a weapon of some kind. Naruto had to smirk lightly at that. It was the closest he had heard in the way of support from the Kyuubi since they had first met all that time ago. You certainly know how to send mixed messages. The Kyuubi gave a long huff, curling up on himself and closing his eyes, as if dismissing the blonde. Your concerns are not mine, Naruto. Deal with the as you must, just do not kill yourself. It would be inconvenient. Naruto just couldn't resist one last jab as he stood back up, walking towards the Kyuubi's cell until he was within touching distance of the giant fox. His only response is a slight twitching of his great snout, so he took that as a good sign. Is that your way of saying you care? His response was Kurama's eyes cracking open just an inch and leveling him with a glare more intense than he had done for a long time. The blonde just chuckled sheepishly, taking a quick step back as he decided not to push his waning luck. All right, but seriously, does this mean we can talk a bit more now? You won't just rebuke my questions. The eye opened a little wider as the fox was silent for a few moments, studying the blonde lazily. I suppose it depends on how I feel, doesn't it? Naruto grinned, sitting himself down on the floor again as he released a small, unnoticed sigh of relief. Great, because this has been bugging me for a while. Have you been getting bigger or is it just me? The lone open eye continued to search him for a few moments before Kurama let out what sounded suspiciously like an amused huff. The slight upturn of his lips didn't help disguise it either. I suppose you would have to notice sooner or later, wouldn't you? Naruto didn't respond as the Kyuubi took a pause, seemingly collecting itself. This concept of just freely talking with a human was fairly alien to the very old creature. For the longest time it had simply seemed contemptible. Before that he was too feared to ever have been approached by one, and before even that. The large fox released a long breath it hadn't even realized it had been holding before turning its head to look at Naruto. The me you saw when we first met was not all of me, simply the aspect of my yang chakra. I was unbalanced, torn and more importantly, weak, only possessing half of my full power. Had I been released from your body at that time even I am not sure what would have happened. Although I suppose I would have lacked the ability to construct a solid body for myself. Again Naruto stayed silent, even if he was brimming with questions. This opportunity, of the Kyuubi opening up, seemed too good to ruin. Even the Byakuya seemed intrigued after the self-admission of weakness from their prideful brother. What changed? Eventually Naruto did have to speak up. The Kyuubi had remained silent, seemingly in thought, for a good 30 seconds. A low growl escaped the creature's mouth as he fought with himself for a moment before reluctantly lowering his head. I have you to thank for the return of my other half. Deadly silence reigned in the seal as the Byakuya stared in shock at the Kyuubi, the very same Kyuubi who had openly admitted his own thanks to another being. When you absorbed my stray chakra from that other monk boy, it contained just a small portion of my yin. It was meager, but it was enough that I could begin culturing it within myself, restoring my full power slowly. The creature looked up for a moment, thinking to himself. I would say in around another half year I will be restored to how I was in my previous Jinchuriki. At that, Naruto's interest was piqued. After all, the Kyuubi was actually being open with him. He no longer felt restricted in what he could say. Previous Jinchuriki? What were they like? Kurama's attention was brought back down and for a good few moments he carefully scrutinized the boy, gauging something that Naruto couldn't quite figure out. She cared little for me. In fact, I only spoke with her once. It was when she came within herself to tell me to stay quiet, locked away inside of her where my power could cause no hatred. She was just like the others before her, foolishly believing that love was the only way to suppress my power. The Kyuubi seemed ready to continue, but his ears suddenly twitched, a vaguely irritated expression crossing his features for a split second. It seems we are no longer alone. Naruto was about to question what he meant, but when he blinked he suddenly found himself staring out at the tranquil pond, no longer in his seal. Hey, I asked what you were doing here. The blonde blinked again, looking around only to see a boy around his age with dark hair and darker eyes staring at him with a dispassionate, but at the same time irritated, glare. He was covered in bandages, most noticeable around his exposed torso, and was walking with just the slightest hint of a limp, which likely meant he had just come back from a mission. At least Naruto assumed the boy was a shinobi from the headband wrapped around the boy's bicep. He also looked vaguely familiar, although Naruto couldn't quite place it, maybe if the hair was a little different. Hey, you some kind of idiot or something? Naruto blinked once again, realizing he had been staring, and quickly adopted a kindly, apologetic smile. Sorry, I suppose I was a little lost there for a moment. The boy gave a rather unremarkable, vague grunt of acknowledgement, walking a bit closer. What are you doing here? This is Uchiha clan property. Naruto looked around in surprise, finally taking notice of the faded fan insignias he had seen dotted about the emptied district of the village. At the same time he distinctly heard a growl from somewhere in the back of his mind, however he chose to ignore that. Sorry, I didn't realize. I was simply looking for somewhere quiet to meditate for a bit. It's been a while since I had the chance, and this village is just a little overwhelming at times. The boy scrutinized him for a moment before giving a curt nod, however his gaze lingered a bit longer on the blonde's hair. Do I know you from somewhere? Naruto raised a brow at that, so it wasn't just him. However, after another second the Uchiha's eyes widened in realization. You were that boy we met in Nami no Kuni. You had that green-haired girl with you. For some reason Naruto wasn't pleased with how the boy had brought up Fu, but he put that aside. Surprisingly, Sasuke, if he remembered his name right, sat down next to him on the end of the jetty, looking out over the waters. When he realized Naruto was starting at him, he simply glared at the boy. He was rather perturbed though when he realized it had no effect whatsoever. What? Naruto shook his head, turning away and staring over the pond, shrugging casually. Nothing, it just seemed like something is bothering you. Sasuke grunted something unintelligible before going quiet for a few moments. So what do you care? Naruto also stayed quiet, weighing up his options. To be honest, it was none of his concern, but at the same time he had little else to do other than question his tenants before Fia woke up. It wasn't like he had anything particularly planned during his, hopefully short, tenure in the village. Fia had once told him he cared too much. She was probably right. It helps to talk about it. Sasuke looked around at him, his face quizzically arranged, as if he wasn't sure whether to scowl at the idea or simply dismiss it. In either case he just grunted, turning away and staring at his reflection in the crystal-clear waters of the pond. Naruto smiled lightly, tapping the boy on the shoulder. Come on, I'm a monk, it's not like I'll be around for much longer, you might never even see me again after this. Plus, I've been told I offer good advice. Sasuke scowled at his reflection for a moment before his shoulders seemed to slump just a little, a sigh escaping his lips almost inaudibly. What advice do you have for someone who killed his only brother, his only family? Naruto's eyes slowly widened as he took his arm back. Sasuke's voice was a growl, and in his reflection he could see the boy's Sharingan had activated and was slowly rotating. What happened? Sasuke looked up, the scowl lessening as it was replaced somewhat by surprise. He hadn't expected much past that sentence. Even his teammates had shied away from him when he told them what he had done. It hadn't helped much that he was still covered in the aforementioned brother's blood. Itachi Uchiha. His voice returned to a low growl as his hand slowly clenched into a fist, his features twisting into a mask of fury. The man who murdered my clan, my family. And so for the first time in a long time Sasuke merely vented. He talked for a good 10 minutes, pouring out everything that had happened on that horrific day, all to this practical stranger. Maybe it was because he didn't know him, or maybe it was just because it had been bottled up inside of him for too long and it finally needed to be let out. When he was finished he was breathing a little harder, but at the same time he felt lighter, a little less burdened. Naruto on the other hand had a rather troubled expression on his face. He remembered his own meeting with Itachi, as a member of the Akatsuki. He just couldn't place the image of a psychopathic murderer with that calm young man, even if he was a member of the Akatsuki. All the same, it just went to show that you really couldn't judge people on your preconceptions of them. It was almost frightening. So what now then? Will you carry through with your goal? Restore your clan. Sasuke paused, his brow furrowing as he stared at his hand, closing it and opening it a few times. I'm not sure. For the longest time I thought it would be so easy. I always had a driving force. Gain power, become strong enough to challenge Itachi, defeat him and reclaim the honor of the Uchiha before restoring my clan to how they should be. Naruto once again heard a quiet snort from the back of his mind and once again chose to ignore it. He had meant what he said to the Kyuubi, about not immediately dismissing a clan for the actions of a single man like Madara. But Sasuke nodded slowly, still just staring at his hand. He could still see it, feel it even, the blood of his brother. Absently he raised a hand and gently touched his forehead, remembering Itachi's smile in his last moments. He nearly jumped when he felt Naruto's hand on his shoulder, the blonde smiling sadly. It wasn't what you were expecting, right? Sasuke raised an eyebrow at the other boy, his voice held a certain level of understanding. I may not be able to compare to losing my entire family in a single night, but as advice from someone who has experienced both the horror of loss, and the hollow feeling of revenge, don't push people away. Sasuke blinked as Naruto stood up, feeling compelled to join him as the two stood on the end of the short pier. Naruto actually gave the boy a smile as a short chuckle escaped him, confusing the dark-haired Uchiha. I suppose if I was younger I might parrot off a saying from one of my sensei, just expecting the words to be wise. He shook his head slowly, a sad smile etching his features for a moment. However, words spoken that aren't yours are just as hollow as a Pyrrhic victory, so I'll say something that I spent a long time thinking about after killing the man who took away the first girl I loved. If Sasuke seemed shocked that Naruto had killed a man, just a blonde monk he had never really thought much of during that time in Wave, he didn't show it. He saw it in the blonde's expression, the way he held himself. He could see the loss the other teen had suffered, just like him. However, he did show surprise when Naruto finally looked up, capturing him for a moment on those vibrant rippled eyes. Don't push away the people closest to you. It doesn't make you stronger to carry your burden alone. While no amount of time will wipe away the memories, having people to stand by, to care for you, will make them seem just that little bit less important. Sasuke blinked, snapping himself out of his semi-trance at the surprise over the blonde having a jujutsu. He had never managed to see his eyes in Nami. However, before he was able to reply, he was cut off as a new voice entered the picture. Hey Sasuke. The Uchiha turned to see Sakura and Kiba running up to him, although it appeared more like Sakura was dragging the Inuzuka along with her against his will. When they stopped, Sakura smiled brightly at the young clan heir as she pushed Kiba forward, rather forcefully too. Sasuke, I'm glad we found you. Kiba and I had something we wanted to ask you. She leveled a particularly frightening glare at the young dog lover, at least to those who knew of Sakura's temper. Didn't we, Kiba? Kiba quickly nodded, his eyes widened in fear, unable to turn away from Sakura's frightening visage until she turned to smile sweetly at Sasuke. Yeah, I guess, if you want to go get some yakisoba or something, I suppose. Ow. The brown-haired boy lightly rubbed the back of his head, glaring weakly at Sakura, who simply continued to be the picture of utter innocence, clenched fist hidden behind her back notwithstanding, of course. We would like it if you came along. Kiba rolled his eyes as he finished, already predicting his Uchiha teammate's typical response of a disinterested, frustratingly vague grunt. Yeah, sure. Kiba waved his hand nonchalantly, already turning to leave. I told you he wouldn't go for it, Sakura, but you just didn't listen. The Inuzuka paused for a moment, the gears in his head visibly turning for a moment to the point where smoke was almost visibly pouring from his ears. Wait, what? Sasuke just nodded, hands in his pockets as he projected as good an air of disinterest as he could. I said I'll go, just let me. He turned to say one last thing to Naruto only to find that the blonde had somehow vanished while he was distracted. Never mind, let's just go. Yakisoba, right? Kiba just nodded dumbly as he allowed Sasuke to walk right by him, a dumbfounded expression firmly plastered on his face. You going to stand there all day, dog breath? That quickly snapped Kiba out of his confusion as he swiveled angrily on his heel. Hey, who you calling? Ow. He once again rubbed his head as Sakura happily skipped past him to catch up with Sasuke, just glad the boy didn't seem to be isolating himself anymore. From a few houses away, partly hidden by the late afternoon shadows, Naruto watched with a small, satisfied smile as the three friends walked off into the village together. Even if Sasuke seemed a little cold, he hoped their short talk would at least help the boy to think and come to his own conclusions. The teen was at a dangerous crossroads, but Naruto was certain with the support of his friends he would make the right choice. Naruto had been there as well, and without the people he cared about he could have taken a wholly different and much darker past. His Yami half was proof enough of that. I still say my method would be easier. The little Uchiha wouldn't have to worry about turning to a darker path if his head was a few hundred feet from his body. Naruto grimaced as he placed 2 fingers on his temple, feeling a slight headache coming on as he walked back into the village in the direction of the hospital, or more specifically Fu. Having Kurama speaking directly to him without having to enter the seal was definitely going to have to take some getting used to, especially if it was only to make comments like that. Naruto was roused from his light sleep not by the rays of the early morning sun through the hospital room's blinds, but as the hand he was holding suddenly tightened its grip. Instantly the blonde was alert as Fu stirred, her amber eyes blinking open to the side of messy blonde hair and concern-filled violet eyes that had her naturally smiling. However, like him, she immediately noticed the comfort of the bed beneath her, a stark contrast to what she could remember, which was not all that much, and her smile slipped away. Naruto? What happened? Where are we? She sat up only to have her head swim at the sudden elevation. Her body felt a lot lighter all of a sudden and strangely cold. It took the better part of the morning for Naruto to explain what he knew of the previous 2 days' events, including her control by the unknown Uchiha, her attacking him, which he played down greatly for her own benefit, and their capture by Konoha. By the end of it the girl had donned a deep, thoughtful expression that the monk knew to mean she was thinking everything through carefully. I see, then for now we are captives in Konohagakure, but we are able to move around freely. I presume there is a similar seal on me as there is on you. Naruto shrugged. He wouldn't have imagined Tsunade allowing something like that to occur under her watch, but then again, who was to say how long it had been until Fia was placed under her care? However, Naruto couldn't help but feel concern for the min-haired girl. Her voice seemed a little hollow after the revelation that the Nanbai was no longer inside of her. Phew. The girl looked up at him, smiling with melancholy on her soft features, squeezing his hand for comfort. You don't need to feel so worried, Naruto. I will miss Komae, but it is not as though we will never meet again. Naruto returned the smile, nodding quickly. As a former Jinchuriki, it wasn't out of the realm of possibility that she could be drawn into the shared mindscape of the Baijuyu. But then, there is no chance of returning her to me. I still want to help carry your burdens however I can, even if I do not see the Baijuyu as such. Naruto shook his head slowly, his gaze turning downwards. He had plenty of time to think about this and talk to Kurama while Fia was asleep. No, when Komae was extracted, the seal that bound her to you was rendered useless and basically fell apart. Without it, I would just be forcing her chakra into your system, most likely killing you. Fia just nodded her understanding. Neither of them were seal masters to say the least, and she doubted Konoha would lend them one just to perform a trivial switching of Jinchuriki. She sighed slowly before swinging her legs out so that she could stand up, Naruto instinctually rising with her, her hand still grasped firmly in his own. She briefly looked down at that connection, faltering for a moment as she found herself unable to lift her head back up to meet his eyes. Naruto, I am sorry. Naruto smiled confusedly at her, drawing her in closer only for her to take a step back. She didn't let go of his hand though. For what, Fia? If anything, I should be apologizing. Fia quickly shook her head, still unable to lift her gaze. No, I attacked you. I can't imagine how it must have felt to have to fight me. I could never. She didn't finish, but Naruto knew what she meant. Already with Shizuku, and now with me. I should have been faster, not fallen for that man's trap. Naruto felt the grip around his hand tighten when she mentioned the unknown Uchiha. However, anything more Fia might have said was cut off as Naruto pulled her in close, carefully wrapping her up in his embrace. Fia, please, you're safe and alive, that's all that matters. A solitary tear wound down the contours of the former Jinchuriki's face as she accepted the hug, pulling her body as close to Naruto's as she could manage, a short laugh escaping her lips. Maybe this isn't so bad after all, being captured. Naruto raised a quizzical eyebrow but let the girl continue. He was certain she was probably just venting. Perhaps, for a little while, we could just pretend to be normal. No chakra, no life-changing journey for peace and understanding, no Akatsuki hunting us. Naruto sighed into the girl's hair, a light, saddened smile on his face. Phew. Another laugh escaped the min-haired girl's lips, although it sounded more like a sigh than anything else. I know, it's selfish, too selfish, but... She slowly released the blonde, stepping back a moment before gently raising a hand to brush against the blank headband he wore. You bear so many burdens, carry so many dreams on your back. She gently slid the horned headband off his head, smiling lightly when his messy hair fell about his eyes, that just this once. She reached around and gently removed his earring, quickly following it by slipping the necklace she had given him over his head. You can just be Naruto Uzumaki. Finally she took the Shakugao he held in his other hand, gently prying it from his grasp before setting it to one side against a wall, and nothing else. Naruto had a vaguely amused smile playing across his face, quickly mirrored by the girl in front of him. Normal. Few nodded slowly, their eyes never leaving one another. Either they had gotten exceptionally good at hiding their pain or they had really gone a little bit insane to be smiling after everything they had just been through. It was most likely combination of the two if they were being perfectly honest with themselves. For just a few days. Naruto looked up thoughtfully. He needed a while to slowly integrate Kurama's chakra into his system anyway, and Fia would no doubt require time to grow accustomed to the sudden change of not being a Jinchuriki. I suppose that wouldn't be too bad. What's the worst that could really happen in a few days? Deep metallic gray eyes opened slowly, revealing the concentric rings around the small pupil as the owner of the eyes looked up from their thought. the rain falling across their face not bothering them in the slightest as they felt a presence approach. Zetsu. Their voice was deep, the kind that naturally commanded attention, yet oddly emotionless, more appropriate for a puppet. I assume you coming here means the Kyuabijin hierarchy has finally stopped moving. The completely black being behind the owner of the rippled eyes nodded, his single yellow eye betraying nothing. Yes, Pain-sama, he is currently in Konoha. If Pain had been any other man he might have laughed from the irony, however the stoic leader of Omegakuur merely stood, his long black cloak, proudly adorned with red clouds flapping in the wind and rain. How appropriate. Zetsu shuffled uneasily behind the orange-haired man, the black being always felt uneasy in this man's presence. Should me and Toby go capture him? The smallest of smiles slowly played across Aim's leader's features. No, I think I will go myself this time. It was only after Zetsu left after a quick nod that Pain returned to his musings, staring out over the rain-swept vista of his village. So, the two legacies of the sage finally meet. I wish to see your convictions for myself, Naruto Uzumaki. Chapter 83, Embers 7. Men would be angels, angels would be gods. Alexander Pope. Naruto had decided he rather liked this whole acting normal concept Fu had suggested for their time here in Konoha. For some reason that was hard to explain he felt lighter, without all of his various trinkets that had been given to him across his travels. It felt as though the dreams those small, normally insignificant items represented could simply be set to the side for now until he was ready to pick them up and continue on again. The village itself was also different to how he remembered it. It would seem that 10 years was longer than he thought, as without his headband or Shakugao Naruto had found not even a single glance sent his way. Right now he and Fu were sat in a small out-of-the-way cafe somewhere not quite in the middle of the village where there would be hustle and bustle rushing past them constantly, but not quite on the outskirts where it would be too quiet. He gently nursed his tea, smiling lightly at the flavor. It certainly wasn't the best he had ever had, but it was far from the worst. It was simply normal, and Naruto found that perfectly fitting with the atmosphere. He set the cup down and looked across at his companion, unable to help the small amused smile that flickered across her lips when he saw she wasn't exactly sharing his sentiments. Why is he still here? Currently the min-haired former Jinhiriki was doing her absolute very best to burn a large hole into the man sitting at the table with them with nothing but the power of her own vision. The man in question didn't seem too bothered with the glare, happily drinking the small dish of sake in front of him as if he was used to this type of treatment. With his kind of reputation and the way Naruto had first met the man, it would have been incredibly unsurprising. The man dipped the tray back, slurping down the last of the sake with all the manners of a drunken tsunade before slamming it back down onto the table with a happy grin. What's the matter, cutie? You must really want some alone time with your boyfriend. If it was possible, Fu's glare managed to increase in intensity to the point where other patrons began to look around, feeling some kind of chilling presence they couldn't explain. Again though, the man simply shrugged off the look. Even if he did seem somewhat surprised a girl that young could muster this kind of killing intent and focus it at him so effectively, like a miniature tsunade. Now that particular thought was enough to send a small shiver running down his spine. Naruto finally decided to intervene before the other patrons of the little cafe decided to leave. He was uncomfortable enough as it was with the attention they were already garnering. Now Fu, you can be a little nicer. The man sitting across from them smirked at the younger girl in a way that was far too smug for his own good. After all, Jiraiya is going to buy us lunch. The smirk slipped off his face in an instant as the Toad Sage's eyes went wide, staring down at the very large lunch Naruto and Fu had ordered for themselves. They were each Jinhiriki after all. Their metabolisms were quite a bit higher than most normal shinobi. Even if Fu no longer contained her tenant, it seemed that, like with Gaara, she had retained many of the more positive aspects of her Bijuu, such as her stamina, healing, and durability. It remained to be seen if the girl could still manifest her chakra wings, but they wouldn't be able to tell until Naruto could remove the suppression seals. Hey, I don't remember agreeing to that, Gaki. Naruto simply turned to gaze at the much larger man, his eyes scrunched up into narrow lines as a serene yet unwholesomely vicious smile graced his features. But it's the least you could do after the small incident this morning, right, Jiraiya? Somewhere, in a place completely unrelated to the elemental nations, or possibly even that dimension, a young-looking purple-haired woman sweeping the backyard of the inn she lived in smiled coldly, feeling that somewhere, a pervert was being punished. Aha, right idiot. Jiraiya just nodded slowly, a drop of cold sweat slowly sliding down the side of his face. The smile the blonde was giving him was far more terrifying than any killer intent-infused glare he had gotten from a scorned woman. The worst part was he couldn't explain why. There was no killer intent, no outward sign of irritation, just the smile. Naruto however simply nodded in satisfaction, returning to his cup of tea with a less terrifying smile. And you can finish making up for your illicit activities later. Somewhere, that same purple-haired young woman looked up to the sky, a single tear rolling down her smiling face. She knew that out there, somebody understood her. Jiraiya on the other hand firmly decided not to repeat the circumstances that had put him in this situation. Namely, him peeping on the women's hot springs when few just so happened to be relaxing in the steamy, fenced-off area. Somehow, even with his chakra blocked and heavily suppressed, the young blonde had managed to find the man, appearing out of nowhere and defying reason when he managed to actually sneak up on Konoha's self-proclaimed super pervert. Yeah, sure. Jiraiya just nodded along to it dejectedly. He hadn't actually planned on the kid's girlfriend being there when he peeped, it was just one of those coincidences. However, it hadn't exactly made an excellent first impression on the boy, and to be honest, the boy didn't need even more reasons to be distrustful of Konoha without his own girlfriend's privacy being put into question. Apparently though, the beating he had received at the hands of the many angry kunoichi that had been alerted to his illicit activities wasn't good enough for Naruto. He had heard the kid had spent some time with Tsunade before she came back to the village, but it was as though he had inherited her intense hatred for all things perverted. So, you really are Naruto, huh? None of them had spoken for a good few minutes as an awkward silence settled over the table, so it came as a small surprise when Jiraiya finally spoke up, his voice oddly subdued. Naruto simply sipped at his drink, his face still portraying the epitome of uncaring as he had promised himself he would when dealing with shinobi of the village. He was under no illusions that the Hokage would be doing his utmost to try and form bonds between himself and those in the village in order to gain either his trust or his loyalty, even if only by proxy. That is my name. Jiraiya let out a humorous chuckle, obviously finding something amusing about that which only seemed to irk few. She liked Naruto's name. You're very different than that little knuckle-headed blonde I remember running around the village when he was nothing more than a brat. Naruto made sure to take an extra long sip of his tea, even though the flavor had long since lost interest to him. A lot has changed since then. I was in this village for less than half my life already, and most of those years I was far too young to remember. Not to mention that much of the memories I do remember are better left forgotten. It was subtle, but Naruto just about managed to catch the much larger man wince at that. The blonde found that interesting. The white-haired pervert seemed to struggle with something for a moment before taking a swig of his sake. You know, once I heard you left, I searched for you. Naruto merely quirked an eyebrow, his frosty demeanor not dropping for a moment. He just refused to show anything towards the people keeping him in chains, as invisible as they were. I imagine you would. A hidden village without its Jinhuriki is greatly weakened after all. Another wince from the older man that Naruto found interesting, regret or guilt maybe. No, not like that. However, Jiraiya trailed off, unable to articulate what he needed to say. His sensei had been adamant that Naruto not find out about certain things yet, and he was so limited in what he could say. Once again, like with Hiruzen, Naruto took the man's silence for what he could only take it to be, lies and hidden truths. He really shouldn't have been surprised from shinobi of a hidden village, it was how they operated after all. Why are you here, Jiraiya-san? Are you here to try and install bonds of trust between us? I assure you that as long as my chakra is chained away within myself, those bonds would be like building a house atop sand. Perhaps you are here to inspect my seal, to make sure the Kyuubi has no more power than it should over me? Or are you interested in a student of your teammate? Tsunade-sensei has already told me a lot about you. Jiraiya tried to grin at that, but it was hollow at best. Each question was like a little knife in his back being slowly twisted. All good, I hope. Naruto simply blinked in that same cold manner as the large man's head fell down again, still searching for his own answer to the question. Maybe I could train you? That would be good, wouldn't it? Training from two of the Densetsu no Sunin. The request felt as desperate as it sounded, and Jiraiya knew it was a weak hope at best. However, in his mind there still had to be something of that little blonde he remembered watching that seemed so eager to fall among the ranks of the legendary shinobi of the past. Naruto for his part let a small sigh escape through his lips, blowing the steam from his tea gently outward as he held it near his mouth. I am not a shinobi, Jiraiya-san, nor do I wish to be. Again the man seemed to subtly wince at the formal suffix, finding it uncomfortable to talk to the boy like they were nothing more than two total strangers. I have no interest in learning jutsu like the ones you have to offer. I trained under Tsunade-sama because I saw that her healing was the best way to protect that which was precious to me. Jiraiya didn't miss that slight glance Naruto gave towards Fu, a twinge of pride entering his eyes briefly as he remembered seeing that same look of concern and love in the eyes of a similar blonde. But sometimes the best or only way to protect something is with your own power. This time Jiraiya found his voice to hold a little more confidence, finally seeing a way into spending some time with the boy. However, far from the reaction he was expecting, Naruto's eyes narrowed even farther, his hand naturally clenching into a fist. And sometimes that right there is the very reason we lose something precious in the first place. Being too focused on gaining power or failing to understand what we already have. In Naruto's eyes it was almost like Shizuku's phantom blood was really there on his hands, dripping away on the floor in that ever-constant, rhythmic pattering that had haunted him, however subtly, since her passing. At that moment, as Jiraiya saw that pained look enter the young monk's eyes, he knew he had failed the boy. He had obviously experienced a great deal of loss in his time, and he knew it was, in part, because Jiraiya wasn't there for him at the beginning. Maybe you're right. Jiraiya's face was a mask of troubled expression as he stood up from the table, absently throwing down more than enough money to cover both his and the two teens' food. However, before he left he gave one last glance back at the blonde and the girl that had shuffled around to sit closer to him, a brief smile passing over his features. But maybe there's still time. He spoke the last part as nothing more than a whisper as he walked away, suddenly having a lot to think about, the questions he was going to ask about the Rinnegan completely forgotten. When the Toad Sage was no longer in sight, Naruto allowed the cold mask he had been wearing to fall away. It was more for appearances at this point anyway. Plus, he was only in the company of Fu now, so hiding his emotions from the girl he loved was counterproductive. He didn't particularly care that there were Umbu hidden in strategic positions around them. They could report whatever they liked back to their Hokage. Perhaps it would not have been so bad to take up the man on his offer of training. Naruto raised an amused eyebrow at Fu. As far as she had come emotionally, she was still a very tactical and forward-thinking person deep down. However, he couldn't help but chuckle when he looked around only to see her scowling in the direction the white-haired Sunin had gone. Even if he is a pervert. She looked at him, her ever-lengthening hair moving so it covered one of her eyes in a manner that added an air of mystery and seduction to her appearance, even if it was unintentional. Inwardly, Naruto knew this girl could ask of him almost anything and he would do his best to move the earth to get it done. At the same time, the girl had no idea of the influence she had over what could potentially be one of the most powerful men in the elemental nations. Really, you would have me learn from somebody other than Tsunade-sensei? Naruto held a hand over his heart, giving an over-exaggerated expression of hurt that made Fu smirk lightly. How could you ask me to betray her so? After a moment or two both of them began laughing, an air of serenity coming over the both of them. However, after a moment or two Fu brushed her hair back over her ear and gave Naruto a slightly more serious expression, somewhat subverted by the smile she couldn't seem to remove from her features. But really, it could be an opportunity to have the seals on our chakra removed. The verdette spoke in a hushed tone so their watchers wouldn't overhear, and Naruto had to admit the idea had merit, as for Jiraiya to teach him anything he would require the use of his chakra. It wouldn't work. Jiraiya is a Sunin for a reason and a capable practitioner of Fuinjutsu. Naruto gestured to his stomach where he suspected the restraining seal to be. I have already learned not to underestimate him when it comes to that particular field of the shinobi arts. The blonde shook his head slowly, his expression too becoming more serious. No, it would be best that we did this on our own, when we are ready. The seal needed to be removed slowly anyway. It was still too dangerous to remove lest he be rushed by the Kyuubi's caustic chakra. Naruto looked up from his thought when he felt a hand lightly brush his shoulder, seeing Fu smile at him softly. Okay, we'll move as fast as you want to, you know I'll do anything you want me to. The two shared that smile for a brief moment, knowing that for one another there was nothing too large to ask, yet at the same time, it would never be asked of them. There was a brief pause before the two's lips met, each leaning further into the contact as Naruto's arm made its way to its natural resting place around Fu's waist and her hands came up to the back of his head, to deepen the kiss. They were still smiling when they parted, a thin trail of saliva bridging their lips like their bodies weren't ready to part just yet. "I love you, Fu." The girl's smile didn't grow anymore, but it was like a spark was lit behind her vibrant orange eyes. "And I love you, Naruto." The pause was significantly shorter this time before the two leaned in and were once again lost in each other's embrace. Izumo and Kotetsu, nicknamed the Eternal Chiryunin by a few of their colleagues that had long since moved up the rankings to Jounin, sat where they could almost always be found, in front of Konoha's gate. They were always here because the Hokage had little else to do with them. They rarely took missions and even more rarely ones outside of Hinokuni. So there they were, lounging behind the desk that new entrants to the village, such as merchants and shinobi coming back from missions, all had to go through in order to enter Konoha. This was not because they weren't powerful. As a duo they were actually quite formidable and their rank didn't particularly reflect their ability to go toe-to-toe with many Jounin. Nor was it because they were incompetent as many would believe. In fact, most of their paperwork was done promptly and correctly. They had an important job after all. They had to make sure there were no scruples with incoming entrants' information, to weed out potential spies. The simple fact of it was that the two were just very lazy, thus the reason for what they were currently doing. Got any twos? In their defense, it had been a particularly slow week for them. It was approaching the middle of summer and the heat in Hinokuni made traveling uncomfortable for many merchants, so there wasn't much traffic through the gate. Nope, go fish. Kotetsu grimaced as he was forced to pick up another card from the pack. He was now entirely sure his partner and friend since the academy was cheating. He was so focused on the game though that he didn't notice the presence behind him until it was right beside the desk. "Oh hey, welcome to Konoha. Sign your name and reason for visit here." The Chiryunin absently pulled one of the forms from the neat stack and handed it to the man behind him without even looking. However, when he looked up to continue the game, he only saw Izumo looking at something behind him. His eyes widened in shock and fear. "Where is the Kyuubigen hierarchy?" Kotetsu quickly turned around, only to blanch at the sight before him, the iconic symbol of the Akatsuki embroidered on a plain black cloak. All the Chiryunin level shinobi and above had been notified of their status as S-ranked criminals in case the organization decided to come to Konoha in search of the Kyuubigen hierarchy. It seemed that day had come. What? Both Chiryunin found themselves paralyzed by the man in front of them. His mere presence radiated power and his cold gaze seemed to stare right through them. He was tall, with long orange hair that hung down in a long bang to the left side of his face like many Yamanaka. However, with the many black piercings across the man's face, it was certain he was not of the Mind-Walking clan. However, that wasn't the worst of it. When Kotetsu looked up, he found himself staring into a cold set of rippled steel-gray eyes. "Where is Naruto Uzumaki?" The man's voice was hard and blunt, emotionless even, and he didn't seem to blink even once, just boring his gaze into the frightened Chiryunin. After a moment of hesitation though, the Rinnegan bearer narrowed his eyes. At the same moment Kotetsu widened his. The Chiryunin looked down in disbelief at the long black rod that had pierced straight through the desk and through his stomach, steadily being stained crimson. In the next moment the Akatsuki member turned to look at the other gate guard with precisely the same even gaze. "Where is Naruto Uzumaki?" Hiruzen Sarutobi, Sandaime Hokage of Konohagakure, was running across his beloved village's rooftops. Around him hundreds of shinobi had mobilized, darting this way and that to relay messages, fortify strategic locations and ferry away civilians to safe points and bunkers. All of this because of one man, or at least that was what the intelligence would have him believe. The village had been alerted to the man's presence as soon as he had passed through the invisible barrier surrounding Konoha, yet he had walked right through the first engagement team and, to add insult to injury, simply walked right through the front gates. The elderly Hokage landed in a surprising feat of agility on a street he knew all too well, just like he knew every inch of the village that had been his home for 7 decades. At the other end, the very same man his troops were mobilizing for stood, a Jounin Sarutobi knew to be called Hitomi Koyuki, held firmly in his grasp around the neck. The old man's gaze hardened when the Akatsuki member noticed him, callously snapping the neck of the Jounin and almost absently casting her aside with incredible strength. "Ah, the Sandaime Hokage, I had wondered when you might appear before me." The man looked around to the crumpled form of the Jounin behind him before returning his steely, even gaze to the legendary figure in front of him. I must commend you, your shinobi refused to tell me anything on the whereabouts of the Jinhira key. Perhaps it is not that they do not know, but rather you have kept it even from them. Hiruzen tensed as the man turned to fully face him, his full attention now on the much younger man. What do you want, Akatsuki? Hiruzen knew the answer was obvious, but he still thought it best to ask. Every second this man was occupied, his own forces had more time to prepare. I want Naruto Uzumaki, he is instrumental in our plans. Hiruzen's eyes narrowed as a body that had not seen true combat in some time readied itself. He is not in the village. He has not been for 10 years. The man's gaze didn't change, it seemed he was almost incapable of doing so. We shall see. In your prime you were once called the god of shinobi. I would very much like to test that moniker. Sarutobi instinctively leapt back as the man slammed his hands into the ground in an enormous sealing matrix spread from the contact. The man practically radiated power and authority, and the barrier team had told him his chakra levels were just absurd. The wizened Hokage knew better than to underestimate such an opponent. However, what came out of that white cloud of smoke was no summon, but 6 other people. 5 more men with those same black piercings covering their body and a dispassionate blue-haired woman. All of them wore the Akatsuki cloak, and even more worryingly the 6 men each bore the Rinnegan. We are Pain. We are God. We will have the Kyuubi Jinhira key. Naruto and Fya moved against the flow of evacuating civilians, the panicking men and women rushing past them in the direction shinobi were calling or pointing to. The 2 teens ignored their calls. Naruto's eyes narrowed as he moved in the direction of the massive, unfamiliar chakra he could feel. It had begun so suddenly, shinobi swarming up out of their positions on a seemingly invisible signal that Naruto actually knew to be hawk messengers. Then all of a sudden enormous and gruesome creatures began to spring up around the village, their arrival heralded by enormous clouds of white smoke. However, Naruto recognized the unusual summons with their black piercings, but more importantly their Rinnegan eyes. The leader of the Akatsuki had come to Konoha. Their Umbu guards had vanished, going off to help with the defense of the village against the unknown assailant. Even as Naruto thought this, Jounin and Chiryunin were rushing towards each massive summon, hoping to take them down quickly so they could not do much damage to the village. Naruto knew that it was just a distraction though. The Akatsuki wanted him and few, they didn't care in the slightest about Konoha. The less shinobi in the way of their search the better, and the Rinnegan user could simply keep spawning summons to keep people occupied. Naruto, what are you doing? Naruto tried his best to ignore Kurama's voice in his head as he worked his chakra throughout his body, pushing it around and around as he felt the suppression seal get weaker and weaker. The fox growled angrily in his head as he felt his unrestrained chakra naturally move into the boy's freed-up coils, despite his best efforts to rein it in. If you continue to loosen the seal this quickly you could die. The fox's voice sounded more like a statement than genuine worry, but Naruto could still hear the slight confusion in the old Baijuyo's tone. None of them are prepared for a Rinnegan user, they don't know what we can do. If I do nothing many people will likely die. His response was another growl as he and Fya made for the rooftops to speed along their journey. Even for these people? The ones who shunned you? You would throw away your own life. Naruto smirked inwardly as he sped up, once again feeling his chakra flow free and thick through his system. Who said anything about throwing away my life? Kurama was silent at that, but inwardly he huffed to himself, telling himself that he didn't care if the silly human got himself killed through his own feat of idiocy. However, as he felt his chakra move away from him and into the young blonde, a small twinge of something unidentifiable made itself known in the back of his mind. Phew, the Rinnegan user wouldn't have come alone. Nobody could be so arrogant to think they could take on an entire hidden village by themselves, could they? I will handle the leader if I can, you deal with any other members of the Akatsuki you can. Fya nodded quickly. She understood that it wasn't Naruto thinking she couldn't hold her own, but she had seen firsthand how far out of her league a Rinnegan user could be. That didn't mean she would do her best to help the man she loved. This was quickly reinforced when Naruto stopped them on a random roof and turned to face her. Please, don't do anything to put yourself in danger if you can avoid it. Fya felt her heart flutter at the sheer concern and worry in the blonde's voice as he reached over to touch her gently on the stomach. At once she felt whatever effect the seal had over her fate, and her chakra rushed throughout her being like a veritable flood of energy. It wasn't as much as she was used to, and it was strange not to have that other source constantly tickling her senses, but she would manage, she had to. Only if you can promise the same. Naruto simply gave the girl a sad smile, both knowing that this would likely be the biggest challenge he had ever faced. He quickly pulled her into a hug, gently brushing back her hair on the other side of her head as he reveled in her warmth for a few moments. "I will come back to you." Fu nodded, her eyes closed in an attempt to fully capture this moment, before Naruto pulled away and his warmth was gone. The girl took a moment on that empty rooftop to calm herself, readying her chakra and loosening up her muscles for what was to come. It was difficult, but if these people were in the way of a future where she and Naruto could be happy, then she had to succeed. Naruto knew he was in the right place as he passed over a completely destroyed building, nothing left of the once proud structure but rubble and debris. Dust clogged the air, and the sounds of shinobi fending off the enormous summoned creatures rang throughout the air. When Naruto finally saw silhouettes through the dust, he readied himself, about to push past what was left of the suppression seal. However, as the dust cleared for a moment, the sight before him was enough to make him hesitate out of shock. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the Hokage, the man he could once call Jiji, was pinned to the ground, bloodied and beaten. An eerily familiar black rod was skewered through both his hand in a way that held them both in front of him. Next to him a man stood staring at the elderly Hokage, his long black cloak barely even tarnished and the red clouds still undamaged in the least. Slowly the man turned, his spiky orange hair, so similar to how Naruto's might have been without his ponytail, blew in the breeze. Steely gray Rinnegan eyes met vibrant purple ones, and for a moment it was as if the entire world stood still. Two sets of the most powerful Jujutsu to have ever existed gazed at one another as perfect silence reigned. "So you are the Kyuubi Jinchuriki, the other bearer of the sage's eyes." Naruto said nothing as his face slowly twisted into a completely emotionless mask, his hair falling forward to lightly shadow his eyes so that his own Rinnegan glowed ominously. "I had wondered how a meeting between two gods would take place. Somehow in the shattered remains of the symbol of the old system seems appropriate." Naruto still remained silent as his chakra finished opening up the last of the suppression seal, much faster than was advisable. A near-visible glowing aura of chakra began to coalesce around him as the violent energies of the Kyuubi flooded his being. "I had hoped we would have a chance to ta-dash." Pain's eyes didn't even widen as his hand suddenly shot up at nearly the same moment as Naruto's, as twin cries of the same technique resounded in the open space. "Shinra dash! Tensei!" Yagura had once used his water mirroring technique to replicate the effects of a Shinra Tensei, cancelling out Naruto's own use of the jutsu. However, Pain's was no replica, it wasn't even an inferior version, it was the same technique. However, the difference here was that it was being wielded by a man with much more practice and experience. The two waves of gravitational force met in between the two Rinnegan users, twisting the air, the very space around them, and blasting away the dust as the primordial forces opposed one another. A sudden shockwave surprised both men, forcing them to hunker low or be blown completely away by the sudden force. "Naruto!" The blonde looked around, seeing Hiruzen look up at him wearily, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "He is not Aloe Dash." The warning would come too late though, as something landed in the space between the two men like a meteor. Before Naruto even got a good look at the newcomer, he was sprinting towards the blonde. All he saw before a crippling pain racked his body was another set of Rinnegan eyes, making his own widen in confusion before he was sent flying across the village. His eyes had captured every detail in that last second, so he could clearly remember the man with 6 arms, all of which looked unsettlingly mechanical, as he used all of them to punch him clean across the sky. It was something Naruto had himself done with the Azura Path, using a piston at the elbow to create massive propelling force. However, those eyes, there were 2 Rinnegan users after him? He couldn't think about it much longer as he suddenly crashed straight through a wall some 3 stories up. As he lay there in the rubble he had created in his landing, he glanced about, seeing where he was. A choked, amused laugh couldn't help but roll off his tongue as he realized just where he had landed. The Pain with spiky hair glanced up at the building his opponent had flown into, the hospital. He had been about to enter to flush the Jinchuriki out only for the boy to do his job for him as he suddenly appeared in the very same hole he had created. Oddly enough though, the boy seemed to have changed his attire, donning a long red haori over a bare chest as well as a mage tama necklace composed of white beads, similar to the one now hanging in his ear. The most noticeable change though was the horned forehead protector with no symbol and the long wooden shakujiao he now held in his hand. The two met eyes again as Naruto looked down on the Akatsuki member from 3 stories up, his haori moving in the wind and the bell in his hair tie tinkling softly with the breeze. Okay, now I'm ready. Chapter 84, Embers 8. I just want the weak, who do get swept along with the flow, be considered human as well, Annie Leonhardt. The sounds of fighting and explosions didn't seem to reach the two as they stared at one another, neither opting to make the first move. Both knew to be wary of their opponent because of the potential power that they both had, the limits of which had yet to be seen. Both had somewhat of an idea of what the other could do, but anything else was up to differing experiences and age. The pain that had been sometimes designated as Tendo couldn't tear his gaze from the slightly different rippled eyes staring right back at him, and Naruto was equally enraptured by the sight. Both were so similar, yet the men behind those eyes couldn't have been ideologically farther apart. You are quite powerful, that much I can already tell. That blow would have killed most humans. Naruto's even gaze briefly flickered between a frown as he dropped from the hole he had made in the hospital, landing so the length of the street separated them. You speak as if you are not human. Tendo gave no sign he had even heard the question, his perpetually set expression of emotionlessness almost looking past the younger blonde. These eyes are not of mortals, you must have come to understand that by now. Our predecessor, the sage, was a god among men because of them. He was unrivaled even by the old gods of this world, casting them down so that man could flourish in their stead. In these eyes are the potential to exceed our mortal selves and become gods. That is what we are. When he said we, Naruto had a feeling he wasn't just talking about the two of them, the image of that bald Rinnegan user springing to mind. Who are you then? Naruto couldn't tell from this distance, but something seemed a little off about the man in front of him, and it wasn't just his demeanor. The piercings through his body were unmistakably the same material as the chakra rods both of them used, the faint aura of chakra they gave off telling him that much. Was it some kind of intimidation tactic? We are pain. We are God. Naruto's front only deepened with those words. It was like looking into a mirror of what he might have become without the guidance of the monks. This was a man who had been given power, only for it to go to his head in the worst possible way, giving him delusions of godhood. It's just a jujutsu, having more power does not make you any less human than I am. Finally the expression of the orange-haired Akatsuki changed as a light smirk crossed his features. It is amusing to hear you say that, considering you bear the very same eyes. Naruto fought back the scowl that wanted to tear over his features, instead opting to divert the conversation, buying more time for the shinobi of the village to rally themselves and evacuate civilians. He had a feeling that any fight between himself and this man wouldn't leave too much in its wake. Why are you even here? As I understand it, you have to seal the Kyuubi last. If the man seemed perturbed by Naruto's knowledge of the Akatsuki's plan, he didn't show it. Instead he started to walk forward calmly. That is true, our plans will eventually require the sealing of the Baijuya contained within you. However, that is why I came personally, so I could speak to you, one heir of the sage to another. Naruto nearly faltered at that. All Pain came to find him for was to talk? About what? Our goals differ, we have nothing to talk about. It sounded very uncharacteristic coming from Naruto, considering his past history in trying to make peace through means other than violence. However, this man, the leader of the Akatsuki, he was what stood between him and Fu having a life together, undisturbed. If this man had even half of the determination in his own goals as Naruto did in his, then there could be no middle ground, no understanding wrought through words alone. That is not true. Tendo continued to walk forward, seemingly unconcerned with his surroundings as he didn't even glance about, always keeping his vision fixed on Naruto. Our goals are very much the same, the only difference is that I have a means to achieve what you are still struggling to understand. Naruto's confusion got the better of him and his eyes showed it as he blinked at the man walking towards him. What do you mean? The orange-haired Rinnegan wielder smirked again, his arms going wide as if to mock the very situation they stood in the midst of. Peace. At that, Naruto gritted his teeth as Kisame's answer to that same question rang through his mind. How could you preach about peace standing in the very midst of an attack you instigated? Innocent lives are being lost because of what you are doing right now. Pain's smirk slipped away as his face once again lost any semblance of emotion. Understanding between men is such a fleeting dream, happening so rarely and so tenuously that it is almost fated to snap. However, beings such as me and you know that fate holds no sway over us. True understanding is only created when people share pain, when they all share the loss and suffering dealt to them. Then and only then, will there be peace. It took a moment for his words to register with Naruto before many things began to click into place and a scowl slowly formed on his usually serene face. So that's it? Your answer is fear? You would have men cower at the consequences of their own actions, tamed by horror and the shared pain of thousands. Pain stopped a short distance from the blonde, barely 10 meters separating the two bearers of the legendary eyes. No. The answer surprised Naruto momentarily, but it didn't last long. The shared pain of millions. At this his voice was quiet, but it echoed so clearly in the street that it seemed to reverberate in the monk's mind. The Byakuya will be combined into a weapon so terrible that even one use of it will tear apart entire nations. Men will fear its use and its use against them, and war will end because that pain will be understood by all. Naruto's hand slowly clenched into fists as the thin aura of chakra that had been surrounding his body since the seal had been released grew, flickering as though translucent flames had consumed his body. Such a peace could only be temporary, and worthless at the cost of so many lives. Pain didn't acknowledge the last part, he didn't even seem to hear it. Yes, man will eventually forget that pain, they will cease to understand one another given time, but then the weapon will be used again and they will remember. Naruto fought to control himself, to rein in the rampaging chakra of the Kyuubi that he could feel was subtly influencing his emotions toward the more negative spectrum. You call that peace? That is not peace. That is nothing more than an interlude between wars more catastrophic than anything that has come before. What you call peace, I call using genocide to punish those that don't obey your rules and holding the threat over those too afraid to defy you. Pain regarded the blonde for a moment, noting the intense energies surrounding him. Peace, even for a time, is better than this perpetual shinobi world we have right now. Is it not appropriate that I use the Byakuya for this? The very creatures the sage himself created will become the tool that ushers in a new, better era. A peace that could last generations before the next installment of the weapon. Naruto stopped shuddering with rage as he became eerily still, his hair coming forward to shadow his eyes and the aura of chakra receding into his body. When he looked up again, his Rinnegan had changed slightly. Otomo now slowly rotated the small pupil, looking as though one was missing in the innermost ring. They were faint and almost imperceptible, Pain didn't even see them himself. Your peace is nothing but a false one. Your methods are beyond inhumane. You stand here and preach about being a god as you callously slaughter the shinobi of this village. You call the Byakuya nothing more than tools for your use out of a sense of vicarious entitlement. All of this, and you ask me to accept what you are doing. Pain's eyes narrowed slightly as the energy around the blonde seemingly dissipated, however he knew better, it had simply condensed within him, flooding his coils and surging through his system. Arms suddenly burst from the ground beneath Naruto, 6 to be precise, and each one made to grab the blonde's legs. However, at the same moment the blonde jumped up, twisting his body as the air around his feet shifted due to the intense heat of his High-no-Mi and the fire-natured chakra channeled there. He struck 2 of the arms faster than they could react, shearing straight through the metallic appendages like they were made of mud instead of metal. The others quickly vanished back into the ground, and a moment later that same bald Rinnegan user burst from the earth next to the original, who seemed nonplussed his ambush had failed. It is such a shame that you reject me. Working together, as 2 sons of the sage, we could never have been stopped. However, as powerful as you think you are nothing more than a child, barely understanding just what it is you carry. You will quickly fall before God. Naruto said nothing. Instead his body seemed to shimmer for a moment before rushing forward, surprising both Pains with his speed. However, it was only momentary before Naruto was once again forced into the air by a low sweeping kick. He landed on the side of a building, looking on in mild confusion as a third man joined the fray. He too had orange hair, but it was slicked back and he was bulkier than the other 2 Pains. However, he still had the same black chakra rod piercings littering his face, and likely his body, as well as another set of cold Rinnegan eyes. Naruto stayed there, crouched against the side of the wall in short contemplation before his eyes narrowed slightly. 3 huh? Where are the other 3 then? Tenda raised his brow slightly, wondering if the boy had managed to figure out his secret so quickly, then again considering who he was it wasn't too surprising. Naruto could see it though, it had taken him a moment to understand what it was he was actually witnessing, but this brought it into focus. He had noticed the strange way Tenda's chakra seemed to move, as if it were being forced along by the rods implanted in his body. However, the one with 6 arms had a coating of chakra over his entire body, like when Naruto used the Asura path, so he couldn't see if it was the same. It was only with the arrival of this third Rinnegan user, with chakra flow similar to the first, that Naruto could understand what was going on, and be properly disgusted by it. How could you pervert these bodies in such a way? Somehow Pain had managed to use the chakra receivers as a way to manually manipulate the chakra system of a dead body, almost like a puppet. Naruto knew they were dead because he could see no chakra in their coils, only what was being pumped around by the rods. If that was true, then it was also likely they shared their eyesight like Naruto did with his clones, however they would be nowhere near as weak. The 3 Pains however simply stared at him, as if regarding the question. It was almost creepy how they all looked in unison. They better serve God now. This only made Naruto angrier. He wasn't even fighting the real Pain, just these puppets that seemed to have access to his powers. However, at the same time this frightened him. He could feel the power of these men and it was nothing to scoff at. If the original was an amalgam of them all, then he must be a terrifying opponent. The third one to join suddenly dropped a chakra rod from his sleeve and rushed forward, wielding the stick like a sword. Naruto leapt forward to meet him, Shakugao at the ready. He hated to use it as a weapon, but right now he could hold nothing back. However, it didn't take him long to realize going into close combat with one of these puppets was a bad idea, even one-on-one. They were fast, strong and left absolutely no openings. The shared vision saw to that. He could feel himself being quickly overpowered as he twirled his staff to block a strike that would have skewered through his arm, no doubt disrupting the chakra flow in that limb. He was surprised then when the large man suddenly discarded the rod and leapt forward, looking as though he were attempting to crush Naruto to death. The blonde realized what was about to happen just in time for a long extendable metal tail, almost like a scorpion, to flash from behind his robes, driving the larger man away. Once again Naruto looked across the 3 Pains, each staring back at him coldly as he counted it off in his mind. Gravity, metal limbs, and weapons, an attempt to get close to siphon my chakra. Each of them is a path. Armed with this knowledge, Naruto knew he had to be facing the Deva, Asura, and Preta paths, which meant the other 3 were somewhere still in the village, or nearby, keeping a watch on the fight and providing more viewpoints. In the brief respite he gained with the surprise of the tail, Naruto reached out through the water vapor in the air, gaining a small smirk as he found what he was looking for. He immediately spun on one foot, already fanning his chakra into a broiling inferno within his lungs, concentrating it and expanding it until Katon. Naruto did something he had never really attempted before in combat, never having the right instruction. In this case he simply decided to wing it as he sent violent fire chakra to his lungs before blowing it out as a white-hot stream of pure flame. The result was, a bit more than Naruto expected. A veritable tidal wave of burning fire rushed down a nearby darkened alleyway, spilling out into the street beyond and flowing right over the buildings there. He quickly cut off the makeshift jutsu before he razed the entire district, his eyes noting the small form that emerged from the smoke. A 4th Pain entered his line of sight as it landed on a nearby rooftop, his long orange hair forming 2 bangs. Its robes were burned and smoldering, but it seemed otherwise fine. However, that didn't matter to Naruto. He had gained what he needed. If each Pain could use all the abilities of the Rinnegan, it would have simply absorbed the flames, which meant they were limited to 1 each. However, now Pain really had the numbers advantage, which he made no waste off as the 4 paths suddenly rushed in close to Naruto. The only thing that prevented the blonde from getting a nasty beating from the near-perfectly choreographed attack was his staff, which he was able to use to keep them from getting too close. However, a Shakugao was no offensive weapon, and against the tough paths it might as well have been a stick. None of them held still long enough for him to try and subvert their chakra through it, and they were too skilled in taijutsu to really let his strength come to bear. It seemed like a stalemate between them, quickly becoming a battle of attrition which seemed unfavorable to Naruto. However, Pain made a mistake when Shurado chose to take advantage of Naruto's blind spot, cracking down on the back of the blonde's head with 4 of his arms. What he wasn't expecting was for 2 more arms to suddenly rise out of the blonde's shoulders, catching the powerful hammer drop. The ground underneath the blonde buckled and cratered from the immense pressure exerted by the blow, but the monk didn't yield, a slightly animalistic grin appearing on his features. "What, do you think only you knew that trick?" Taking advantage of the opportunity that had finally presented itself, the 2 mechanical arms that belonged to the blonde suddenly lashed out, grabbing a hold of Shurita by the shoulders. With a massive roar of exertion that bulged out the muscles along the blonde's chest, he ripped Payne's Azura path clean in half. He felt no sorrow for the destruction of the already perverted body, especially when only machinery fell from inside of it. Throughout all of this, Naruto never even looked at the bald path once, confusing Payne as to how he had known when it was clearly in the monk's blind spot. Clones. Tenda seemed contemplative as the remaining 3 paths moved back. He figured Naruto must have been using clones with shared sight to cover his blind spots. It felt admittedly strange to have his own technique used against him like that. At the same time, he felt oddly satisfied that Naruto was this powerful. While he was thinking, though, the blonde took the opportunity to assess his own situation. Already he was struggling and Payne hadn't even been using all of his paths. He wouldn't fall for the same trick twice, so he had to be careful now. He calmed himself, seeking to gather in nature chakra to that if it did become a matter of attrition he would have the advantage. "Naruto, stop." He paused before he could begin taking in the natural energy, scowling as Kurama intervened at a particularly inopportune time. "I'm very busy right now, Kurama." His eyes and those of the invisible clones he had hidden around the street were darting about for any signs of the other paths entering the fight. "Do not attempt to use Senjutsu right now, it is too dangerous. I cannot predict what the 2 different energies will do inside of you." Naruto frowned, his muscles still uncomfortably tensed as both sides waiting for the other to make a move. "That's what you said about your own chakra, and I feel fine, better than fine actually." It was true, far from the ripping pain he had been expecting. With the Kyuubi's unrestrained chakra raging through his system, he felt faster and stronger than usual. "No, if you do not find some way to restrain yourself soon, my chakra will tear your body apart. Already it is placing far too much stress on your muscles. You need to calm yourself and focus on control right now or you will die." Naruto almost faltered at the Kyuubi's words, not having realized what was going on inside of him. "It's not like I have a choice. If I falter for even a moment, Payne will have the opportunity to end this and you will all be in danger." A low growl ripped through his head as Kurama expressed his displeasure. "Yes, and as much as I would like to see this pretender lying in a pool of his own blood before you, it will be utterly pointless if you kill yourself in the process." Naruto scowled at that, knowing the Kyuubi was right. However, there was little he could do about it as Payne finally decided they had been waiting too long. Unfortunately for him, Naruto had come to the same conclusion, and as the 3 paths moved to surround him, chains suddenly burst out of the ground beneath them. This time Tenda's eyes seemed to widen in genuine surprise as the vicious-looking implements moved to surround the 3 in perfect sync. Even Naruto was a little surprised as the chains were no longer their usual black color, but a shining, almost silvery gray that gave them an almost ethereal appearance as they moved to bind Payne's puppets. None of them were paralyzed by surprise for too long, and before the chains could touch flesh, Tenda blasted them back with an omnidirectional Shinra Tensei, using the opening to leap away from them. Gakido and Ningendo were not so lucky though, each one getting tangled up in the thick, powerful chains. After a moment though, they simply seemed to fade away from the larger of the 2, the one Naruto knew had to hold the Prita path, so Naruto quickly cut the connection to them before more of his chakra could be siphoned. However, he wasted no time in using the chains to completely rip the other one apart. He didn't risk just breaking its neck as he would have preferred, as he couldn't be sure in what condition they could still be controlled. All the same, neither he nor his clones chose to look as the puppet body was brutally ripped apart, but they could all feel it. 2 down. However, if either of the remaining 2 Paynes seemed irritated or concerned by the losses, they didn't show it. The chains continued to wave around threateningly, like the tentacles of some great underground beast. The Paynes seemed wary to approach for now, but eventually they would think of a plan or realize that for Naruto to use them from the ground, he had to send them out through his feet, so he couldn't actually move right now. Once again they were in a stalemate. Fu ran as fast as she could across the rooftops of Konoha, just another blur lost among the hundreds of other shinobi dashing about in their frenzy. Occasionally what looked to be a weak glow of chakra tried to form on her back, in between her shoulder blades, however only moments later it would die again. She was trying to form her chakra wings only for them to flicker and fade away before they were even substantial. Throughout the week she had been preparing herself for the possibility she would lose the ability, but as it was happening she couldn't help but feel frustrated at their loss. They had both been a major part of her fighting style and a great source of freedom for her. The only positive she could take away was the fact that at least something is attempting to form, even if it was weak and insubstantial. It gave her hope that in the future she might be able to replicate the technique on her own, without Koumei there to help her with it. Right now though it just took too much concentration and energy, things she didn't have at the moment as she rushed towards the nearest massive summon, what appeared to be a 5-story tall ox. It was ignoring the many jutsu being thrown at it by the multitude of shinobi on the nearby streets and rooftops. Instead it continued to plow through the many buildings in its way, carving a swathe of destruction through the village that seemed unstoppable. If Fyu had been taught anything in her time with Naruto it was that nothing was unstoppable. As she ran, long, crisp swords of water grew from her hands, her speed picking up as she pumped more and more chakra into her legs until it became almost dangerous. She might never have the control to try and replicate Tsunade's strength like Naruto could, but she could definitely grasp the fundamentals and use it in her own way. As she reached the edge of the building, chakra began to saturate her core, aiding her body as she kicked off the edge with incredible speed and strength, spinning the point where her voice sounded distorted and strange. Suten, Tsubasa no Kaiten. She became nothing more than a bluish-green rotating blur in what many mistook to be an Inuzuka's passing fang technique. However her speed and rotation, plus the razor-sharp edges of her water blades, was more than enough to carry her straight through the throat of the enormous summon. It dispelled a moment later into an equally large cloud of white smoke before she even touched the ground. Many shinobi were confused when they saw what they assumed to be a comrade touchdown after defeated the summon in one move only to quickly dash off before they could be congratulated or thanked. However, as Fyu was moving towards another of the summons, in the hopes she might find another Akatsuki member, her path was blocked off by a wall of shuriken. However, as she leapt to the side to avoid them she noticed they were different than normal. Namely, they were white and seemed to be made out of paper. She glanced warily around for where the barrage came from, only to catch out of the corner of her eye as the shuriken all twisted about in midair in a physically impossible move, at least had they simply been thrown. A moment later and they all unfolded, revealing them to be origami-like structures that flocked together. So you are the Nanabi Jinhiriki. Out of the swirling vortex of papers stepped a woman with blue hair and startlingly similar amber eyes to Fyu. However, she wore an Akatsuki cloak, which was all Fyu needed as far as a target went. Keeping in mind what she had already seen, Fyu dashed forward, moving with speed that actually managed to surprise the woman even if her face didn't show it. However, her shock was only external as Fyu realized her mistake too late. Her water swords cleaved right through the woman, or at least her facsimile, and only milliseconds later Fyu caught sight of the hidden kanji inscribed on more than a few of the paper sheets. From the next building over, Konan watched dispassionately as the entire rooftop was consumed by flame. To be honest, she had been expecting more from the Nanabi Jinhiriki. While she didn't think much of Deidara, he was still a capable fighter and he had earned his S-ranked title. Yet for the girl to fall for such an obvious ploy was almost insulting to her as a serious kunoichi. A moment later though, and a smirk crossed the woman's lips, quickly dipping to the side to avoid a slash that easily cut through the roof tiles they were standing on. She turned to face Fyu, not even a single singe on the caramel-skinned girl's body, and nodded in approval. Good, I'm sure Pain-sama will be busy for a few minutes with the Kyuubi. I have time to deal with you. Fyu said nothing as her eyes narrowed, both women readying themselves. Naruto now regretted the elation he had felt for his victories earlier as he defended repeated strikes from a perfectly synchronized assault on 4 fronts. Not soon after dealing with Ninjenda, the other 2 Pains had come out of the woodwork, seamlessly integrating with the others in order to bring him down. His chains only offered him so much utility when he used them in open combat, as with their shared vision the Pains were almost impossible to sneak up on, and if he tried a sneak attack he would be rooted in place and susceptible to Gakida or Tendu. All the while Chikushudo and the one he assumed to be the outer path, given what he knew about his own Rinnegan, hounded him from the sidelines. Shinra Tensei. When he felt overwhelmed he tried to release an enormous blast of energy to clear him some room. However, that seemed to be precisely what Pain was waiting for as the four men moved as one, all of them dashing behind Tendu, who swiftly raised his hand. Shinra Tensei. His calm voice sounded out above the sound of rubble being thrown around as a second wall of force rose to meet the first. Once again the two identical attacks collided with one another, rippling the air until they imploded, causing a shockwave to wash over everybody. In that same instant though, Tendu raised his other hand as Gakida moved round to stand next to him. Banshao Tenin. Naruto's eyes widened in recognition at the technique's name as he was suddenly lifted off the ground and sent hurtling towards the two men. Instinctively chains shot from his back, digging deep into the ground in order to anchor him so that he was almost comically stuck flailing in midair. However, this seemed planned for two as Gakida darted forward, crossing the distance between them faster than he had moved before. On reflex, Naruto's arm suddenly shifted and contorted until it better resembled a thin metallic barrel that instantly charged up with blinding light. He realized his mistake too late as he released the blast of concentrated chakra only for Gakida to raise his arm almost casually and absorb the blast, continuing his charge unperturbed. At the last moment though, when it appeared Gakida was about to reach him to absorb his chakra, a great tendril of sand suddenly burst from the earth at their feet. It slammed into the orange-haired brute so fast that he couldn't even be warned in time by the shared vision, tossing him across the street and crushing him mercilessly against a nearby wall until that too was nothing but rubble and dust. Tendu raised an eyebrow at this, already having known Naruto possessed this ability and had simply been wondering when he would choose to use it. The Banshao Tenin wore off and Naruto dropped to the ground thankfully, the chains retracting with the speed of a whip. Sand now writhed around him ominously as the blonde figured he might as well use it if the surprise was gone. However, it seemed he wasn't the only one with surprises as when Pain stepped forward it wasn't just with the three Naruto had thought he had left, but with five. The blonde widened his eyes in surprise when Shuradu and Ningendo joined the ranks of their fellow paths again, looking for all the world completely undamaged. When he checked through one of his clones he saw the two places they had been lying, broken, were completely empty, void of even blood. You cannot defeat us Naruto Uzumaki, we are Pain. A hint of worry entered the blonde's mind as he took a single step back, only to bump into something behind him. He whirled around, a black chakra rod forming in his hand in an instant, however his wrist was caught in a steel embrace that he could already feel his chakra being siphoned away into as he looked up at the expressionless face of the last of the six Pains, also undamaged. We are God. Chapter 85, Embers 9. Those that are used to looking down on others often forget to look up. Proverb. Konan exploded into thousands of sheets of paper, each moving in random, evasive ways as she scattered back from an explosive kick from the young mint-haired girl that left a sizable crater in the roof below them. Konan was slightly disconcerted with the girl's speed and strength, simply unnatural for a girl her size and age. She wondered if this was the influence of the girl's Baijuya, but she hadn't yet seen any sign of its presence. That too was strange as with all the reports they had gathered from Black Zetsu the girl was described as using her tenant's chakra almost liberally. Right now Konan would have preferred that, then she could simply distract the girl with paper clones and diversionary tactics until she ran out of energy or was too injured from her Baijuya's chakra. However, as the papers that made up her body scurried out of the way of another vicious slash of the girl's surprisingly dangerous water swords, Konan didn't think that was likely to happen anytime soon. A smirk crossed the older woman's face though as she floated back, forcing Fu to jump across a street-wide gap to land on the adjacent building. However, mid-roll her orange eyes opened wider in surprise as the very floor she was standing on suddenly came alive as exploding tags that had previously been camouflaged against the tiles snapped up to try and surround her body. Konan forced down the smirk as she watched the explosion that completely leveled the building rise high into the sky from above it, keeping a wary amber eye for any sign of movement. It was only this vigilance that allowed her to quickly spin her body to the side, using her papery wings to propel herself away as a small shadow descended on her from above. True to her previous nature as an assassin and ruthlessly trained killer, Fu dropped down on the just barely aware Akatsuki without a whisper of sound. As she landed in a tight roll on another building, cautious for more traps, both women took a moment to take stock of the situation, knowing right now they were just going in circles with one another. Those shadow clones are a rather irritating ability, I must admit. It was mostly due to the fact they were indistinguishable from the original, meaning even the mint-haired girl she was talking to now could simply be another clone. They have their uses. At least Konan could respect the mindset of the teen she was fighting. Like her, she was level-headed in conflict. Also, like her, she was the faithful companion of a Rinnegan user. The parallels were actually rather disturbing when looked at too deeply, so the Blunet didn't. Are you not going to ask me my motives? Try to convince me that what I am doing is wrong? From what I understand, that is what your group tends to do, is it not? Fu's gaze remained level as she kept her senses on alert for any underhanded tactics. The woman was a shinobi after all. I am not Naruto. I am more than willing to do the things he purposefully limits himself from doing if it means keeping him safe. Briefly, a spark of true respect alighted in Konan's eyes before she quashed it with the rest of her emotion, setting her mind instead to the task of just what Fu was buying time for with all these clones. Something that took this long to prepare would either be very powerful, or the girl was accounting for as many tactical possibilities as possible in whatever trap she was preparing. I can admire your commitment, but I must also be faithful to my own. Pain's wishes are my own. Faster than Fu could react, the papers around Konan's hand swirled, coiling tightly into a long and viciously tipped spear that the woman instantly threw. The former Jinhuriki had no chance against the spear propelled by both Konan's strength and her chakra-enhanced paper. It struck her right through the shoulder, only missing her heart thanks to what reflexes Fu could actually muster. She just wasn't able to compare to Konan's more honed speed thanks to the woman's age. However, only moments later the girl smirked lightly, her job done, as she burst into a cloud of clean white smoke. Thank you for giving me time for this. I never was as good as the others at it. The paper user spun in the air, latching onto the new voice until she spotted another Fu standing on a nearby rooftop. Konan wasn't sure how she knew, but this one was definitely no clone. She just seemed different, even if it was hard to put a finger on why. Paper swirled violently around her hand again, this time into a large windmill shuriken, but she launched it with that same deadly speed like she had predicted. Fu leapt up and over the slightly slower moving projectile. However, Konan allowed herself a brief smirk as a second shuriken revealed itself in the shadow of the first. Her lips almost immediately turned down, though, when instead of the expected sound of flesh being cut open there was only a dull tap. Fu had reached out in midair and caught the razor-sharp edge of the paper weapon so quickly it didn't even reach her palm. Not only this, but she managed to do it all without actually looking up once, and Konan quickly understood why when she finally saw the girl's eyes. They practically glowed with the ominous color of molten gold. You possess a form of sage mode like Jiraiya-sensei. Almost as if to punctuate that statement, both women felt the tremors behind them as in the distance an enormous toad buried its equally large sword into the ground in an attempt to deal with one of Pain's summons. True to her words though, Fu had undergone a slight change beyond the change to her eyes. Two thick red lines traced the edges of her nose on both sides before curving around beneath her eyes, following the contours of her face down her cheekbones and tailing off into elegant flicks on her neck. The space around and above her eyes had also turned the same red, heightening the much more exotic appearance of her eyes. One moment Fu was looking up at her with those intense yellow eyes, the next she blurred out of view, appearing not even a moment later in front of the woman, hand drawn back and crackling with lightning chakra. However, Konan realized it was a diversion too late as he brought a few of her papers around as a makeshift shield. The younger girl twisted her body in a way many wouldn't have considered possible, using her now downward momentum to bring her foot up and over the Akatsuki member and swiftly bring it down in a senjutsu-enhanced axe kick. The two separated again, Konan reeling from the brutal attack and Fu managing to gracefully flip back onto the street. However, at the same instance her foot touched the ground, it once again came alive as hundreds of sheets of paper latched onto her. She couldn't even jump away as the little white sheets secured her to the floor, allowing more and more to flock onto her body until she was entirely encased in paper like some strange makeshift statue in the middle of the street. The vedette tried in vain to flex her muscles and move even a little, even as she felt her oxygen slowly running out, but the almost concrete hard papers offered no leverage whatsoever, preventing her from bringing her nature chakra-enhanced strength into play. Hundreds of little origami birds flocked together in the street in front of the immobilized girl, quickly forming Konan's body, or at least half of it, as the woman chose to hover a few feet off the ground, her wings spread out to either side like the angel Omegaku considered her to be. She made an almost absent gesture to call in more papers to finish capturing the girl. The only thing to do now was to wait for the girl to pass out from oxygen deprivation. However, the woman was caught off guard as two green constructs suddenly burst from the paper cocoon, slicing through the reinforced sheets like they were tissue paper. The two insectoid wings buzzed experimentally once before moving in a flurry of frenzied action, using their razored edges to neatly slice through the girl's confines. A moment later and Fia was free again, taking in large, thankful gulps of air as her new wings buzzed excitedly behind her, sometimes spasmodically as if they were unsure of what they should be doing. After a moment both women got their bearings, returning to glaring at one another as the newly winged Fia began experimental flapping her wings. Unfortunately for her, without the Nanobi at least partially controlling the appendages, she found it much more difficult than normal. The only reason she had even this much control was purely prior experience, not to mention the sheer concentration it took to maintain them, even with Senjutsu giving her more focus. "Those little wings will not help you here, girl." Fia ignored her, knowing that if it came to a battle of air supremacy the much more experienced Akatsuki member would likely have the advantage. Instead she flashed through a set of long hand signs, already jumping back and using her new wings for a small boost to prevent Konan from stopping her. Naturally the blue-haired woman raised her hand, calling forth a veritable stream of razor-thin papers to flood the girl, going for quantity to try and overwhelm the girl's newfound power-up. Still, she couldn't help but raise an eyebrow as the first light patterings of rain began to fall around her, sliding harmlessly off her body. From the look in her opponent's eyes she could tell this was the result of the girl's jutsu, a smart move, but Konan was long beyond that weakness. "Rain. You believe water will help you here?" Konan's eyes hardened, actually feeling herself a little insulted. Her enemy had at least proved herself to be intelligent and forward-thinking. "I believe the time has come for me to stop playing around." The previously bulky paper wings on Konan's back seemed to compress for a moment, becoming thinner and more like those of an angel, with defined feathers even. "Shikigami no Mai." The two wings took one powerful backstroke, creating a large wall of pressure that shattered windows behind the woman and launched her forward, just a white and blue blur. Even Fia's sage-enhanced sense couldn't keep up with the veritable bullet of a woman as she flew past, creating another shockwave as he fist met Fia's stomach. There was no reprieve though, as when Fia looked down she saw a single sheet of blue paper latched onto her chest. In mere moments she was completely surrounded by what could only be described as a tornado of paper. It reached into the sky, dwarfing some of the summons around it as the thousands of sheets that composed it did their work, slicing and cutting into the sage-enhanced girl. Each one was nothing more than a shallow, thin cut, but there were so many, from every direction, that Fia just couldn't keep up with them all. From above Konan cancelled her technique, allowing the papers to disperse and seemingly vanish when in fact she had them lie in wait in case the girl was not defeated yet. The rain around them had stopped, no doubt from the former Jinhyuriki losing her focus, and the Blunet used that as her cue to descend on the girl, gracefully hanging in the air before her opponent. Fia felt as bad as she looked, covered in blood from the hundreds or thousands of cuts that littered her body. Slowly the red marks around her eyes faded and the irises returned to their normal orange. However, as her would-be captor approached she couldn't help but smile, eliciting a small pause from Konan as she suspected a trap. "You're..." Konan frowned at the weak voice, approaching a little closer so she could hear the girl's strained whisper, that smile infuriating her to no end. "I knew you were from a Megakuer." Fia just about managed to get that out, feeling faint from blood loss but managing to keep herself together long enough to do what she needed. Konan pondered the strange phrase for a moment, trying to work out the girl's final taunt, only for her eyes to open wider in realization. If the girl had known she was from AIM, then why use a technique to simulate rain? Unless... Katsu. Konan looked up far too late to see Fia's hands weakly clasped in the tiger seal, the thousands of tiny glittering specks across her body that had been carried onto her by each individual raindrop glowing and hissing ominously. Quickly, triage procedures everybody, come on." Tsunade huffed, blowing a stray strand of her long blonde hair away from her eyes as she glanced around the makeshift medical area. Naturally the hospital was a prime spot for attacks during the invasion, so this area had been set up as quickly as possible to deal with the sudden influx of injured or incapacitated shinobi. Around her the medical ninja scurried about, prioritizing and treating patients the best they could while an entire company of Umbu stood vigilantly nearby as guards. Her head flashed up as the ground beneath her rocked slightly, a warm gust of air blowing past her as the surrounding ninja steadied themselves. In the near distance a small plume of flame rose into the sky before petering out, just a rain of dust and smoke to mark the explosion. Tsunade quickly put it out of her mind despite the strange nagging sensation she was feeling and concentrated at the task at hand as she looked back down at the unconscious body in front of her. Damn it Kakashi, just what did this to you? The elite Jounin was in a tenuous situation, suffering from severe chakra depletion as well as blood loss from the multiple impalements. She was still making efforts just to remove the strange black rods and not send the poor man into shock. Momentarily she felt a flutter of worry for her idiot of a teammate but quashed it, knowing Jiraiya was strong enough to handle himself here. However, as she looked up to see a small sandstorm raging in what appeared to be the center of the village, she knew who it was she was really worried for. Pain missed the small flash of a smirk crossing Naruto's face before the Gakita was sent hurtling back through the wall behind the blonde and three more in its path. The only indication Naruto had done anything was the palm he had facing towards the larger puppet. If Pain was surprised by the wordless Shinra Tensei, though he certainly didn't show it, his paths instead moving to try and surround the blonde only for said monk to chuckle lightly. The civilians have finished evacuating. He could feel it through his water sense. The only signatures anywhere in the near vicinity were higher-leveled ones like Umbu. He had wondered why no Konoha shinobi had intervened in their fight yet, but he presumed between protecting their injured Kage, fending off the giant summons, and making sure the genin weren't placing themselves in immediate danger, the village ultimately had its hands full. After all, Konoha was not expecting the attack, so a large portion of its forces were out on missions or in the surrounding regions on patrol, too far away to be of any help. Good. Naruto flexed his hand, the sand around his feet twitching as if called, that means I don't have to worry about them anymore. The sand began to whirl more violently as the five paths in front of him eyed him carefully, trying to prepare for whatever was about to happen. However, as the sand blasted outward, swirling in a maelstrom of tiny, grating particles, they could do nothing but raise their arms to shade their eyes. One of them noticed that around them the walls were being noticeably ground away by the furiously swirling sandstorm, eliciting all of them to jump up to try and escape the unnatural phenomena. They missed it then, with their obscured lines of sight, when thick black chains simply appeared before them from nowhere, instantly impaling three of the paths before any of them knew quite what was happening. Internally all of the Pains scowled as one of them, the Pain with the squared jaw and spiky hair, was speared straight through the head, instantly making the puppet inoperable. Naruto had undermined a large portion of their strategy without even realizing, not to mention taking out Chikushodo and Ningendo in the same attack, effectively having Pain's numbers. At the same time though, it allowed him to divert more chakra into the remaining three, strengthening them enough that Tendo was able to bat the chain aside and Shurata was able to separate his torso from his legs by a long metal cable, dodging the chain. Both grabbed their respective chains in unison, pulling them forward and grabbing the neck of the invisible Naruto clones behind them before mercilessly crushing them into smoke. Tendo grunted in mild annoyance as he looked around fruitlessly, unable to see anything at all within the localized sandstorm, and despite the body's inability to feel pain, he knew that slowly the skin was being ground away at, limiting its capability. He raised a hand, blowing back a massive portion of the sand to try and clear his vision, incidentally leveling a nearby building beneath his notice. His eyes widened though in visible surprise as a shadow descended over him, growing alarmingly in size as he looked up to see an arm-like structure of sand coming down to flatten him. Banshao Tenin. The orange-haired Akatsuki suddenly flew out of the way of the arm, his body jerking unnaturally as he was attracted to a nearby structure that trembled as the sand arm crushed the ground behind him. He flipped and landed feet first on the wall, cratering it from the impact before standing there horizontally, calmly looking for any sign of his blonde-haired opponent. He was lucky Shurata had survived the onslaught of the chains, as not a moment later the Azura Path using Bald Akatsuki managed to catch a beam of pure white energy in their shared vision that Pain recognized all too well. A crushing impact in front of him from Gakita falling from the sky saved him though, as the larger puppet opened its arms out wide, absorbing all of the chakra from the blast as all three Pains looked towards its obvious source. It made Naruto narrow his eyes slightly as his arm disassembled and reassembled itself back into a normal hand again. He quickly raised a palm, blocking a series of powerful explosions above him with an invisible wall of force, still feeling the intense heat from the small but dangerous projectiles launched from Shurata's arm. Not a moment later Gakita came barreling out of the smoke, dodging the chains and sand Naruto sent at him with far more speed and agility than it had shown before. The two locked hands as a look of small satisfaction crossed the orange-haired puppet's face only for it to drop as it felt nothing happening. When it tried to draw out chakra from the younger blonde it felt some kind of resistance, its eyes only opened wider in alarm when it felt its own chakra slowly begin to get drawn out against its will. Realizing the situation it tried to use what it assumed to be its greater strength to throw the boy closer to the other pains only to find itself unable to move. Naruto quickly overpowered the much larger man thanks to the strength he had inherited from Tsunade, holding him there as he locked eyes with the puppet, making sure that wherever the real pain was he could see him clearly. These are nothing more than empty puppets with a poor facsimile of our power, as long as you hide behind them you won't beat me. A third arm grew out of the monk's shoulder, quickly reconstructing itself into an awfully familiar and complicated tube-like shape before it glowed a bright blue and Pain saw nothing else from that path. Naruto allowed the now headless puppet to slump to the side, a little sickened by the fact he had just had to witness a grown man have his head completely disintegrated by a blast of concentrated chakra. Their fight had moved towards the edges of the village now, towards the cliff that bore the Hokage monument, and Naruto could clearly see the path of destruction it had wrought through the streets. He didn't get time to look for very long before a wall of sand sprung up beside him, blocking off a sharp metal tail that was trying to bisect his body. He jumped back from the flurry of mechanical fists that tried to further the damage only to swing through air. Moments later Shurada found itself surrounded on both sides by two Naruto clones that had seemingly phased out of thin air, both with their hands towards it and their eyes cold. Shinra Tensei. However, before the rippling waves of force could rend the mechanical path apart or crush it flat, its body was violently yanked away, as if he had been plucked by some great invisible string. The two clones, in their surprise, were not fast enough to dodge the two chakra rods that swiftly implanted in their neck courtesy of Tendu, leaving Naruto standing alone against the two pains. At that moment though a great blast rippled through the village, causing Naruto to look over to where a great plume of fire and smoke was reaching towards the sky. Pain quickly saw his opportunity as Shurada crouched down, the top of its head seemingly unfolding to reveal a strange metallic hole that seemed unsettlingly similar to the chakra cannon Naruto could manifest in his arm, only bigger. He was proved right as the puppet's head began to glow blindingly bright before an enormous blast of energy roared out of the weapon. The ground underneath its path was torn asunder as windows that had somehow survived the previous onslaughts shattered completely. Naruto literally had no time other than to raise his arm, his eyes wide with the sheer magnitude of the blast, to proportions he had never even tried, even in Sage mode. As the puppets were being whittled down and Pain's chakra was distributed more evenly, they each became more and more dangerous. So blinded by the corona of pure energy engulfing his view, even as he drained it into himself, he missed Tendu raise his hand, his eyes rippling with energy. Shinra Tensei. Shurada never stopped firing, not giving Naruto time to mount a defense as the poor monk was hit full force with the catastrophic attack, lifting him up and sending him careening through the air. He desperately tried to right himself, but he was too disoriented from the wave of force to think clearly. He had even managed to reinforce his skin with Doton Chakra and the Azura Path, but it still felt like being hit with a truck, or one of Tsuan's untempered punches. He rolled painfully to a stop after crashing through more than a few trees, now well on the outskirts of Konoha, to the point where the surrounding forest completely hid the village from his view. A tree next to him exploded as Shurada made its presence known, blasting into the clearing with what appeared to be jets of flame roaring out of its feet for propulsion. Naruto managed to skirt out of the way and attempted to punch the flying path, but only succeeded in getting one of his arms caught. In a sudden feat of strength though, Naruto whirled, using his more stable footing as a pivot to throw the mechanical Akatsuki member into a nearby cliff face, ripping off two of its arms in the process. Before any respite could be had though, his eyes widened as his passive water sense informed him of the nearby danger, allowing him to lean back to avoid being ruthlessly stabbed by another chakra rod. His hand came up at the same moment as Tendu's, both of them widening their eyes slightly as their hands pointed at one another, only inches apart, the invisible gravitational forces already unleashed. Katon, Indan. Jiraiya kept his fingers in front of him as he exhaled a sudden stream of burning hot flames that quickly combined with the enormous stream of oil that Gamabunta was providing. They combined in the air to produce a roaring inferno that quickly engulfed the unbelievably huge rhinoceros that had been charging them down. The pitiful creature roared in vain for a few moments as it burned, unable to quench the oil-driven flames as it writhed on the ground before finally succumbing to its injuries and bursting into smoke. The white-haired toad sage wiped his brow from having to perform 3 high-level summoning techniques as well as all these combination techniques. It was almost as if his age were beginning to catch up with him. He quickly laughed off his own concerns before steadying himself as yet another large explosion swept past him, the displaced air causing a few windows to rattle and his hair to move. This time though the blast seemed to come from much further away, outside of the village itself, which made him look around. Sure enough, in the forests just to the side of the Hokage Mountain, at the base of a particularly large hill, a plume of smoke rose from what appeared to be a newly created clearing. It was too far away for him to try and tell just what was going on, but he left it to the shinobi that were closer. Right now he had a job to do. The summons that had been harassing the village were finally staying dead for whatever reason, as opposed to being replaced almost as soon as they were destroyed, and Jiraiya was taking the opportunity to deal with them quickly and efficiently. He had received word that Hiruzen was badly injured, so in essence he was the highest ranked shinobi that was able to coordinate the village's efforts. Still, he couldn't fight off the mild nagging feeling he had at the back of his mind that something was wrong. Naruto groaned lightly as he pried himself out of a particularly large tree trunk his body had managed to embed itself into. His recollection of the last few moments seemed a little muddled, but he at least knew that the use of 2 very high-level gravity manipulation techniques that close together was just a terrible idea. He dropped to the ground, having to take a knee to clear his swimming head. Unfortunately for him, his opponent suffered no such restrictions of pain, rather ironically. Sure enough, Tendo emerged from the trees, blood covering some parts of his body and much of his Akatsuki robe torn to shreds but otherwise still in one shape. You have fought well, Naruto Uzumaki, as only to be expected from a bearer of the Rinnegan. You had the potential for a great deal of things, but ultimately you chose to stand against my vision of peace, and now you pay for it, kneeling before me. Naruto let out a cynical laugh as he struggled to his feet again, his legs still a little shaky as he did his best to heal the damage that impact had done to him. I'm not done yet. He managed to push off his knee and stand firmly on his feet, glaring back defiantly at the stoic expression of the sole remaining body of pain. No, this ends here, now. You were right when you said these puppet bodies of mine are mere facsimiles of the true power we possess as successors to the sage, however. Tendo suddenly clasped his hands together and Naruto was able to witness a positively enormous amount of chakra swirl between them, growing and compressing, becoming more and more dense until it became almost blinding to look at with his chakra-sensitive eyes. With just this body left, those restrictions are far looser. When the spiky-haired man opened his hands again, a tiny little black ball floated between them before suddenly flying out of his hands and taking to the sky, pulsating almost excitedly. Be honored that you would force me to go this far. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise and fear as the ground around him began to crack and shake, all the while Pain stared on him passively. Chibaku Tensei. Chapter 86, Embers X. Understanding is a two-way street, Eleanor Roosevelt. It was chaotic. The ground and everything else around Naruto was being ripped out of the earth, towards the pulsating black sphere that had quickly been covered by an increasingly thick layer of, well, everything. Trees, rocks, even massive chunks of the ground itself were pulled into the air and mercilessly crushed against the small singularity that only seemed to grow more powerful with each passing moment. As soon as Naruto felt his feet begun to leave the ground, his eyes widened, chains shot out of his back to anchor him to the ground on nothing more than an instinctual self-preservation instinct. Tendo Pain just stood there, seemingly unaffected by the enormity of his own technique as the ground around him began to buckle and contort between 2 conflicting gravitational fields. Desperately Naruto raised a hand, not even bothering to say the name of the technique as he silently willed himself closer to the earth. However, all he achieved was some slack on the chains, which was only disrupted a moment later when even the ground he was anchoring himself onto began to feel the draw of the miniature planetary body in the making. It is useless now, Uzumaki. This is the sage's strongest technique, the one he himself used to place the moon in the sky. There is no escape now, only capture. I'm sure you will live though. With that seemingly final remark, Naruto felt the ground beneath him finally give, a huge slab of it slowly rising into the air and taking his with it, still dangling from his chains. He released them, finding no use in securing himself to a piece of earth that was actually rising faster than him. Instead he set his sights on the body of Pain still watching him impassively. Surely if that was destroyed then it would disrupt the technique. Katon. Naruto brought his hands around his mouth like a funnel, fanning and heating his chakra until he could blow out a white-hot steam of much more concentrated flame than last time. However, as an unfortunate side effect of his brash thinking, the attempted attack only succeeded in propelling himself closer to the sphere still growing in the sky. Pain himself was able to dash out of the way of the powerful, but ineffective stream of flames in a flicker of motion. Naruto attempted to right himself in the air by sending out tens of chains, grabbing onto whatever floating debris he could reach to try and steady himself. Seeing the way Pain dodged though dredged up something in the blonde's mind, from the rarely touched section belonging to Yagura's memories. However, as he prepared to use a technique known to most Jounin shinobi, the body flicker, he noticed how far this technique had begun to reach in its hunger. He watched with mounting horror as roof tiles on the buildings in the outskirts of Konoha began to wobble and shake before violently being plucked from their perches, the actual stonework and masonry not far behind as it too began to crack and break apart. It quickly dawned on Naruto that he would not be the only one affected by this monstrosity of a jutsu, but if Pain's claims were true then it could grow to unbelievable sizes, possibly taking the entirety of Konoha with it. With that, Naruto's eyes hardened, his features set in a cold mask of determination as he turned his body towards the growing second moon. Running from this was not an option, he had to destroy it by whatever means he could. He stopped struggling, actually propelling himself towards the earthen mass so he could halt it before it grew too dangerous. He grunted as his feet touched down on the strange body, fighting down his nausea at the conflicting feelings he was getting of being pulled between the technique and the earth. He pooled chakra in his arm to an almost ludicrous degree, reaching a point where Tsunade would scold him for being reckless. Arg! With a great cry of effort, the blonde crashed his chakra-enhanced fist straight into the ground, causing a tremendous shockwave of displaced air to ripple outwards, actually diverting a few of the incoming slabs of rock and earth. His eyes widened when the entire spherical mass shook, large cracks breaking out over its surface, only for it to shortly stop. A moment later and the entire planetary mass just seemed to shudder as Naruto realized with irritation all he had done was help loosen the ground so it could become denser in turn. Already Naruto was having to reinforce his legs against the massive pull that threatened to crush his body. The gravity was a lot more concentrated than the Earth's pull after all. The monk's eyes widened in sudden surprise as an ominously large shadow fell across his body. Pain watched with some satisfaction as a particularly large chunk of earth crashed into the growing body of rock right on the spot his opponent had been desperately trying to destroy it. He was about ready to cancel the technique, not wanting to kill the Jinchuriki, when he noticed that something was wrong, a frown appearing over his face. Instead of the expected crash he had been waiting for, the chunk of earth just seemed to meld with the Chibaku Tensei. He quickly realized why when the rock had been converted into parted, revealing a head of spiky blonde hair. Naruto grimaced as he pulled himself out of the sand that was quickly growing more and more dense, stealing away his control over it. It was a pretty idiotic move, but it had been more on reflex than anything. He certainly knew he didn't want to try and control the entire floating mass this way. The only thing worse than being stuck in a floating, heavy sphere of rock would be being stuck on a floating, heavier sphere of tightly compressed sand he would be completely unable to move his body in, even with his impressive control of it. There would be no destroying it then as the sand would only absorb impacts. He shook the sand out of his hair before reaffirming his features. Already the wave of destruction rippling out from the floating sphere was making its way through the village. It was merciless and completely indiscriminate in its destruction, tearing through houses and streets, stone and metal, plants and glass alike. The monk tore himself out of the sand, gritting his teeth as much thicker than normal chains burst from his back, flying through long, curving roots as he stretched them out further than he had ever really tried before. The thick silvery chains eventually wrapped around the entirety of the still-growing sphere, like some kind of strange ribbon on a large earthen present. However, the exertion of stretching the manifestations of his chakra that far has small rivulets of sweat dripping from his brow. Jigado, kus urgkuzeri. The chains seemed to pulse once before constricting, digging in deep and scarring the dense orb even as they were covered up by more and more debris being piled on. Shakily, still maintaining his control, the blonde raised a hand, allowing another thick chain to fly forward, embedding itself deep in the ground below them. With visible effort in the bulging of his chakra-enhanced muscles, Naruto began to drag himself forward, taking the enormous sphere with him. However, a moment later the chain snapped back, wrenched from the ground, When Naruto looked down, he only saw the grim face of Pain looking right back up at him. A new flash of anger and determination filled the blonde as he whispered a silent apology to his tenant, going perfectly still. A shadow clone burst into corporeal form beside him, catching a large slab of rock that had been heading towards them and using it as a makeshift shield against more debris piling on top. However, it quickly became apparent the exertion of holding back such weight against such a strong gravitational force was too much. The clone dropped to anew, its hair slowly drenching with sweat and the veins in its arms and neck pushing against its skin. All the while Naruto stayed perfectly still as he sought out the natural energies of the world amidst the storm of rock and earth. Naruto, stop this, it will only result in your death. I have no idea how my energies within you will react to the Senjutsu chakra. Naruto's face though remained serene, calm, resigned. It doesn't matter anymore, if I wait any longer hundreds will die because of this technique, all because of me. Even if it gives me just 10 seconds I can at least try. Kurama growled lowly, frustrated and angry at being ignored. He was unable to understand why the human was doing this to himself. They aren't worth your life, you are more important than them. Naruto let out a small internal chuckle that sounded almost sad, making sure externally his body didn't move. It's like you don't know me at all, Kurama. Again, another growl ripped from the fox's throat as it slammed a paw down within the seal. You promised that girl you would return to her. Kurama was sure the idea of abandoning Fyu would at least give Naruto pause, and he was becoming desperate, already feeling the tentative strands of the powerful foreign energy brush against Naruto's coils. However, to his surprise, Naruto only let out a small, regretful sigh as he worked to welcome the energy, harmonizing his body with it. I love Fyu, but she will understand. With that statement, Kurama went quiet, unable to think of anything to say, not that it would have mattered at this point. It was already too late. Glowing, golden Rinnegan eyes snapped open and the entire sphere, now almost a kilometer across, shuddered. Slowly Naruto spread out his hand, feeling his chakra mold as easily as ever, the unrestrained energy of the world using his body as a conduit for its power. Then, suddenly, and without warning, he closed it again. Kenkyona Jaibun. Pain decided to wait this time as he saw the visage of his blonde opponent vanish beneath a few tens of feet of rubble stone and various masonry. Behind him Konoha continued to get torn up and ripped apart to fuel the monstrosity hanging in the air as though it was a part of some great plays set, hanging from invisible strings attached to the sky. In truth, the self-proclaimed god had never used the technique to this extent before, and the fact the Kyuubigen hierarchy would warrant its use without even drawing into the beast's power was staggering. Despite all his claims though, Pain could not keep this technique going on like this, and he knew it would naturally come to a conclusion before the majority of Konoha was threatened. That was why the first icy tendrils of worry had begun to infect the Rinnegan user's mind as he saw Naruto struggle against the technique with varying levels of success. Had the blonde simply found some way to outlast the growing body, or even worse, accidentally destroyed its core in his desperate flailing, it might have proven disastrous for him. The technique was trying for a Megakure's ruler, and right now even the one surviving body of his Six Paths technique was operating with less than satisfactory efficiency. He paid it no mind then when the sphere shuddered once. They were still just the blind groping of a being that had not yet accepted its fate in the face of a god. Even as he began to notice that some of the debris flying towards the sphere didn't quite make it, instead suddenly falling towards the ground as it got close, he passed it off as the technique slowly losing strength. However, as Tendu began to feel his body becoming heavier, and the ground around him that was directly beneath the miniature moon stopped rising up, he finally took notice. When he looked up, he didn't do what one might have expected him to do in a situation like this. He didn't look shocked, or fearful, or surprised, or even blink. He simply stared up as the enormous kilometer-wide sphere of dense, gravity-compacted stone and rock fell from the sky, rushing towards him with all the strength and power of a meteor. Just a brief moment before the impossible mass crushed him, the very smallest hints of an amused smile flickered across the puppet's face, then, nothing. Jiraiya found himself running much faster than he had in a long while, since he had learned that his prized student had fallen in battle with the Kyuubi, and he had rushed back to the village. In fact, everyone in Konoha had seen the enormous sphere slowly form just outside of the village before it slowly began to encroach on their home. However, where others had stood petrified in shock or fear or even simple awe, Jiraiya had immediately taken action. Not only was something of this magnitude beyond anybody else in this village beside Tsunade at this point, but as it reached its zenith, Jiraiya had felt the distinct felling of a fellow sage tapping into the potent energies of the world. It was the reason Jiraiya was running with his hands clasped firmly together, a grim expression on his face as he focused his chakra delicately in preparation for summoning the two elder toads of Myabokuzen. They wouldn't be happy, but when they realized it was another sage Jiraiya might be about to fight, they would certainly understand, he hoped. However, that concentration was instantly shattered as the great earthen sphere actually fell from the sky, accelerating downwards. The old sage wasted absolutely no time, he rushing through hand seals like there was no tomorrow, which if he failed there might not have been, at least for Konoha. A lot of luck went into how little damage the village took from being crushed under a veritable tsunami of debris and rubble from the resulting impact of the kilometer-wide sphere impacting with the earth at staggering speed. For one, the gentle slope of the side of the Hokage mountain did a lot to divert the brunt of the destructive wave. Second, Konoha was built in a vaguely circular shape, so the rubble that did meet the edge of the wall was somewhat shunted and only a few houses and streets were crushed. However, praises would be sung of Jiraiya and the enormous toad Gamaken, who had used his equally large shield to take the major brunt of the impact. When the smoke cleared and the dust settled, though, it became abundantly clear that the landscape of Konoha had been irrevocably changed. A field of rubble and broken, shattered stone lay to the southern edge of the shinobi village, and the Hokage mountain had seemed to become a little smaller than the white-haired pervert remembered. That mattered little though, as Jiraiya could still feel the presence of the other sage. He hopped of Gamaken's back after a quick thanks to the thoroughly confused toad before dashing across the now barren section of what had once been forest, once again building up his chakra to summon the two elders. Once again though, he was disrupted as he saw movement amongst the earth and stone. A moment later and there was a muffled grunt of exertion as a blonde mop of spiky, pony-tailed hair burst from the ground, the monk looking somewhat annoyed as he hefted a particularly large boulder off his body with the ease Jiraiya would have expected from Tsunade. For a moment the toad sage looked on in shock, the two elders forgotten as Naruto brushed himself off almost casually, checking to see if the bell in his hair had survived the descent. Naruto. Of course, Jiraiya eventually overcame his shock, blinking in confusion at the young monk that was covered in dust. A moment later though, and the dirt covering his body seemed to just float off him, becoming granular like sand with a simple motion of the boy's wrist. There would be no fixing the boy's torn robes with the same ease though. The monk looked up, smiling at the older sage as he finished pulling himself out of the boulders and rubble created in the impact. "One moment please, Jiraiya-san." The teen held up a finger, stumping the white-haired man as the boy looked around for a few moments before flickering in an unmistakable body flicker. Jiraiya was about to take off after him when he returned not a moment later, now holding his Shakugao in hand, which had surprisingly survived the impact without so much as a dent. "What's going on here? What happened to your seal? Where is the invader? What was that technique just now? How are you even alive?" The rapid stream of questions from the befuddled man gave Naruto an opportunity to walk closer, desperately hiding the pain he was in. Doton Chakra, his Azura Path and a healthy dose of Nature Chakra only went so far in reinforcing his body when he had a front row seat to a meteor strike. After a moment Jiraiya finally took notice of something he had ignored in his surprise, gawking even more. "Is that you who is currently using Senjutsu?" Naruto wasn't sure why he was all that surprised that the man knew about the sage arts. All the opponents he had fought with it seemed to know anyway. "Give me a moment to gain my bearings first please, Jiraiya." The toad sage nodded reluctantly, but in that brief moment when he let his guard down, Naruto lashed out, tapping the man firmly on the chest with the end of the staff. In an instant Jiraiya found his ability to both mold his chakra and move his body stolen away in an instant. Somewhere back in Konoha, Gamaken suddenly poofed out of existence. "Good, now we can talk, at least for a short while. There are still things to do." Jiraiya frowned but quickly realized his could still speak despite whatever had been done to him. "What did you just do?" Naruto sighed, cracking his neck as he sat down on a nearby boulder, very much conscious that he didn't have a lot of time to speak. "It's not very nice having your chakra taken away against your will, is it?" Jiraiya narrowed his eyes for a moment before letting out an all too reluctant sigh. "Point taken, kid, now can you undo this?" Naruto looked up for a moment and, contrary to his usual nature, decided to act just a little childish for once. Pain was dealt with, or at least the puppet bodies he operated through, obviously for some important reason. It will wear off in a few hours. Jiraiya's face grew serious at the flippant answer as the older sage attempted to flex his chakra and break whatever it was that was suppressing him to no avail. This is no time for jokes, Naruto. The white-haired man was surprised then when Naruto's own expression darkened, gaining years that didn't belong there and subconsciously making the older man cringe slightly, not that he physically could. I agree, but there is also a point to be proven. I knew about the leader of the Akatsuki, I knew about his Rinnegan. In fact, I was on my way to Omegakure to deal with the issue myself when Konoha decided that my safety was suddenly their concern. Again, Jiraiya would have flinched from the icy tone in the blonde's voice if he could. Many lives could have been prevented from dying today. With that last saddened statement, Naruto got up and walked away, leaving Jiraiya alone to fruitlessly struggle against his invisible bonds and ponder the monk's words. Kurama, what's going on in there? What's the damage? He was curious to know, as ever since he had entered sage mode he had felt no ill effects. When the silence within his mind went on for a little too long, he tried again. Kurama. A long, withdrawn sigh was his answer, making him almost pause for a moment in confusion. Naruto, I am sorry. This time Naruto did pause, in fact he nearly fell over at the sudden apology before walking on more briskly, waiting for an explanation. I didn't know, when you took in the nature energy it calmed my chakra somehow. Right now it is no more dangerous to you than your own chakra. Naruto's face darkened momentarily, understanding the apology all of a sudden. If Naruto had entered sage mode earlier he wouldn't have been at risk and he could have possibly ended the conflict much earlier, saving many lives. After a moment though, a long breath escaped his lips before his continued on, his senses spread out for what he was looking for. It is fine, Kurama, you didn't know. Anyway, if I had used senjutsu that early, maybe Pain would have used that technique in the middle of the village, who know how many lives could have been lost then. Naruto knew the old fox didn't actually care about the loss of human life, he had accepted that the Byakuya couldn't be changed so quickly. However, it at least showed that the creature respected the blonde enough to at least try to empathize, however insincere it was. Momentarily Naruto wondered just what he had done to leap up to this level in the fox's eyes, but he wasn't complaining. A few moments later and Naruto found what he was looking for in the half-crushed body of the last of Pain's puppets, his torso sticking up out of the rocks. Hesitantly, in case it was a trap, Naruto removed one of the chakra receivers from the corpse's arm before shaking the blood off with a grimace. He got a good feel for the chakra with his sage-enhanced sense before crushing the small black rod, following the path the chakra took until his eyes rested on a particularly large hill. He supposed it only made sense to be somewhere high when transmitting signals, and with a look of determination he set off. The blonde had a few images in his head of what to expect of Pain, a desiccated, red-haired man strapped into a machine that looked like it was the only thing keeping him alive was not one of them. The two Rinnegan users stared at one another, in person, for the first time, and for a while both were silent. One was sizing the other up, trying to glimpse their intentions while wondering why they weren't dead yet. The other was simply taking in their fellow Jujutsu bearer, wondering if somehow this was what they could have become. You weren't exactly what I was expecting. Naruto's voice finally broke the painfully deafening silence, snapping Pain out of his thoughtful trance, their eyes still firmly glued on one another. I could very well say the same thing. Pain's voice, his real voice, was raspy but deep, and Naruto imagined had his body not been in such a frail, fragile state it would have been incredibly imposing, like it was through the puppets he used. So what now, Naruto Uzumaki, do you kill me? Naruto's hand slowly opened and closed, balling into a fist before relaxing over and over. I don't know. In truth, Naruto wasn't sure what he had been thinking. He had no idea of what he was going to do or say when he finally met the other Rinnegan user in person. The answer seemed to surprise Pain as well, and once again the two were in silence. What is your name? Pain looked up, his eyebrows slightly raised at the odd question. My name. He had not been asked his name in such a long time, even Konan had long since given up trying to call him anything other than Pain. Nagato. Naruto closed his eyes for a moment, and Nagato considered firing the chakra rod hidden inside his walking machine, but stayed his hand for a reason he himself wasn't entirely sure of. He didn't expect it would have done much anyway. Nagato. I guess I just wanted to meet you, to try and understand how all of this happened, how you became this way. A dry, short laugh escaped the self-proclaimed god's lips. It rattled the many long chakra receivers that were stuck into his back like some gruesome impersonation of a hedgehog. Understanding is pointless, unless you share pain. That is the only way for two humans to truly understand one another. Naruto frowned, his hand still unconsciously flexing as he stood there. But why does it have to be that way? Why can't mankind understand one another through positive emotions? A shared understanding of the love as opposed to the loss, the happiness as opposed to the misery. Nagato regarded the young idealistic boy for a while, seeing so much of his friend in the boy that it was almost painful. You are naive, mankind will always know pain, it is the only common ground between us all. You cannot understand if you have never felt it, but the greed and selfishness of those who have only suffered superficially will always lead to the greater misery of others. That is why people need to understand great hardship equally. Naruto frowned again before stepping forward. Help me understand. Nagato couldn't question what Naruto meant before the blonde walked over quickly, grabbing the redhead's hand and pulling it out of the machine before he could utter so much as a protest. Show me your pain, Nagato. With that, the blonde placed his hand over Nagato's forehead while doing the same with the other Rinnegan user's hand on his own. Human path. Naruto smiled brightly as his father bounced him up and down on his knee, happily giggling to himself while his mother watched on from nearby, a light smile on her face as she saw the two play with each other. Kaa-san, Kaa-san. The woman walked over, bending over for her son with that same warm, comforting smile that always made Naruto feel better. Yes, my little Na-chan. Naruto just giggled and reached out to touch his mother's hair. He always loved the bright red color of it, even if the other kids in the village said it was a weird color. It made him feel like he belonged because it was the same color as his own. It was a sign of his family, that warm place that he could always return to. His mother just smiled softly, his father still bouncing him on his knee, and Naruto knew this was where he would always be happy. Nagato grinned brightly as another bowl of steaming ramen was placed in front of him, just awaiting the fate of the 6 others that were stacked messily to the side. He looked up with that same shit-eating smile as he placed his hands together, nodding comically with his chopsticks eagerly clasped in his hands. Itadakimasu. The girl behind the counter of the little ramen shop giggled into her hand as the boy wolfed away at the food like he had never had a meal in his life. Slow down, Naruto-kun. Nagato looked up, cute confusion over his face as a single noodle dangled from the corner of his mouth. Ayam reached over and wiped some sauce off his chin, making the young boy look away with a blush blooming brightly over his cheeks. Thanks, Na-chan. The girl just waved it off as she picked up the latest of Nagato's conquests, taking it into the back of the shop. For a moment Nagato just watched her go, recollecting the short months it had been since he found the little stand and they welcomed him in. He wondered if this was what having a family felt like. Naruto trembled in fear, back pressed against the small cabinet next to the shattered remains of the vase he had knocked down. In front of him he heard his mother utter the last words she would ever say, telling him to run. Lightning flashed outside and he caught sight of the stillest leaf symbol on the man's forehead protector, the man who had his kunai buried in his mother's chest. He felt the tears slide down his cheeks as the two shinobi walked closer, saying something that was drowned out in the maelstrom of his own thoughts. One emotion stood out above all the others, above the fear and the sadness, the shock and the nausea, anger. A blind, boiling rage ripped forth from the back of his mind as he screamed out his fury. Then he knew nothing. Nagato felt his hands shaking as he looked down at his blood-soaked fingers, covered in Ayam's blood. He looked up, the imprint of those 3 black tomo on a red background forever imprinted in his memory as the two shinobi approached him, one with their kunai raised. His hand stopped trembling even as his nose was filled with the tangy scent of blood, and for a moment he experienced a strange calm in his mind before it gave way to a white-hot, burning rage. A feeling of intense heat and energy welled up inside of him, like an pressure that was screaming to be released, so he just let it all out. Then he knew nothing. Naruto flinched as the door was slammed in his face, rain falling down on him and soaking him through to the bone with only his thin clothing to protect him. At least this house had actually bothered to open their door for him, the others had simply called out from behind the doors or from windows. His stomach growled pitifully and he did his best to ignore it, but he just felt so weak, so hungry. He forced his tired, aching legs to go on, to walk those small steps to the next house, hoping he would find more luck there. That hope was fleeting at best. Nagato ran down the streets, trying to keep his eyes on the dusty ground of one of Konoha's bustling streets. On either side of him he could practically feel the glares and harsh looks of the passers-by. He felt something warm on his face and brought a hand up to wipe it off, only to be confused when he found tears. He shook his head, wiping away the rest of them with his forearm as he ran on. He would show them, he would make them stop looking at him like that, like he wasn't even human. He would prove his existence to them somehow. Naruto looked on warily as Yahiko spoke to the three ninja. Konan stood beside him looking just as nervous. He fidgeted, looking down so that his hair covered his eyes like he had become so used to doing. When Yahiko came back, though one of the ninja had actually come with him, he was tall with long spiky white hair. Naruto could practically feel the power radiate off him and knew this man could easily get rid of them with a flick of his wrist, like the black-haired one that looked like a snake had suggested. However, when he managed to work up the courage to look up, he only saw the man giving him a cheesy smile. Naruto wasn't even sure why he smiled back. It was like such a look just couldn't have gone unanswered. It was a small, pathetic smile, but it was still a smile. Nagato trailed behind the elderly monk, shooting not-so-subtle glances out of the simple windows they passed. He saw various monks going about their day, a few even looked around and saw him, making him avert his gaze. He stopped when he realized Chikaka had stopped in front of him, the elderly man looking around at him with a mirth-filled smile. Slowly the man extended his hand, and after a long moment of hesitation Nagato tentatively took it, returning the smile weakly. The hand was warm, it felt nice, and Nagato felt a tiny sliver of the burden on his heart lighten. Naruto's eyes became wide, his heart practically stopping as he felt warm liquid drip down his hands. It was so sudden, so fast, he hadn't even known what was going on before Yahiko had crossed the distance between them, letting the kunao in Naruto's shaking hands bury itself into his body. Keep on living, together with Konan. Yahiko's last words echoed in his mind as his friend finally slumped to the side, the light leaving his eyes and a smile on his face. Nagato stood there trembling for another few moments before an old, familiar sensation welled up inside of him. His hand clenched once as his mind became clouded by a primal, burning rage. His ringed, steel-gray eyes became murderous as he raised his hand up at the oncoming wall of steel. Shinra Tensei. Nagato froze as Shizuka leaned up and wiped off the tear that had been clutching onto his cheek. Her warm blood was covering his hands and he could do nothing to stop it, all the power he had in it was just useless. Please don't cry. His breath hitched as Shizuka gave him the best smile she could manage, blood still dripping from the corner of her mouth. Then Nagato watched in agonizing clarity as the light slowly left her beautiful violet eyes. Everything else became muffled as the image was permanently burned into his memory thanks to his Rinnegan. Absently he felt the hundreds of kunao being thrown his way and just didn't find it in him to care. He didn't, until he found his apathy being replaced. The emptiness he felt began to fill with anger, rage, fury. He lifted an arm quickly towards the oncoming barrage of weapons and uttered a single phrase under his breath. Shinra Tensei. Chapter 87, Blood Eye. Book 12, Blood. I like surprises. Christopher Hitchens. Naruto staggered back, the wispy, ethereal form hovering just above Nagato's head tearing away from his palm as the almost identical one hovering about his own form tore away from the other Rinnegan user's emaciated hand. He tripped over his own feet, breathing heavily as he fell backwards, his eyes wide and unseeing for a moment as his mind struggled to take in almost a lifetime of information. Nagato seemed to be in the same state of shock, bringing one arm up to rub at his temple, a wince pulling at his gaunt features. However, the blonde was worse off. With Nagato's memories came all those that he too had taken in through his human path. The only reason the blonde didn't lose his mind from all the information was due to Nagato rarely taking more information than he needed to from his victims, having refined his use of the human path to only take what he required information-wise. For a moment the two were silent, coping and mulling over what they had witnessed. Slowly though, Rinnegan eyes met Rinnegan eyes and a tense pressure fell over the strange papery tree Nagato had been using to hide. Naruto blinked as he remembered Konan had built it for him. No, for Nagato. He quickly shook his head to try and regain his senses, doing his best to partition the information to protect his identity. How? Nagato's voice was a little more ragged than before. his previously calm composure giving way to a mildly confused and frustrated expression on his sunken face. Our lives, they are so similar, there are so many parallels yet. Naruto slowly got to his feet, his body feeling strange as his mind rationalized away decades of not being able to use his legs and the dull throb of the chakra receivers implanted into his back. Yet, we took such different paths. Nagato looked up from where he had been vacantly staring into the ground, his eyes twisted into visages of confusion. Why? Why did you choose to ignore it? The hate, the loathing of the people around you, their ignorance was slowly stripping away at you. It seemed Nagato had none of the issues integrating the memories that Naruto had, it must have been from experience. However, Naruto just sighed at the question, rubbing at the phantom pain in his back. I'm not sure what to tell you, to be honest. Back then I was naive, I could only latch onto the small ray of light I had with the Ichirakus. You were the same with Ka, your parents. If Nagato noticed the small slip, he didn't say anything, instead frowning intensely as if searching through Naruto's memories again, looking for what exactly it was that had made them so different. You have experienced it, pain, real pain. You have lost the people you care about over and over. You have the same power as me, greater even. Nagato had seen Naruto's whole life, he was under no illusion the kind of suppressed power Naruto had brimming under the surface, just waiting for that slip in emotion, that crack in his mental fortitude to come pouring out. It was literally only Naruto's denial to use power he didn't believe belonged to him that had stopped him from crushing Nagato's puppets into dust. Is that what separates us, the fact you are a Jinchuriki? Naruto sighed again as he walked forward, making Nagato involuntarily flinch even though he should have known better. I can't say, I am who I am because of Kurama, but only in the same way that everyone who I have known has shaped the way I see things, the way I understand things. Even you have shown me this, standing against me with so similar a goal and yet so different a method. However, a scowl briefly crossed over Naruto's face as his hand tightened into a fist. Yahiko's dream was so pure. Nagato looked up, surprise widening his eyes at the sudden statement. And I can see how it was twisted into this abomination of the Akatsuki, but that doesn't mean it was wrong. An image of the masked man who Naruto now knew claimed to be Madara Uchiha flitted across both of their minds. What would you do? Naruto blinked, the question catching him off guard. He already knew what the red-haired man was asking without needing him to elaborate. Peace, true peace. To be honest, it was never something that had really crossed the young monk's mind, at least outside of the most idealistic dreams. Far from popular belief, monks did not strive to bring peace between all men, many only sought their own enlightenment, to escape the cycle of samsara forever. It was actually ironically selfish of them. Even Naruto had never put much thought to it, understanding of chakra and protecting that which was precious to him, they were his goals. The closest he had ever come to such an idea was wanting to make sure the Byakuya were safe, to end their own hatred. I don't know. Nagato just nodded slowly, the smallest of sighs escaping his pale lips. It was an unfair question to put someone on the spot with, and really, he had already known what Naruto would say, having gained a good understanding of the young monk from his memories and the emotion they conveyed. But the redhead looked up in surprise to see Naruto looking right at him, thoughtful and determined. I can't accept your way. Understanding pain may be the fastest way to broker peace, but to force it upon humanity would be a hollow victory. Peace is important, it gives us all something to strive towards and hope for. But without the freedom to pave that future for ourselves, it becomes worse than worthless. There was silence for only a moment before Nagato gave a short, dry chuckle that seemed to reverberate around the hollow, paper tree. Perspective is such a strange thing, isn't it? Naruto couldn't help the small smile that graced his own features. How strange that he was able to smile with the man that only minutes ago had been trying to kill him. I had a sensei once. Naruto nodded. He remembered Jiraiya from the memories, and it was his dream to see a world filled with understanding between all men. I imagine he would be so ashamed to see what I have turned that dream into. Naruto frowned at that, trying to compare his admittedly limited interaction with the Toad Sage to the plethora of memories, spanning over years, that Nagato had. Maybe, but at the same time he would try to understand. To be honest, Naruto was surprised at the side of Jiraiya he had seen through that flurry of memories. He was almost fatherly. Nagato looked up, searching Naruto's face for a moment as if for some assurance before tiredly nodding. Where does that leave us then, the two legacies of the sage, standing on opposing sides? Naruto's frown only deepened as he traced a small circle in the dusty floor with his foot. We don't have to be, you know. To give up on peace now because of a defeat would be like stepping on those dreams you inherited from Jiraiya. You are the leader of Omegacore, surely there is at least something you can do with that position alone. Nagato's face grew grim as the two stared at one another, Naruto's words still hanging in their air. I ruled, because they believed I was a god, able to defeat Hanzo, one of the strongest shinobi of the age, and easily bend the country to my aims. I am no real leader. Even the day-to-day running of the village and the country as a whole I left to Konan. At that Nagato's eyes seemed to widen, suddenly looking across at Naruto questioningly, to which the blonde simply nodded. It's okay, I was thinking about it myself. Nagato nodded his thanks and slowly pulled his other hand free of its strange rubbery binding. Tired, the two began to slowly go through hand seals before slapping the surfaces in front of them and watching as identical sealing matrices spread from that point of contact. Cookios. In twin plumes of smoke the inside of the hollow tree suddenly became more crowded. Next to Naruto, Fu appeared, making the blonde instantly worry as he looked over the girl's battered and rather burnt body. Her own natural, or at least given, healing factor was already compensating, but her unconscious features were screwed up in an expression of discomfort. It eased Naruto's heart a little to see that ebb away into a more serene, calmer expression as he waved a green glowing hand over the wounds, doing what he could given the circumstances and his own exhaustion. We are lucky, aren't we? The young monk looked up to see Nagato staring down at Konan's equally battered and defeated form, the two women obviously battling each other to a standstill. The desiccated man had a strange, half-smile pulling at his features as he watched the blue-haired woman's chest rise and fall steadily, a stony, expressionless look on her face even in unconsciousness. Her Akatsuki robe had been completely burnt off, leaving her in just the long, slightly tattered purple top that split off on either side off her stomach and left the sides of her chest quite exposed. I remind myself of that every day. Naruto smiled lightly, brushing a hand through the now peacefully sleeping girl's hair. He wouldn't wake her just yet. Nagato seemed to sense his sentiment, looking up from the still brunette and across at the young man he had only recently been fighting with all his strength. It feels unfair of me to ask something of you, considering what I had tried to do, but would you help me with something, Uzumaki-san? The blonde just nodded slowly, a little confused as to what the request would be. To his surprise though, Nagato seemed to focus for a moment before the large machine he was strapped into shook a little violently, parts of it seemingly separating by some unseen will. Steam hissed out of the new openings as the front of the machine split apart, allowing the suddenly unsupported redhead to topple out. However, before he could fall pathetically to the floor, he was caught as Naruto dashed across the space, careful to avoid the chakra rods emerging from his back. You can just call me Naruto, with our eyes we might very well be family, you know. Nagato wasn't sure what to make of that but nodded slowly nonetheless, allowing the blonde to haul the older, but lighter man to his feet. Thank you for this. Naruto raised an eyebrow, wondering what he had done beyond catch the man. However, the redhead saw fit to explain as he took a weak, hobbling step forward, barely putting any weight down and pretty much relying on Naruto to walk him forward. I just wanted to stand on my own feet again. For the longest time I had been living through Yahiko's eyes. Naruto looked to the side where the 6 bodies of pain lay, having been summoned along with Konan. His eyes lingered on the Tendu body, Yahiko's body, for a moment before he turned back to the man he was supporting, doing his best to ignore the strange feeling he got from it. I deluded myself for so long, hiding behind a mask of omniscience and false godhood, believing my eyes made me special just because I had them and not because of what I used them for. A melancholic expression appeared on his face as Naruto finally allowed him to sink to the floor, even the short walk tiring his emaciated body. He gratefully sat down on the damp floor next to Konan's unconscious form, gently taking her hand only to wince as he saw his own, pale and disgustingly frail hand. It had been a long time since he really paid attention to his own, real body. I think that is where you and I really differ, Izu. Naruto. The blonde smiled lightly as he settled himself down next to the older Rinnegan wielder, feeling just a little awkward to intrude on what seemed like a rather personal moment between him and Konan. At the same time, though it felt as though he had known the blue-haired woman lying in front of him nearly his whole life, it was still a little confusing. Maybe so, but that doesn't mean it's too late to change. Nagato seemed really thoughtful for a long few moments before the edges of his lips tilted up just slightly. I think you are right. He nodded slowly to himself, squeezing Conan's hand as he looked over towards where Yahiko's body still lay on the ground. You are very much alike you and Yahiko, he would have gotten along well with you. Naruto couldn't quite explain away the elation he felt hearing those words. Experiencing Nagato's life, the admiration and respect he held towards Yahiko included, seemed to skew his perceptions of the man he had never actually known, and it felt weirdly good to be compared to him. With a start, Naruto realized that Nagato must have been striving towards that, to honor Yahiko's wishes and live up to the man's legacy. What will you do now? It was all Naruto could think to ask given his current confusion, and the question seemed to give Nagato pause for a moment. Return to Omegakure first, Konan requires time to recover. Also, I think it is finally time that I lay Yahiko's body to rest. I did him a disservice trying to live through him. He spoke slowly, as if working through what he would do. Before it had been so simple: capture the Jinhiriki, absorb the Baijiryu into the statue and wrest control away from the one calling themselves Madara before the man could enact his insane, infinite Tsukuyomi plan. However, a small smirk played at his lips. Given the information he knew now, the plan would have never worked anyway. And you, Naruto? What will you do now? At that the blonde paused, blinking a few times as his brow furrowed. I am not sure. He really wasn't. He certainly was not going back to Konoha, especially given what he had learned about the Akatsuki's true motives through Nagato's memories. With the village in disarray, many of their higher-ranking shinobi incapacitated and much of it actually destroyed, now was the perfect time for him and Fu to slip away. I suppose I will have to go searching for the masked man. His hand subconsciously clenched into a fist at the mention of his name, something that was not missed by the other Rinnegan user. I should warn you, if what he says is true and he really is Madara Uchiha, he is a force to be reckoned with. Even if he is not, he is an Uchiha and therefore dangerous. They too are descendants of the sage after all. Whoever he is, that Sharingan is powerful, especially considering he was able to pull the Kyuubi, Kurama, under his sway. Naruto raised a brow at the way Nagato corrected himself. Maybe he wasn't the only one feeling a bit different after that exchange of memories. However, a moment later he blinked in surprise, realizing just what the redhead said. Bah, like I could ever really be controlled by such a pitiful ninja. He simply used the opportunity of my unsealing when I was confused and weakened to strike like the pathetic coward all Uchiha are. Naruto's lips twitched up at the vehement response from his tenant, but he did his best to ignore it for the most part. He looked back down, noticing Nagato seemed to be in thought as he looked out toward the opening in the paper tree. Rain had begun to lightly fall outside and was making soft pattering sounds against the surprisingly sturdy, temporary shelter. If you are unsure of where to go next though, might I make a suggestion? Naruto simply raised an eyebrow in Nagato's direction. The rain made a strangely calming symphony of patters and pings as it ricocheted off the various metal surfaces. It slid in rivulets or small streams down the sides of the buildings and gave everything an ethereal shine before being collected into the various pipes and gutters that carried away hundreds of liters of water from the village proper. Naruto and Fu sat atop one of the many great buildings that composed the supposedly minor village. However, Naruto could hardly fathom it as such as he looked out at the view from atop what he had come to know was called a skyscraper. The name was apt as the strange but intricate metal buildings reached higher into the sky than any other man-made construction Naruto had seen before. It had taken a surprisingly short time for them to leave Hinokuni and travel west towards Omegakure, Naruto having taken Nagato up on his offer to give them shelter while they planned their next move. Fu and Konan had woken up some time before they arrived, and despite initial confusions and immediate hostilities, the two Rinnegan wielders were able to talk down their respective partners. Even now, with the girl sitting next to him and their legs dangling over what many would consider an intimidating drop to the streets below, he could see her taking small glances at him. I still don't quite understand what happened. That man, Nagato, he is no longer our enemy. Naruto smirked, having expected the questioning sooner or later, especially after they had been given leave to enter the village by Nagato. The man needed time to recover, and it had made the perfect opportunity for Naruto and Fyu to explore the new place. Naruto had suggested removing the chakra receivers if he really wished to lay Yahiko to rest and stop living through his paths. The desiccated redhead was certainly surprised when Naruto had told him that his legs were not unsalvageable. There was little damage after all besides the obvious muscle atrophy, third-degree burns, and slight nerve damage. The only reason why he hadn't healed was due to the constant depletion of his chakra due to the chakra rods. It caused his body to naturally divert chakra to the most essential areas, leaving his arms and legs to waste away. Nagato had only worsened this by relying on that machine, although it was probably more to make up for the mobility lost when he had the receivers implanted in the first place. However, the man was resting now. The surgery was hardly without complications, what with many of the rods scraping by more than a few of his vital organs and arteries and requiring delicate removal. No, Nagato is no longer our enemy. In fact, we might actually be friends now. Fyu blinked, opened her mouth as if to say something, closed it again as her brow furrowed, raised a finger and opened her mouth again, but only silence escaped her lips before she looked down again. Just what happened? Naruto smiled heartily, taking Fyu's raised hand and holding it firmly in his own, instantly making the girl seem more relaxed as some of his warmth spread to her through the contact. Oh, you know, we talked, threats were made, we each tried to convince the other that what we were doing was right. I used my human path to relieve each other's lives. He came around to my way of thinking and now we're here. He couldn't help but smirk as Fyu just stared at him evenly for a few moments before sighing dejectedly, her whole body slumping forward. You're impossible sometimes. Naruto grinned happily as he shook some of the water off the Tsuchigaza he was wearing, more of a necessity than an aesthetic choice what with Ames weather. I try. Fyu returned the smile quickly, wiping a few wet strands of hair out of her eyes and shuffling so that she was closer to Naruto, able to lean up against his side. You know, I don't even know why I bother to be surprised anymore. You'll just continue to do impossible, amazing things like always. Who else but you could stand in the ruins of your old home village, fighting a man professing to be a god and wanting to rip the Baijuyu out of your body 1 minute, only to then make peace with that man, convince him what he was doing was wrong and more than likely make a powerful ally in the process. Naruto's smile softened at that, looking back out over the new village the two had found themselves in. Absently he raised a hand, watching as rain droplets hit his skin before lazily rolling off his hand. This rain, it's a technique you know. Fyu looked up curiously, her orange eyes peeking out from between locks of her damp, flattened hair in a way Naruto found incredibly endearing. It's Nagato's, it lets him sense anything the rain touches, even from the smallest, most hidden signatures. Of course right now it's useless as he's asleep, but it gives you some kind of scope of what he could achieve had he not been stricken by those rods. Fyu tilted her head in confusion, wondering what Naruto was trying to say. However, after a moment of silence with Naruto just sadly looking as water dripped from his hand, Fyu leaned into him a little more, her hair flung messily over his shoulder. You think that you could have become like him, don't you? Naruto didn't even look surprised, simply gaining a downcast smile as he allowed his head to tilt so that it rested over Fyu's. The girl was always very perceptive after all. Maybe, it's just, we're so similar, shockingly so even. The loss we both experienced, the pain we felt, the revenge we took. He looked down, seeing Hanzo's quivering form as he slowly raised his hand momentarily overlaying that of Yagura's, the look of fear in their eyes as they died almost identical. I just don't know, maybe I was only a moments away from taking to that ideal. Maybe, in a moment of weakness, I might have made the same choice, choosing to force other to experience my pain to ease the hollow ache in my heart. Fyu stayed quiet, feeling a tug on her own heart as she heard Naruto lay his bear in front of her. However, she nearly jumped as Naruto suddenly turned, taking her other hand and looking right at her, a soft smile lighting up his features. That's why I wanted to thank you, Fyu. The girl's eyes widened in surprise, but before she could even do anything he leaned in, capturing her lips. Her body went rigid but only for a single instant before her eyelids drooped and she leaned into the contact, breathing out a blissful sigh through her nose as she instinctively sought to deepen the kiss. Finally, though, they had to break apart, their cheeks having gained a tint of red and their breathing just a little heavier. You're welcome. It was more of a satisfied sigh than an actual response, but it made Naruto's face light up all the same, causing Fyu's heart to flutter in turn. I may not have realized my feelings then, or even understood that any existed, but you were still there for me. Without that, then who knows? I really could have turned out like Nagato. Fio nodded slowly, her eyes still lidded and her cheeks still sporting a rosy hue. Even if you had, I would have still followed you, you rescued me. For just a moment, Naruto's soft smile faltered, his mind being assaulted by memories of Konan, memories that weren't his. Years of supporting Nagato, standing stoically to the side and aiding him in every endeavor even as it pulled further and further away from their original goals and more of her heart had to be sealed away. Would he have done the same to Fio? Made the girl give up everything for him because she owed him a debt? He hoped not, but, with the state he was in after Shizuku's death, and how easily Nagato had fallen, he just didn't know. Fio seemed to sense his slight hesitance though and brought a hand up to his cheek, a light smile pulling at her lips. Naruto, at one time I may have followed you because of what you did for me, but I love you because of who you are, nothing will change that for me. The blonde felt his moment of slight doubt fall away as he looked into her bright, honest eyes. It amazed him how much she had changed from that guarded, broken little girl into the confident, happy young woman that sat beside him right now, enjoying the rain and the new sights. Thanks Fio, I love you too. The two leaned in again and just let their foreheads rest against one another before Naruto looked up, catching her lips again. Fio didn't even try to resist, laughing lightly in between kisses as they rolled backwards onto the roof, uncaring as their bodies were soaked by the relentless rain. Naruto's Tsuchigaza had somehow come undone in the sudden move, leaving his now dampening hair to fall shaggily about his face. In the dimming light of the afternoon, coupled with his slightly glowing eyes, it only made him appear more handsome. Fio didn't take that long to admire him though before reaching up and pulling him back down towards him. Their tongues dueled excitedly in their passion as hands roamed up and down bodies, the boundaries between their two forms blurring together as they rolled about on the roof, laughing and kissing. Slowly clothes began to scatter across the rooftop as the two began more engrossed with one another. The rain went completely unnoticed to the two teens, lost as they were in each other's bodies, it was as though the world couldn't touch them for the moment. Both teens lay together, their limbs tangled up and their chests rising and falling heavily. The only thing protecting their modesty was Naruto's cloak, hastily thrown over their otherwise naked bodies. Rain still fell from the sky on them, but with the fire chakra Naruto had steadily circulating his body, it was more like a warm shower. That might have been the reason Fio was trying to press every available inch of skin she could up against him, not that the blonde was complaining. The feeling of her legs wrapped around his own, her toes tracing light, playful circles on his skin, and the sensation of her breasts engulfing his arm was just indescribable. For a good few minutes the two just basked in the other's presence, content to just lie in silence, only broken by the occasional stifled giggle as Naruto would trace lazy circles across the girl's caramel skin. However, his nose twitched lightly as the rain finally began to die off, the clouds parting to reveal blue skies above them. He sighed happily, gently moving Fio off of him despite her rather cute moans of displeasure. Languidly he pulled on his light, airy pants, stretching out his arms as he simultaneously stretched out his senses through the air. Nagato's chakra and the rain around them had made it difficult to sense more than a few hundred feet in any direction, but now that it had stopped. Konan. Naruto's eyes shot open wide in surprise as he nearly dropped the haori he had been about to put on, his gaze snapping over to the massive inland lake that Omegakure bordered. He could feel the woman's chakra signature growing dangerously weak, and with only a moment to grab his things he sped off as fast as he could in that direction, leaving a mildly confused Fio behind. He paid the girl no mind though as he practically bounced between buildings, unconsciously propelling himself faster with bursts of gravity from his feet that launched him between the high-rise buildings like a blonde bullet. He rolled across the choppy waters before using his hand to pivot, blasting him off the waters until he was in a dead sprint, a long, viciously sharp chakra rod flaming into existence in his hand. He saw Konan up ahead, being held up by her throat by the very same masked man that Naruto had been so intent on finding. The blonde wasn't going to complain if the man was so eager to fight him. That orange mask was cracked now and he was missing an arm, but he still had the strength to choke the life out of Konan, and Naruto strengthened the chakra flow to his legs, going as fast as he was able. With a grunt of exertion the blonde threw the rod like a spear, throwing it so hard and fast that small streams of visible air bled from its tip. It phased right through the man's body harmlessly as he activated his irritating ability, but it served its purpose. Konan fell onto the water, her body slipping right through the man's now intangible hand and causing the man to look around as his body phased through 3 more chakra rods thrown his way. Naruto, I had wondered if you would come to interfere. In the broken portion of the mask, Naruto saw the man's gleaming red Sharingan narrow slightly as he smiled. No matter, I have what I was after. With that, his body swirled as if swallowed by some invisible vortex before disappearing entirely. Naruto only stared at the spot he had occupied for a few more moments before rushing across to Konan. She had sustained heavy injuries, including the partially crushed throat and the rather vicious and jagged hole through her stomach. Please, leave me, I am just a flower, go. Nagato, help. Naruto bit his lip in indecision, knowing that Nagato was defenseless right now but not wanting to leave Konan to die when he knew he could save her life. It's alright, I'll help her. He blinked as Fu suddenly crouched down next to him, an analytical eye roaming Konan's wounds. Naruto smiled thankfully as the girl went to work with a glowing green palm before turning to dash off back towards Megakure. The man calling himself Madara smirked victoriously as he held up the single Rinnegan eye he had carefully grasped between his fingers, holding it up to the light as if it were some fine work of art to be admired. He turned as Naruto dashed into the room, giving a cocky smirk that was only seen through the slight crinkling around his exposed eye as he dropped the eye to join its twin in a jar of viscous green liquid. Nagato lay on the bed next to him, eyes bleeding but still unconscious from the surgery to remove the chakra rods. You know, you had me almost worried, Naruto. The man absently sealed the jar before allowing it to swirl away in a vortex of twisted air as Naruto could only watch. I was certain that Nagato would have at least exhausted you enough that I could swoop in and pick up the pieces. At the very least he would be dead and I would be able to quite simply take these eyes of mine. But no, you continue to amaze and confuse me by interrupting plan after plan. Instead I decided to take a page out of your book and just go with the flow. Naruto's eyes kept glancing down to where Nagato lay, thankfully still alive, but he would need attention fairly soon. On that vein, I wanted to try out a little technique I just happened to pick up from a mutual acquaintance of ours. A certain snake, actually. Slowly, almost mockingly so, Toby began to run through hand seals, making sure to stand very close to Nagato so that Naruto couldn't make any sudden moves. He wasn't exactly forthcoming with the information, but I've been told I'm fairly persuasive when I want to be. The smirk under his mask took on a distinctly cruel edge as the man finished the last seal, making Naruto's eyes widen in horror at what he was seeing. Oh good, you recognize it. That should make things more interesting then. I was going to consider this a trial run, but who knows, it could show real promise. Naruto just stared with wide eyes as next to the Akatsuki cloaked man rose a single gray coffin. Kukiyos, Edo Tensei. Chapter 88, Blood 2. An eye for an eye only makes the whole world blind, Mahatma Gandhi. The coffin's lid fell to the ground with a dull, resounding thud that seemed deafening in the new silence the technique had caused. It was broken though as the masked man smirked, stepping back from the now open coffin as the blonde monk stared into its darkened interior, frozen with shock. His body slowly started to swirl away to the sound of displaced air, but he couldn't help the chuckle that escaped his throat as he sent a final stabbing remark at his enemy. I'll leave it to you then, Naruto, have fun with your new playmate. Try not to die, it would be very inconveniencing for me. The blonde blinked his way out of the shock that had taken over him just as the man finished vanishing, managing to catch his lone Sharingan eye just before it completely disappeared. However, that was quickly put out of his mind as his attention turned back to the person stepping out from inside the coffin, a very confused expression marring their face. Kirabi. Naruto took an involuntary step back as the large Kyumegakuer shinobi stumbled out of the slate-gray box, seemingly having to get used to moving again. That's impossible, you can't be dead. He took another step back, his muscles seizing up as he desperately tried to deny what he was seeing. It just wasn't possible. Kirabi was strong, very strong, he couldn't have been taken down. However, deep down the monk knew he was just making excuses. It was the guilt at seeing his fellow Jinchuriki standing before him, now nothing more than a controlled puppet, all because he had constantly delayed going to find him. Yo, what's going on, Mr. 9? Kirabi stumbled a bit on unsure legs, a hand going to his temple as a wince marred his usually carefree face. Aw man, I ain't feeling all that fine. He righted himself, shaking his head as he adjusted to the strange feeling of, well, being alive again. Kirabi. The words stuck in Naruto's throat as his mouth worked uselessly, unable to say anything as his eyes widened and his hands clenched and unclenched. The much larger man just looked across at the monk, staring around at his surroundings with concealed confusion before looking down at his own body, following the few cracks that ran across his skin and clothing like he was some ancient statue that had been brought to life. Oh man, this is some pretty strange shit, ain't no getting used to something like it, ya fool. Despite the shades covering his eyes, the surprise on the man's face was evident, even more so when he suddenly pulled out the multitude of swords strapped across his back, throwing them up in the air as if he was discarding them. Whoa, what's going on for real? It's like my body's on the go but I ain't behind the wheel. Naruto had managed to stop himself for the moment, watching in shocked fascination as one by one Kirabi began catching the number of swords, 7 in total, all across strange places in his body, although oddly enough he didn't use his hands. It's the Edo Tensei, you aren't in control. Kirabi's brow just furrowed as Naruto's oddly subdued voice floated across the room as the teen slowly settled back into an unfamiliar stance to the Hakusabi Jinchuriki. His shaggy blonde hair had fallen across his eyes to shadow them, preventing Kirabi from seeing the few tears that had begun to accumulate before being quickly blinked back. I'm so sorry. Gently he placed his shakujiao to one side, standing it up even though it had nothing to lean against. What do you dash? Suddenly and without warning Kirabi launched forward, his body moving with a will entirely against his own as his limbs and blades became indistinguishable in the whirling, hectic style of his kenjutsu. Even Naruto had to widen his eyes as he struggled to keep up with the unpredictable and chaotic movements, having to dodge rather than block in most cases as he noticed the thin blue aura around each blade. He wasn't really willing to test just how durable his Azura Path could be against lightning-enhanced edges wielded by a lightning release master. Yo Mr. 9, these movements ain't mine ya fool. Naruto simply maintained his grim demeanor as he continued to keep the deadly humming blades just out of reach, maneuvering the spinning and bouncing Kumonin further and further away from Nagato's still unconscious form so that the man wasn't at immediate risk from being caught in the crossfire. However, after a moment B's eyes widened in sudden realization as a familiar feeling overcame him. Watch out Naruto, I got more limbs than this ya no. The warning came too late though as Naruto unconsciously tracked one of the blades that Kirabi had thrown up into the air, only for it to suddenly be snatched by a long pinkish-gray octopus tentacle. The blade sheared right through the hasty but weak wall of sand that was put up in front of it, mostly due to the fact there was very little in the mostly metal room that could be broken down into the granular substance. However, it did provide just enough time for a third arm to sprout from Naruto's shoulder, quickly catching the blade in its palm. Thanks to his Prita path he absorbed most of the lightning chakra, but the weapon itself was still sharp and dug into the mechanical limb's palm all the same, making the blonde wince at the dulled sensation. The monk raised a leg in time to block a vicious knee to the stomach but was left completely unprepared as the muscular Jinchuriki suddenly struck him right in the chest with a crushing double-fisted strike. By the time he had managed to pry himself out of the indentation in the wall he had been thrown into, Kirabi was nothing more than a vague spinning buzzsaw again. Naruto quickly understood why the man was considered a powerhouse even without his tenant as he jumped back, glancing over to see how far away Nagato was before internally nodding to himself. Come on Nino, you gotta stop me ya no. Naruto's eyes simply narrowed for a moment behind his veil of hair before he raised a single palm, hoping the building could handle a bit of damage. Shinra Tensei. Kirabi had little time to do anything other than brace himself as he was roughly sent hurtling back by a wall of force. Far from simply embedding within the far metal wall, his chakra-toughened form was sent careening right through it, recklessly ripping through the metal all the way out of the building. Quick to use the opportunity to move the fight further away from Nagato, Naruto rushed after the man-turned projectile. He absently noticed that it had begun to rain again as he jumped down to the street level, his haori billowing out around him. As he landed though he was quickly surrounded by an entire squad of aim jounin, all threateningly holding their kunao and giving him hard stares. You there, stop at once. The voice came out raspy through the respirator the jounin wore, however he was quickly cut off as another aim shinobi, this one wearing a bandana, ran in and grabbed the arm holding the kunao. Stop it you idiot, this is the monk Tenshi-sama herself told us would be staying here, under the direct protection of Pain-sama. Almost at once the attitude of the shinobi changed as if a switch had been flicked, immediately lowering their weapons and bowing towards him. "I apologize, Monk-sama, I did not know." Naruto's mouth just twitched as he took a step back, very much unused to treatment of this kind. It's. His eyes widened as his water sense, dampened as it was by the perpetual rain bathed in Nagato's chakra, warning him of an incoming threat. Watch out. He suddenly ramped up the gravity as he clenched his fist, forcing all of the Jounin to collapse towards the ground, just in time as 4 tentacles, each bearing a lightning-infused blade, sliced through the air above them, leaving an audible hum in their air from the high-frequency vibrations. The collected shinobi's eyes widened in surprise when they realized they had been saved from almost certain death. However, when they looked back toward the young monk, they only saw he was looking off down the street where the tentacles had come from. "Damn it, Nino, that's just not enough. If you wanna put me down, you gotta start playing rough." The Kumonin's voice was a little muffled by the sword held between his teeth, and white, papery wisps were floating towards B's body, patching up vicious gashes across his arms and back that had been caused by the rent metal on his way out from the building. Naruto scowled as he unclenched his hand, allowing the gravity around him to return to normal, tolerable levels. "It might help if you didn't look like you were enjoying this so much." Despite the situation, Kiribi grinned a little bit as the tentacles retracted back into his form as if they had never been there at all. "I may be dead and all that, but I've never been one to lay down flat. This has been a long time coming, Nino, so I hope your skills are ready to show, ya fool." Naruto growled lowly in the back of his throat. He really didn't have time for B's antics. It was like the man didn't understand the severity of the situation. "Don't worry, Monk-san, we'll take care of him, for Pain-sama." The blonde's eyes widened when the Jounin around him suddenly rushed forward at impressive speeds, many of them moving to flank the Kumo shinobi. Wait. It was too late though. The minute Kiribi saw that these men were in between him and what the Edo Tensei was telling him was his target, his body went into action. His limbs became nothing more than a buzzing blur of motion, slicing through flesh and kunao alike and blowing past any feeble attempts to defend against him. However, as he moved forward, he found himself in the intersection between 2 streets where 4 of the Jounin had awaited him in a trap. Suten, Mizurappa. Twin calls of the same technique rang out amidst the rain as the shinobi all blew out from their hands as if playing some invisible bugle. Highly pressurized jets of water rushed at the spinning Jinhyuriki from both sides, leaving him nowhere to go. However, the shades-wearing man didn't even seem fazed as 2 tentacles shot out, catching blades that had been in motion before placing them in the way of the oncoming attacks. In a move that would have been impossible with human joints, the blades began spinning so fast they became nothing more than a grayish disk in the air, dissipating the streams of water into a fine mist that quickly settled on the ground. Before the Jounin could even show their surprise at their trap failing, 2 more blades were out, quickly being stabbed into the ground. Naruto winced at the cries of pain that echoed in the streets as he watery ground was suddenly electrocuted, along with the shinobi that hadn't been fast enough to jump away. It was a suicide move considering Kiribi was also standing in the water. However, with his Edo Tensei body it caused nothing more than a light tingling sensation. Naruto's eyes narrowed at that. Kiribi had become that much more dangerous if he had realized, and was taking advantage of, his body's indestructibility. Banshao Tenin. Before it could go on much longer, the Jounin still trying to surround Kiribi were yanked back through the air, landing in a skidding stop behind Naruto before the blonde lowered his hands. "He's too dangerous, I will deal with him." The bandanaed shinobi that had first recognized him immediately protested. But however, Naruto just turned, leveling a cold glare that all the Jounin recognized from the few times they had witnessed their god Pain. The chilling sight of the Rinnegan, blazing with chakra, was enough to make them immediately reconsider their opinions. "Your Tenshi is injured and requires help and protection, she's over by the lake." If they weren't convinced before, they were now. Despite skepticism that their Tenshi-sama was actually hurt, they immediately rushed off to assist, leaving Naruto alone, facing down the resurrected Kumo shinobi. "Man, Nino, that was real cold. Is this what happened when you got old, fool ya fool?" Naruto didn't deign to answer the dark-skinned man, preferring to end this quickly before more people could get involved and potentially get hurt. Edo Tensei were lethal to those unprepared for them, especially one of Kiribi's caliber. However, Naruto was prepared and knew how to beat them. He just had to get close enough. That was easier said than done though, as an unsettling feeling washed over the area, a crisp, acrid cloak of burning orange chakra began to slowly cover the Hexabi Jinhiraki's form. Sorry Naruto, the one pulling the strings is cranking it up a notch, at least now I got something for you to watch, One by one as Naruto's eyes widened further and further, tails sprung from the cloak, none of them causing it to lose its defined edge like when Fu had raised her own number. When the blonde had seen the Jinhiraki use the partial transformation in the form of the octopi tentacles, he had thought it was some remnant ability like with Gaara's sand. However, if he was actually using the Baijuyo Shroud, that meant, Kirabi, is the Hexabi still sealed inside of you? The older Jinhiraki grinned as he slowly began to sheath his blades, using the action to trick the Edo Tensei's control over him for the moment. Ha, you should know that a little something like dying, ain't gonna go prying, a killer combo like me and old Jayaki, ya fool. With that he rushed forward, the advanced speed offered by the chakra cloak making him appear like a vague orange blur. His footsteps caused little craters in the ground as he thundered down the street. Sumi Bunshin. The man brought a hand to his mouth before spewing out long streams of a viscous black liquid that immediately congealed on the ground and grew into perfect, if not slightly darker, replicas of him. However, before they could get any closer, an equal number of Naruto clones shimmered into existence, dropping their invisibility as they jumped in the way of the ink clones. Katsu. Before Kirabi could even blink at the new turn of events, the copies of the blonde violently exploded, turning the other Jinhiraki's clones into nothing more than black sludge on the ground. However, after a moment the Baijuyo cloaked shinobi just grinned, once again bringing his hand up to his mouth. I almost forgot you could make clones too, that's my little snafu, but if I remember right and there ain't no tricks, you can only make 5 or 6, This time when the man spewed out the ink clones there were not just a few, but over 30 of them, all of them rushing towards the now lone blonde like some kind of mob. When the blonde raised his hands up into a familiar cross-hand seal, the clones all scattered and only 6 were intercepted. 15 more were caught and crushed by a combination of Naruto's sand and chains. However, a few managed to get close enough to begin causing the monk serious worry. While Naruto was fast, and even he would admit that, a trained shinobi of Kirabi's ability was just faster, it was partially why he was so reliant on Sage Mode when facing against Akatsuki members, to make up for the difference in speed that his less trained body was capable of. So even with chains randomly bursting out of his body and a chakra rod in hand to stave off their lightning-enhanced blades, Naruto still managed to find himself pinned for just a moment when one of the clones got his arm in a lock. He immediately began absorbing the chakra that the clone was held together by, but it was just a little too late. Rarioto. When he looked up, Kirabi was rushing towards him much faster than before. Not only that, but his chakra cloak had thickened, entering the second stage as his body was encompassed by an almost second skin of blood-like energy, making the shinobi appear more bestial. What looked to be the skull of an ox wrapped around his arm, held upright perfectly level with Naruto's neck. It was so fast Naruto didn't even have time to blast them all back. 1 minute he was being held in place, the next a crippling pain shot through his body as it felt like his head was attempting to be separated from the rest of him. At the same time though, his body, feeling the immense damage, began instinctively drawing on the massive source of chakra available to it, namely, Kirabi. The Kumo shinobi slowed down as the dense coating of chakra was leached off his body, naturally drawn into the monks via his Prita path. Before he had even completed his run, he was violently blasted away by a sudden gravitational wave exploding out of Naruto's body, reducing the surrounding street to a rough, splintered crater. The blonde knelt there for a moment, holding his neck with wide eyes but feeling none of the pain he should have. "Aw man, I was sure that would work, now that it didn't I feel like some kinda jerk." Naruto looked up to see Kirabi prying himself out of a nearby stone wall, his resurrected form once again healing the minor scratched over his body like they were paper cuts. The blonde just stared incredulously at the rapping shinobi as the brutish man cracked his neck loudly. "Are you trying to kill me, Kirabi?" Kirabi quickly shook his head, throwing up his hands in those strange gestures of his as his head bobbed to some inaudible beat, the Edo Tensei seemingly sated for the moment. "Of course not, ya fool, to suggest as much ain't cool. I thought you'd have figured out my plan, you're taking way too long 9-0 my man." Naruto growled as he picked himself up, wincing slightly as he noticed the damage he had done to the street around them, even unintentionally. "Maybe if you just told me straight for once." Kirabi smirked as chakra once again began to bubble around his form, the tails waving menacingly behind him. "Yeah fool, I'm dead so that ain't no fun, now come on Naruto, gimme one last run." The blonde huffed as he focused his chakra, a long, sharp black chakra rod sliding out of his sleeve to be deftly caught in his hand. "Now as I see you still don't get it, here's a clue, this'll make it real easy for you." Slowly Naruto's eyes widened in shock as B's form was overtaken by a noxious, overwhelming presence that grew upwards as an amorphous mass of writhing red chakra. When it reached its zenith though, it was as though a bubble had burst, and there, standing proud in the middle of a Megakure, was the Hexabe itself. Konan smiled sadly as she stared up at the clouds above her. The brief gap in their coverage had passed and rain was once again softly falling over her skin. She didn't mind though. For the longest time this rain had been a reminder of Nagato's protection over their home, and before that it had invoked deep memories of the times when it was just the three of them along with Jiraiya-sensei. The pain from the wounds had long since ebbed away as the young girl who accompanied the man who swayed Nagato's heart away from his self-destructive path worked her over with that pleasant green light. "You really care deeply for Naruto-san, don't you?" The soft green light around the caramel-skinned girl's hands flickered for a moment as she blinked in surprise before resetting her features into a stoic mask Konan knew all too well. Despite her silence, Konan's soft smile grew a little, glancing absently to see that the shinobi that had come to guard them a few minutes ago were standing just out of earshot. "I could see it in the way you looked at him and in the way you reacted to his presence." Fia finally pulled her hands away, the glow of healing chakra dying away for the moment. "Why talk about this now?" Konan chuckled softly, feeling too weak from blood loss and general exhaustion to do much else. "I don't know myself, but I know I owe your Naruto-san a great deal for how he returned the Nagato I knew and remembered back to me." Fia hesitated a moment before returning to work on Konan's wounds, a faint hint of pink just touching her cheeks. "If you really love him, then remind him of that every day." A slightly wistful expression unfolded on the paper user's normally emotionless features. "You have no idea of how long it can last, when they might be torn away from you." It was small, almost unnoticeable, but Konan managed to glimpse the slight nod Fia gave. It seemed mostly to herself more than to Konan though. All the same, the blue-haired woman smiled softly as she lay back on the thin beach. However, she was startled when the surrounding buildings seemed to tremble slightly as an almighty roar shook a Megakure. With wide eyes she witnessed the might of a Baijuyu unleash itself upon the small hidden village, making her wonder just what the man calling himself Madara had done. Nagato awoke with a start, the oppressive feeling of the Hexabe's chakra jolting him out of his induced sleep. However, when he opened his eyes only to see nothing but darkness, he panicked, falling off his bed in the process. A rough but silent gasp of pain escaped his mouth as agonizing fire shot up and down his back, the feeling of warm liquid that was spreading slowly across his back telling him he had likely reopened a wound from the surgery. He lay there a moment, his breath coming out in shallow gasps as he tried to figure out what was going on. He couldn't see, and when he brought his hands up to his face he realized his eyes were gone. At the same time, he hadn't impaled himself when he fell on his back, so the surgery was a success. For a brief moment he worried that Naruto had possibly betrayed him, ripping his eyes out and running away. However, when he calmed himself for a moment and felt for that familiar sensation in the back of his mind that let him know everything that was going on beneath his reign, he felt the blonde's signature clearly, facing off against whatever was causing that horrendous feeling that flooded the small village. So there he was, without his eyes, trapped in a frail, weakened body with wasted legs and almost useless arms. He willed his arms to transform into something that would at least allow him to sit up, but nothing happened. Immediately he panicked again, this time mentally instead of physically, so he wouldn't further aggravate his wounds. If he couldn't use his abilities, then he was completely useless, nothing more than a husk of a blind man, certainly no god. His hand clenched slowly into a fist as he vehemently denied that though, his chakra surging angrily. "Just because." His voice was weak and raspy but carried a strong undertone of frustration and determination. "My eyes are gone." His body remembered the way the chakra moved. He remembered the way the chakra was molded. Doesn't mean. Slowly, as if being assembled by a meticulous craftsman, his arms began to shift and disassemble. "I don't have the Rinnegan." He panted lowly as his arms finished reconstructing themselves, resembling some kind of complicated piston system that allowed him to sit up without placing strain on his back. His visibly concentrated again as the area around his forehead began to shift, this time a little faster, and soon a set of orange-tinted goggles, almost like a visor separated from its helmet, rested over his eyes. And just like that, Nagato could see again, although seeing wasn't quite correct. It was more like changing his body's instinctual sensing of the immediate area, combined with his rain technique, into a visual format. Everything was a little blurry and unfocused, not to mention in black and white, but it was a start. Gently he lifted himself up before turning to look out of the hole in the wall. He could feel a chilly draft coming from. What he saw caused him to growl lowly, almost making him break out in coughs. A Byakuya was rampaging through his village and he could do nothing about it. He could feel Naruto battling against it, but in the state he was in there was no helpful aid he could offer. With a frustrated sigh, the man lay back down after dragging himself over to his bed, hoping that Naruto could deal with this. If he couldn't, then a Megakure would end up little more than a smoking, watery crater. Naruto stared up at the towering form of the Hexabe as the Octopus stared back down at him, its teeth bared. Last time Naruto had taken on a Byakuya, he had managed to restrain the Rokubai with his chains, however it had been uncontrolled and wild. The Hexabe, however, was under the guidance of Kirabe, meaning all that destructive force was focused and concentrated. The blonde struggled to comprehend why the Kumonin seemed almost eager for this to happen and tried to come up with some feasible reason why he would quite happily enter this state when the collateral damage would be tremendous. At the same time, something was nagging at the back of the monk's mind: just why did Kirabe still contain the Hexabe? Surely it was Akatsuki's goal to collect the Byakuya and absorb them into the Gedamazo, at least from what he gathered from Nagato's memories. If Tobi had managed to defeat and kill Kirabe, then why hadn't he taken the Byakuya into the statue? It seemed too much like a trap for Naruto not to be cautious. Did Tobi know about him taking in the other Byakuya? If he did, then what was his plan by practically offering him up the Haki? Naruto's eyes widened suddenly in realization when he realized just what Kirabe had been aiming for by so willingly using his own tenant's chakra, knowing full well about Naruto's Preta path and his past absorption of the Byakuya. A small smile briefly crossed his face when he understood this last act of kindness Kirabe was performing for the Eight Tails. With that in mind, Naruto set his features. Apparently at the same time Kirabe seemed to get bored of waiting, or the Edo Tensei did at least. Silvery chains erupted from the ground at the same time a great leathery fist came careening down at the young monk. They crisscrossed a few meters above him, forming a makeshift dome that caught the fist, acting like some kind of strange sponge to soften the blow until the great fist stopped a few inches above the blonde's head, the Hexabe straining against the barrier in futility. A moment later and the chains suddenly unfurled, after giving Naruto a second to flicker out of the way. The fist crashed into the earth, churning up the surrounding street from the sheer force. However, Naruto was safely out of the way, and with a wave of his hand the chains sprung to life again, this time darting up and around the Hexabe's arm, looping over and over as they spiraled all the way up to its shoulder. Kirabe seemed surprised by the move and grinned at the clever trap, finding himself unable to wrench his arm out of the chain's grip. Instead, though, the Octopus opened its mouth surprisingly wide as great globules of red and blue chakra began to collect in the air just in front of him. Naruto immediately knew what this was, having seen it before when facing off against Yagura. However, this time he wasn't fueled by rage nor unconsciously empowered by his tenants. He wasn't even in sage mode. He had no idea if he could absorb a Byakuya. Instead, his arm rapidly shifted until it had reassembled itself into a now familiar cannon-like appendage that glowed a brilliant white with the immense chakra being channeled through it. At the same time, the enormous and dense mass of chakra seemed to reach its zenith, pressing down on the surrounding area with its sheer weight and suppressed power. Naruto's arm let out a brilliant white beam of pure energy, splitting the sky like a shooting star. It passed right through the Imari, leaving a streak of white in the vision of anybody watching. After a moment of brief panic where it looked like the attack had no effect, great cracks suddenly began to spread around the violet ball of chakra, and before the Hexabe even got a chance to fire it off, it just splintered apart, revealing an almost earthen core. Before that too just dissipated into a sparkling dust. Too caught up in his surprise, Kirabe noticed the encroaching chains too late before they had wrapped around the Hexabe's entire form, forcefully restraining it and pulling it so that its head crashed against the ground, right at Naruto's feet. "I'm sorry about this, Kirabe, Jayaki, I wish there was another way." He was a little surprised to see the enormous form of the Hexabe simply grin at him, giving as much of a nod as it could while its head was restrained in such a way. "You do what you gotta do, Nino. For me, I think it's time I go, yeah no." One last time Naruto allowed himself to smirk at Kirabi's bad rapping before closing his eyes and concentrating on taking in all of the Hakusebi's chakra into himself. Naruto sighed as he leant against a partially destroyed wall, an arm resting against the leg he had drawn up against his chest. Across the small alley from him sat B, secured to the wall and the floor by chakra rods driving through his legs and arms. Where the thin black spears touched him, his body seemed to turn gray and flaky, the technique mildly disrupted by Naruto's potent chakra. Kirabi had reverted from his Baijuyo mode some way into the extraction and seemed to be paralyzed by having to go through it conscious, unable to fall asleep due to the Edo Tensei. Even so, Naruto had decided to be sure the darker-skinned man couldn't do anything. "You did good, Naruto." The blonde raised an eyebrow at the man that seemed just as exhausted as he was, even in his resurrected state. The chakra rods seemed to at least disrupt his ability to take in limitless chakra. "No rapping." Kirabi chuckled half-heartedly and would have leaned back against the wall to look up at the sky if his body wasn't immobilized. "Nah, I think this killer bee is all buzzed out." Naruto smiled softly at that before grunting as he forced himself to his feet. Taking in the Hakusebi had been no small task and his body still ached from it, but it wasn't over yet. "I'm going to release you now. I'm pretty sure I can do this without taking your memories if that's what you want." Kirabi looked contemplative for a moment before shaking his head. "I never got to make my goodbyes, if I dash." Naruto raised his hand, smiling softly as he placed it on top of the shinobi's head. "Say no more, keep them at the forefront of your mind and I'll see they're delivered." Kirabi grinned tiredly, managing to shakily raise his wrist and curl his fingers into that strange symbol of his, resembling horns. "Mighty kind Nino, you're a real hero." He chuckled as Naruto smirked, the two of them sharing a look. "I guess I had one left, good luck Naruto." The blonde nodded once before concentrating, remembering how Nagato had done this with such precision before pulling quickly, drawing out Kirabi's soul with a sharp ripping noise. He watched it float up into the sky for a moment before looking down at the husk that had been his body. Gray dust and wispy flakes fell away from his large frame, revealing pale flesh and glassy yellow eyes underneath. Naruto grimaced at Orochimaru's lifeless form, finally understanding what Tobi had meant when he had said persuasion. At least the snake got what he deserved in the end. Naruto took solace in that as he turned and walked away, intent on finding Nagato and making sure the man was okay. Chapter 89, Blood 3. Life is a gamble, at terrible odds. If it was a bet you wouldn't take it, Tom Stoppard. Naruto sat on the edge of the bed, staring at the far wall, completely immersed in his thoughts as Fu slept peacefully to his left. Briefly he turned to look at her, a smile slipping over his features as he just watched her chest rise and fall for what felt like hours, but was more likely a minute or so. Gently he brushed away a strand of hair that had fallen across her eyes, chuckling silently to himself as the girl smiled in her sleep and nuzzled into the contact. However, slowly the smile slipped away from his features and his eyes became foggy as he forced himself to look away. "It's time, Naruto." The surprisingly soft voice, like the low, unthreatening purr of a cat, rang through his head, urging him to move. Naruto didn't budge though, still just sitting there in his indecision, his eyes glancing back at Fu's peaceful form every few moments. "She will understand, you said that yourself." Again. The blonde didn't find the energy within himself to try and leave this comfortable position. In the warmth of the room, with Fu there by his side, he could briefly forget himself and the worries that rested on his shoulders. For a moment he could ignore all those problems and just pretend he lived a normal life with the girl he loved. However, reality, the harsh and cruel tormentor of the soul that it was, eventually swept in on his warm little moment, forcing his body to get up and move away from that very same girl, all because the young monk, above all else, wished that she would be safe. He grabbed his Shakugao and Tsuchigaza on the way out, strapping the head over his long mane of hair before stepping out into the rain of Ames streets. The wind whipped at his traveling cloak, forcing him to tilt his wide-brimmed hat to keep the worst of the harsh rain away from his face. "You know what to do, Naruto." Giving one last longing look at the tall metal tower that stood as the highest point in all of Omegakure, briefly framed by a bright blast of lightning that illuminated the pitch-black sky, the blonde nodded slowly. "Cookios." He mounted the enormous bird summon that appeared before him quickly, jumping up onto its back and allowing it to immediately take off with great beats of its powerful wings. Despite the howling winds that rushed by his form, ruffling the massive feathers of the strangely proportioned bird he rode. Naruto found his surroundings oddly muted as he undertook the long journey in silence, lost in his thoughts. Finally, after maybe an hour of simple self-contemplation as well as looking forward to what he was about to do, ironic in that he wasn't looking forward to the task in the slightest, he closed his eyes and allowed his consciousness to sink away to that familiar place. When his rippled eyes opened though, it was not to the familiar locale of the seal, with its darkened passageways and great equilateral room containing the Baijuya. Instead he found himself sitting on what appeared to be a perfectly tranquil lake, or at least a large body of water. It stretched on seemingly endlessly, merging with what he assumed was the sky, although it appeared as little more than a large blankness akin to an untainted canvas for some future masterpiece. From what he could see, he was the only one in this odd, empty world, at least until a large ripple passed beneath him. This is new. When he turned it was toward the visage of the Kyuubi. He too was looking around the tranquil space, sitting on his hind legs with his long tails slowly swaying behind him. Each movement of the long furry appendages sent surprisingly small ripples through the waters, quickly dying out so as not to disturb its almost mirror-like stillness. "Where are we?" The fox grunted as it lay down, seemingly having discovered everything it needed to about the odd space they occupied. "Your guess is as good as mine, although I imagine this is the seal's answer to mine and the other Baijuyu's presence." When Naruto remained silent, the fox simply pointed down with one of his tails, prompting Naruto to look beneath them. He raised an eyebrow when he realized they weren't as alone as he had thought them to be, as beneath the crystal-like waters he saw the rest of the Baijuyu. Their forms were inverted as if merely reflections of beings that weren't there. Long silvery chains wrapped around each of their necks, and with a small start Naruto realized that when he traced them back to their source, it was him. A loop of thin, tarnished gray chain, no thicker than a few strands of hair, was wrapped around his hand. He hadn't even noticed it before. After a moment's hesitation where he considered just how badly this could backfire on him, Naruto gently slipped the chain off his hand, letting it fall into the still waters without even a ripple. It dissolved instantly, as did the much larger chains binding the rest of the Baijuyu. The blonde nearly fell backwards as the previously calm waters suddenly surged and bubbled ominously as one by one, starting with Shukaku, the rest of the Baijuyu burst from the water, rising up until they too were sat atop its surface that had once again taken its mirror-like finish. However, they seemed far more confused than he or Kurama did, although it didn't take long for their attention to fall on him, making his quickly realize they were now in a circle around him. Well, this is an all too familiar scene. A voice Naruto didn't recognize finally spoke up after a long moment of the Baijuyu glancing at one another, either in confusion or thinly veiled conceit. He turned, taking in the presence of the Hakubi as it, surprisingly, grinned down at him, its long octopus-esque tentacles swaying happily. Hakubi. The octopus raised a massive meaty hand as its grinning features took on more of smirk, which seemed odd coming from what for all intents and purposes was a snout. "You can call me Gyuki. Madatabi told me a lot about you, Naruto, and held you in high regard." For a moment Naruto saw genuine sadness flicker across the Hakubi's face, and the blonde suddenly felt uncomfortable in the knowledge that he had been the one to finally send Kyuubi to the other side. "So I can consider us friends." That was enough to make the young monk pause. That was it? From his experiences with the other Baijuyu, the Kyuubi mostly, he hadn't been sure what to expect from the second strongest of their kind. Open acceptance and even friendship were certainly not possibilities, although from the way Kyuubi got along with his tenant so easily, he was hard-pressed to remember why. "Okay, thank you, Gyuki." The bull octopus simply grinned in response, offering out a large, clenched fist toward the blonde. After looking at the offered hand in confusion for a few moments, Naruto hesitantly bumped his own fist against the meaty appendage, widening the Hakubi's grin. "We'll get along just fine, Naruto. It's a pleasure to finally see you face to face." Naruto nodded slowly, the weirdness of this entire situation slowly being forgotten. Stranger things had honestly happened to him. A loud and gruff snort ruined the moment though, prompting the Hakubi to look up, a picture of disdain and irritation on his features as he glanced at the old fox. "Shame I can't say the same for you, Kurama, still an egotistical asshole bent on the idea our tails mark out our favor with father." The Kyuubi grinned viciously as his tails swayed more energetically, his red eyes cold and hard. "Still a pathetic weakling slave to the whims of humans." A low growl ripped its way out of Gyuki's throat, at least until it was drowned out by a frantic and low buzz as the Nanabe suddenly placed itself between the two glaring brothers. Damn it, I refuse to play peacemaker for you two yet again. Despite the statement though, Koumei didn't move from her position hovering between two of the most powerful entities in the world. However, its droning, buzz-like voice finally caused the two Baijuyo to break their glaring contest, leaving an awkward silence permeating the air after the Nanabe returned to her spot in the circle. So now what? All eyes once again returned to the young monk stood among titans as his own gaze drifted along them all, gaining mixed reactions when his rippled eye fell on each Baijuyo. That would be up to you, Naruto. It was Matatabi that spoke up, her soft but loud voice, like a crackling flame, breaking through the tension. We understand what you are doing, and the necessity of your actions, and you have our support despite your reluctance to claim it. Son Goku's commanding tones filled the silence before Kurama finally took over, his booming presence feeling almost like a visible weight. A long time ago our father assembled us in a manner similar to this. He gave us our names and told us that at some point in the future we would be brought together again. I would almost say that it is your destiny to stand where you are standing now, but... Naruto actually widened his eyes slightly as Kurama looked down for a moment, his furry brow furrowed in hesitation, something Naruto had never seen from the stalwart, confident, and arrogant fox. But destiny rarely seems to apply to you. An orphan and an outcast, yet possessing a greater power than many on this earth could ever comprehend and lacking the malicious intent to use it how so many of your kind would. Madara's unspoken name rang in the monk's mind, bringing him back to what he was about to do. Thank you. Once again the Kyuubi shocked him by lowering his head slightly, not by much, as if in deference, but enough to at least convey a modicum of respect. I must say, being contained within you was far from what I had expected given your predecessors, but the experience has not been wholly unpleasant. Naruto smiled at that, hearing the message Kurama didn't say, but still conveyed with his carefully selected wording. It's been my honor to know you all, and my privilege to have your trust. My promise remains, that I will never break it, and you will all have your peace. Despite the slight derisive snort from the Kyuubi, Naruto faded away from that strange white world with a smile on his face. Many of the doubts plaguing his mind had evaporated. You sure know how to pick your containers, Kurama. The fox's eye twitched slightly at the thinly veiled barb from the Hakusabi before another vicious grin tore across his features, even as the Baijuyo began to fade from the gathering space. At least he doesn't rap. It took another 3 hours of flight at high speed before Naruto felt comfortable with the place he had picked. It was far out west, beyond even the westernmost borders of Tsuken no Kuni, where few bothered to travel anymore. Little lived out here in the harsher wastelands filled with little vegetation and fewer animals. It was perfect for Naruto though, and as his summon swooped to the ground, displacing great plumes of dust with powerful wing beats in the process, he looked up. Out here, far from everything and anything, the sky was beautifully clear. A large full moon hung overhead in the sky like some great glittering white bead, and it was framed by the thousands of pinpricks that made up the night sky. The bird summon vanished in a loud burst of smoke, ruffling Naruto's haori before the air became still again. There really was nothing here, not even a wisp of wind to indicate time was even flowing, only the faint glow of green that covered the land, almost unnoticeable to the blonde after so long of seeing it, reminded him that even in wastelands like these, nature still existed. It was a comforting thought as he began to slowly mold and shape his chakra, culminating in him slamming his hand on the ground as a sealing matrix, far larger than any he had seen before, spread out from his palm. Kukiyos no Jutsu. A cloud of white smoke, larger than anything he had attempted, or even thought about summoning before, erupted in the space in front of him, taking a long time to clear away. When it did though, a frightening stony visage greeted him, a beast, with blindfolded eyes and manacled hands, sat in a deceptively peaceful cross-legged position. Naruto knew this was the Gadomazo from Nagato's memories, but the sheer unease he felt from the malicious creature's aura was hard to express in words. It was like, despite its covered eyes, it was attempting to peer into him, through his body to the chakra he contained within, its chakra if Kurama was to be believed. I had begun to wonder if you would actually do this, thanks for not disappointing. Naruto turned slowly towards the voice, seeing the masked man step out from a swirling vortex of twisted air. He had changed, wearing a long purple battle robe and donning a full-head white mask with the pattern of a fully evolved Sharingan imprinted on it, 2 of the tomo serving as eye holes. However, the sight within those darkened recesses was enough to make Naruto grit his teeth. The man's left eye had been replaced with a Rinnegan, Nagato's Rinnegan. It was no doubt so that the man could control the stone behemoth in front of them. Whatever you are planning won't work. Despite his eyes being partially shadowed by the mask, the glow the 2 different Jujutsu gave off was enough to see one of his eyebrows raise slightly in a mocking gesture. Oh, because you contain all of the Baijuyu. The lilting tone, as if the man was completely carefree, was enough to put Naruto on edge. The fact he knew about his 9 tenants was surprising, but it at least confirmed something Naruto had been suspicious of since fighting Kirubi. You knew, you planned for it. Again, despite being hidden behind porcelain, Naruto could practically feel the smirk the man gave off. I suppose you could think of it that way, but like I said before, you have a tendency to ruin anything I try to set in motion. Having the Rinnegan, running from Konoha, those untraceable years where I thought you had simply vanished for good, collecting the Baijuyu and unknowingly protecting the other Jinchuriki from the Akatsuki, even befriending Nagato. I've just come to consider you as one big wrench in the plans I lay down, enough that I've decided to deal with you myself. Naruto's eyes narrowed dangerously. This man was the cause of so much pain in his life. What makes you think you'll be any more successful than the last time you tried? The masked man reached for the gunbei on his back as Naruto lifted his hand threateningly, already circulating his agitated, anxious chakra. Gravity suddenly increased around the man, compacting the dusty earth and almost making him bend a knee. However, only a moment later he flexed his own hand and suddenly the pressure on his body vanished, making Naruto's eyes widen as his technique was cancelled out. You aren't the only one with that fancy Inmo dash, he was forced to cut off as Naruto got over his shock, swinging his arm up and launching a concentrated wave of gravitational force. However, that seemed to be just what the man was waiting for as he swung the gunbei, batting aside the Shinra Tensei like it was just any old jutsu and only having his clothes ruffled for his trouble. At that very moment, though, 2 hands burst from the earth, or melded out of it would be more appropriate, and wrapped around Naruto's feet. Naruto managed to break away from one of the hands with his incredible strength, but it was just enough time for the masked man to dart forward at shinobi-worthy speeds and place his flat palm against Naruto's chest. At once a crippling pain surged through the monk, even as he stamped on the hand still restraining him to the ground. He tried to bring his Shakugao around to strike Toby, but the shinobi had already jumped back, a long tether of blue, glowing energy, tinged with a hint of orange, connecting his palm to Naruto's chest. Where he landed, another figure rose from the ground, a completely black figure that Naruto recognized from the descriptions of Zetsufu had given, although this one seemed whole and completely black. When he looked down, it was apparent this had been the one to restrain him, although how he had managed to sneak up on him was beyond him, at least until he saw the faint trace of natural energy surrounding the dark figure. I would thank you for finally allowing me to complete what has been over 4 decades in the making, but I understand you are somewhat of an unwilling piece in this board game. Instead, I'll give you the honor of witnessing the beginning of a world of true peace, in the eternal Tsukuyomi. With that, Toby wasted no time. Before Naruto could recover and even try to sever the chakra tether, a black rod Naruto recognized all too well slipped from his long sleeve, bound at one end to the ethereal rope. In a fluid movement, the masked shinobi threw the long black spear like a javelin, however not towards the blonde. The Gadomaza let out a long, continuous roar as the chakra conductive pole impacted heavily with its chest, right above what appeared to be a small, round rock that was glowing with purple energy and seemed to have been forcibly implanted into the beast's chest. Once again Naruto felt the terrible drain from where that cursed rope of light now connected him with the statue, even despite his Predapath desperately trying to pull his chakra back. In the end he severed the chakra thread with a sweeping motion from his Shakugao, grunting as he took an involuntary step back. It hadn't been an enormous drain of his reserves, but it was definitely noticeable, plus he didn't like the look of the statue now, writhing about as if in pain with long cracks splitting across its body. What did you do? The masked man turned to him, the glee visibly radiating from his body as he tore his attention away from the Juobi's shell to the now straightened monk. What are you talking about, Naruto Uzumaki? I did nothing, you were the one to provide the spark needed to finally awaken the Juobi from its long overdue slumber. Naruto's eyes widened at the implication before narrowing to dangerous slits as he glared at the man. What are you talking about? Now that his plans seemed to have come to fruition, the man seemed almost carefree about what he said, absently spinning the war fan in his hands. Did you think I would have no plan B, Uzumaki? I'm always prepared for every eventuality, even before I knew you were going around collecting the Baijuyu like festival prizes. His eyes narrowed as he gestured to the still writhing statue with the gunbei, obviously taking great pleasure in having to spell out his plan to the younger monk. The star of Hoshigaku, the Zero Tails, and, with a little persuasion for our mutual snake friend, a seal designed to draw in nature chakra. Naruto suspected that was what the Mitsuda mark across the creature's chest was. He certainly hadn't seen it in any of Nagato's memories. They provide the chakra and you, my young monk, you provided the life essence. Suddenly Naruto's Rinnegan widened in horror, the full realization of what had just happened crashing down on him, much to Tobi's obvious delight. Yes. I see, you understand. Your chakra is merged with that of every single Baijuyu. You alone are the spark that is necessary to ignite the fire that will burn away this cursed reality. Suddenly Naruto was in motion, his body a blur and chakra surging through his limbs as he sprinted at the statue, hoping to be able to stop this somehow. However, Tobi suddenly appeared in front of him, war fan held out in front of him. Naruto's eyes narrowed as chains burst from his body, their silvery color enhanced by the moonlight above them. It's not going to be enough, Uzumaki. To Naruto's surprise, Tobi was able to bat away each of the chains with ease, their sharpened, serrated points not even scratching the toughened gunbei. However, the blonde still used the distraction to get in close, rearing his fist back and molding his chakra. Unfortunately, before he could deliver a blow that would have separated the man's torso from, well, everything else, he simply passed through the man like he was a desert mirage. Now off-balance, Tobi swung round, viciously aiming the war fan's edge at the monk's neck. It connected with a long, shining, serrated tail of folded metal and created a horrible grinding noise before Tobi leapt back as a third arm that had appeared under the blonde's haori separated so that long metal tendrils from the fingers could lash out. They coiled around thin air though as Tobi landed a few meters back, his posture still confident and at ease as he propped up the war fan and leaned against it. He watched in amusement as the extra arms whirred for a moment before disassembling itself back into the blonde's body, looking at his own hand in mock interest. I wonder if I could do that? Ah well, as amusing as this has been no surprise registered on the man's face as a previously invisible Naruto suddenly pounced from behind him, two chakra rods aimed to pierce his heart and neck, only to phase right through and disappear with a puff of smoke as the man viciously backhanded it almost absently. But I really should be getting on with the main show, don't you think? Naruto tensed anxiously as once again Zetsu appeared from the ground, rising up as if it were water. For the first time Naruto noticed where Nagato's other Rinnegan had gone as he saw it implanted in the strange black creature's right eye socket. I don't profess to have the same mastery over this eye that you have, or even to the same degree Nagato had, but after observing him for so long I think I've gained enough of an innate understanding of one technique, at least. The man flashed through hand seals meticulously, making sure not even a single one was off before finishing on the snake seal. It obviously took some exertion to do so as the man's hands were trembling slightly and Naruto was racking his mind to try and come up with the technique he was about to use. Gado, Rin Tensei no Jutsu. Naruto's heart froze for a single moment as Tobi slammed a glowing palm right into Black Zetsu's chest, making the strange creature double over. Slowly though its form began to shift, steam hissing off its body and ominously collecting about its form until it was completely concealed. Next to him, the masked man collapsed, having to use a hand to support himself against the ground as he panted heavily. However, after a moment or two a choked laugh escaped his throat as he looked up, the twin gleaming Jujutsu staring at Naruto with a glint of victory. It's amusing, isn't it? Normally I would introduce myself as Madara Uchiha, it helps strike fear into the hearts of those I face. Naruto tensed, trying to peer through the steam still rolling off Zetsu's form as Tobi struggled back to his feet. However, considering what I just did, that seems a little redundant. Slowly the mist began to clear, blown away by some unseen wind to reveal the back of a man with long, spiky black hair. The sigh of utter contentment made everything freeze, the air, Naruto's breath, even the roaring of the Gadomazu seemed muted all of a sudden as the figure flexed their hand experimentally. The feeling of having a real, living body again. The voice was deep, commanding absolute respect and obedience with its very tone, and as the man turned, fixing the world in the sights of his single Rinnegan eye, Naruto saw why. The man was the real Madara Uchiha. Madara-sama. The Uchiha patriarch turned, looking down at the masked man with a raised eyebrow before noting the gunbei slung across his back. Obito. The masked man quickly nodded, removing the full head mask to reveal reasonably normal features, albeit with what appeared to be long-healed scarring across the right side of his face. A streak of white, no doubt from the use of the Rinnegan's most costly technique, ran through a head of short, spiky black hair. The plan has almost come to fruition, Madara-sama. The eternal Tsukuyomi is ready to be used. Madara simply nodded slowly, his one eye gradually roaming the barren, empty field he found himself in. It took in the full moon, the writhing, smoking form of the Gedamazo, and finally looked at Naruto, his eyebrow only quirking at seeing another full set of functional, angry, Rinnegan eyes. Where is that Nagato brat? I thought he would be the one to use the Rain Tensei? And who is this? The man, identified now as Obito, not that the name meant anything to the young monk, made to answer only for Madara to think better of the questions. On second thought, I require a test of my abilities anyway. Before the confused Obito could even comment, he suddenly found his head in the strong grasp of his mentor. Ninjaku. Obito's eyes widened impossibly as a loud, strangled scream erupted from his throat, his pupils twitching about uselessly as his whole body convulsed. When Madara finally released him, it was as a crumpled heap, the strength left in his body after resurrecting the ancient Uchiha finally leaving him all at once. Madara closed his eyes for just a moment before a small smile broke out over his face. Another Rinnegan wielder? That's interesting. I wonder how that came about when I was supposed to be the only true successor to the sage. The man regarded Naruto for a long few moments, where Naruto found himself paralyzed in that searching, commanding gaze. This man, the aura he simply radiated, it was like nothing he had ever faced, not even in Nagato. Perhaps my absence from the world prompted some kind of reincarnation. No matter, you and the remaining chakra of the Byakuya you hold will be dealt with in time. He turned, almost negligently, back towards his crumpled student, looking to retrieve the last of his eyes. Moments later though, and his arm snapped up, creating a wall of gravitational energy to cancel out the one that had suddenly been thrown at him. I will stop you. He turned, a look of actual amusement in his eye as he regarded the young blonde standing defiantly in front of him, Haori blowing in the breeze and Shakugao held confidently in hand. Slowly Madara crossed his arms in front of his chest, over the red samurai-esque armor he was famous for wearing both in his prime during the clan era and after his defection from the very village he helped to create. Really? A mere boy standing in front of someone like me? You may possess the Rinnegan, child, but do not presume to think that places you in the same realm as myself. Naruto's hand tightened around the Shakugao in his hand to the point his knuckles turned white. But if you insist on dancing, at least make me take the first steps. Faster than Naruto could see, he literally couldn't see the Uchiha's hands move, they were so fast. Madara ran through hand seals before holding one up to his mouth. Katon, Kukamekyaku. Uchiha were Reno Undead for two things, the Sharingan, and their strong affinities for fire jutsu. However, as Naruto saw the veritable tidal wave of flames that were suddenly bearing down on him, he had to be reminded this was a man and not the vengeful form of Amaterasu herself. Knowing that even with the Preta path he would likely suffer severe burns if he tried to absorb this conflagration, he lifted his hands to his mouth and rapidly molded his own chakra. Sutin. The deluge of water he sprayed out wasn't just a veritable tidal wave, it was a literal tsunami. It was far less refined than an actual jutsu, but with the elemental advantage it managed to overpower the absurdly strong technique, leaving the area blanketed in a sudden veil of steam. However, barely a second later Madara burst from that steam, flying through the air with his reclaimed gunbei in hand as he moved to swat Naruto aside like some irritable insect. It was all Naruto could do not to get his body crushed as he leapt to the side, chains bursting from his body to keep the powerful Uchiha at bay. Gakido. However, as soon as the chakra constructs came close to the man, he was surrounded by a small corona of light that absorbed the chains as soon as they made contact, taking a good chunk of Naruto's chakra with them. He withdrew them instantly, only for Madara to grab one of them, a vicious grin on his face that would have better suited the Kyuubi as he yanked hard. Blood erupted from the younger blonde's mouth as Madara's fist firmly planted itself in his stomach, making him crumple around the limb before being crushed into the ground with a brutal display of power. Pitiful, and Obito was having such trouble with a weakling like you. Naruto lay there in the crater his body had formed, his eyes wide and unblinking as Madara set a foot atop his chest. You're hardly even worth the effort, not even a shinobi. Madara drove down, making Naruto cry out in pain again as the crater was deepened and another arc of blood erupted from his lips. Shame, I had been so looking forward to a good fight once I was brought back, all I get is dash. The man's lone Rinnegan eye widened for just a moment as he brought down his foot for another stomp only to be bodily swatted aside by tendril of sand the thickness of the Ichibi's tail. Is father okay? The timid, questioning voice rang out in his head as Naruto lay there, staring up at the starry sky with a body racked with pain. Slowly he brought a hand up before slamming it into the ground next to him, digging his fingers into the broken earth and pushing himself up. I'm fine Shukaku, thank you. He got no reply except a faint feeling of happiness that seemed to ease some of the pain in his ribs. At that moment he reminded himself that it was not just himself on the line here, he was fighting for everything he cared for and believed in, the Byakuya, Fu, Nagato and Konan, his friends, the monks, and they were all counting on him. Ah, you finally seemed to have gained some resolve, a shame it was too late. Madara's mocking voice echoed around the shattered battlefield as Naruto noticed something very strange. It was very quiet all of a sudden. The Gadomazu's almost constant cries that the blonde had tuned out had stopped, and when he looked around a great shadow descended over the field. At that moment Naruto truly felt like an ant as he stared up into the nine-tomo eye of the Juobi. And it stared right back at him. Chapter 90, Blood 4. He that wrestles with us strengthens our nerves and sharpens our skill. Our antagonist is our helper. Edmund Burke. For an awful, incredible moment, time seemed to stand still, a deafening silence washed over the tiny monk as he locked eyes with the titanic creature crouched before him. Words did little to describe the sheer size of the monolith, towering far above the Kyuubi in scale. It seemed even more daunting with the waves of unrepressed power rolling off its form, incomparable to anything Naruto had ever tried to comprehend. It was like he was a mere child again, staring into that rubbing of a simple wood carving and wondering how any man, no matter how powerful, could stand against a monster like that. And it was a monster, there was no mistaking that. With its thick, pallid white skin and grotesque spindly body it gave it the appearance of some comically oversized insect, hunched over its minuscule prey. A strange, almost plant-like bulb hung off its back, seemingly disproportionate to its thin, lithe frame but only adding to its comical appearance, if only the blonde could find it in him to see this as comical. Instead he was locked into the gaze of that single, bulbous, blood-red eye with 9 swirling tomo, like little black koi in a crimson pond, unable to move as it regarded him with a bestial intelligence. Then the eye narrowed, as if in recognition. Even Madara seemed shocked by the ear-splitting roar the creature gave as it howled into the night sky, the sheer magnitude of the blood-curdling cry causing the ground to shake. 10 great bone-white tails writhed behind the Juobi, thrashing and contorting as they finally found their independence once again. One thin, desiccated arm raised up, great trails of dust following the titanic limb in its long arc through the air. It crashed back down like a natural disaster given intelligence, a tsunami of earth and debris hurtling across the barren plain. It was enough to finally snap Naruto back into reality. The seemingly unbreakable staring match between the Rinnegan and the Juobi snapped like a tennis tether by the wall of earth and soil taller than any building Naruto had ever seen. His hand snapped up on instinct as he was cocooned by a sphere of intense gravitational energy that split the oncoming wave like it was just water and not tons upon tons of stone and earth. When the dust finally settled he found he could once again see the monstrosity the Gadomazu had become. It seemed displeased he wasn't dead. Naruto seemed slightly confused though as a tiny black dot alighted on the beast's head, his eyes widening when he realized it was Madara. The beast didn't seem to agree with his presence there, thrashing wildly in movements that could have rent mountain apart. Its tails, each tipped with short stubby hands of 5 fingers, tried to grasp the man and throw him away while stick-like limbs tipped with vicious claws scrabbled at a grotesque, undefined face to rid itself of the tiny infestation. However, Madara managed to bat the mighty limbs with bursts of gravity and swings of his seemingly impenetrable gunbei, once again snapping Naruto out of his daze. For a moment he fought with himself, attempting to shrug off the monumental energy the beast released and focusing on himself, using the moment of reprieve to his advantage. He stilled himself, focused on his breathing and his heart as he sunk to the ground, tapping into the unbound energy of nature that was all around him. As he drew in the senjutsu, a feeling of peace washed over him, blowing away the unease as powerful but harmonic energies intertwined with his own. When his eyes opened again, they burned a molten gold, and the fear he had felt under the Juabi's immeasurable presence had abated. At least enough that he wasn't petrified in place. Those same golden eyes widened a moment later as he leapt out of the way of a descending bone-white tail, performing a feat of acrobatics his body had been incapable of not even a few seconds before. The shockwave of displaced air the gigantic impact created wasn't enough to throw him away as he twisted his body and recoiled off yet another tail that had been sent to crush him flat. This time though, silvery chains burst from his body, the senjutsu-enhanced serrated tips burying themselves deep into the beast's tail, much to its obvious displeasure if the second ear-shattering roar was anything to go on. As the tail slammed into the ground, Naruto managed to place himself in quite possibly the most idiotic and ill-fated position he could have, right beneath it. For just a moment the Juabi seemed to ignore Madara's presence on its head, its lone red eyes flicking over to where it felt the familiar, sage-enhanced presence underneath one of its tails. Had anyone been in tune with the creature's bestial emotions, they would have felt the immense satisfaction that rippled through its primitive mind. At that moment Madara started racing through hand seals, only to be paused as the Juabi's entire body shook and its single bloody eye widened in shock. Naruto groaned lightly, the weight of the tail and the strain the impact it had with the ground really doing a number on even his durable body. However, a moment later he sucked in a deep breath, gritted his teeth and grunted with incredible exertion as his fingers, temporarily deconstructed into knife-like appendages, dug into the beast's flesh, giving him enough grip for the foolish, idiotic thing he was about to try. For just a moment, as his muscles strained and his eyes glowed with pure determination, he wondered what Tsunade would think if she could see how recklessly her technique is being used. He cast the thought aside though as he diverted all his concentration into lifting the Juabi. Grah! His body trembled as the earth below him cracked. The combination of the strength technique, the natural body enhancement the Rinnegan gave, and Naruto's own senjutsu-empowered strength dragging the tail up and off of him, but not stopping there. Madara's own Rinnegan eye widened in both surprise and amazement as, by a single tail, the Juabi's body lurched into the air. It followed an impossible flight path as it flailed madly, suddenly not in control of its own movement, but that only lasted a moment before it bodily crashed into the earth again. Hundreds of kilometers away, people in Iwagakure and Sunagakure alike felt the tremors from the impact, noting it down as a mild earthquake. Somewhere around where the Juabi's head was now implanted into the earth, a large pile of rubble burst outward in a spray of small boulders. A mildly irritated Madara pulled himself out of the earth, having jumped off the beast before he could be crushed beneath its weight, only to get pulled into the resulting wave of debris from the fall. He brushed the light smattering of dirt he had accumulated off of his armor, his eye narrowed in annoyance as he glanced about. Uzumaki, if it isn't Senju, it's Uzumaki. Why do those families always have to get in my dash? The tall Uchiha couldn't finish his thought though as his hand suddenly snapped up, causing him to grunt as a wall of displaced air rushed over him. When he looked around, he saw that the object he caught was actually Naruto's foot, the monk having launched himself toward the Uchiha patriarch while he was seemingly distracted. HMPF, that almost hurt. However, his one Rinnegan eye widened slightly before a smirk rolled over his features, amused by what he saw flashing in the young Uzumaki's eyes. Sage mode? Now that's interesting. His smirk slipped a little when he saw Naruto's own smile flash over the blonde's face. It's not the only thing. Madara grunted as his entire body was flung backwards, the blonde he had caught dissipating into clean white smoke. He slammed bodily into the side of the Juabi's head as the great beast began to stir, lifting its titanic body out of the oddly shaped crater it had made. He stuck to the side of the creature with chakra, only to suddenly stop the flow to his feet and drop away as Naruto descended from above, slamming the heel of his foot into the spot he had moments before occupied. Once again the Juabi cried out in anger and pain as its head was once again crushed into the crater by the unbelievable force the comparatively tiny blonde could create. Madara watched the monk pick himself up after the failed axe kick with an appraising eye, noting his form and power with a gaze that had seen him through countless life and death battles in his youth. The Uzumaki's strength was tremendous and his speed, at least now he had entered a senjutsu state, was nothing to sneer at. There was also the small fact that the blonde had both of his eyes while Madara was working at the disadvantage of lacking depth perception in many of the Rinnegan's techniques. It was made worse by the fact he seemed to have lost Obito's unconscious body somewhere in all the confusion. He severely hoped it had not been pulverized beneath the beast. Sand suddenly began to swirl around the Uchiha, but he extended a hand and blasted it all back with an overpowered Shinra Tensei that immediately cleared the area, also blasting back the 4 clones that had been waiting within the sandstorm to attack, a tactic he approved of. The Juubi was stirring again and Madara wasted no time flashing across the distance, his body barely appearing as a flicker before he was atop its head. Naruto also appeared a few meters away, already in full sprint, however as he got closer time seemed to slow down. He caught it in perfect clarity as Madara smirked, his head turned just enough that Naruto could watch with widening eyes as the single Rinnegan morphed into some strange red and black pattern. Susanoo. The breath left Naruto's body rather violently as his entire body was suddenly flung to the side, as if he were some insect hit with the back of some giant's hand. His head went fuzzy from the massive impact, but he had enough sense that 3 thick chains burst from his body, allowing him to swing back down and crash into the side of the Juubi's slowly rising head. If it had been any normal surface he likely would have cratered it. As it was, the Ten-Tails head simply swayed a bit to the side, its tails thrashing about in its anger. "Don't you see the futility of all this now, Uzumaki?" As the blonde ran up the side of the beast's head he paused, Madara's voice and the sight before him making him slow and then stop. The infinite Tsukuyomi is the only answer to humanity's suffering. In it every person would have their perfect world. The Uchiha was now enshrouded by a monolithic 4-armed creature of translucent blue flame, resembling some of the old pictures Naruto had seen of samurai, only covered up by a similar blue cloak leaving just its 2 glowing yellow eyes visible far above the stoic Uchiha's form. He realized what had hit him when he saw 2 of the arms grasped massive statue-proportioned swords, the other hands were clasped into a tiger seal in front of its body. It's just a lie, an illusion. Naruto struggled to keep his footing as the Juubi once again reared up, its eyes flicking about madly as it searched blindly for the 2 humans fighting atop it. Madara seemed unfazed as he smirked easily, arms crossing over his chest as the monolithic blue creature he had summoned leered down ominously, glowing yellow eyes peering at the younger blonde as if searching for something. And this reality is not? All of this is some greater illusion, meant to enslave humanity to its baser, darker whims. In a genjutsu you see, hear and feel whatever the caster wants you to, and yet it is no less real than this pitiful existence because your mind perceives it as such. Madara's words were nearly drowned out under the intense growling of the creature they stood on top of. As its tails swept by great winds ripped at their clothing and made the flames decorating the Susanoo sway. Peace attained through this kind of force is worthless, not even worth having. At that Madara's expression finally seemed to darken, a snarl briefly passing over a normally smirking mouth. And what would a child like you know? Are you so selfish as to deny mankind the peace it has been searching for when you stand on top of its answer? His face reset itself into a mask of indifference as the sword-bearing arms of his Susanoo tensed. In that case, I will force you into that world myself, only my power will show you that you are wrong. Suddenly, faster than its great size would deceive you into believing was possible, the Susanoo swung down with its pair of swords right at the young blonde. There was stillness for a moment before far off in the distance a mountain suddenly exploded, the sheer pressure of the winds displaced by the enormous blades enough to cleave it in two. However, as Madara peered through the dust, the attack had picked up. A frown crossed his features as all he heard was a small chuckle, almost lost amidst the Juubi's movements. What was that supposed to do? Naruto walked out of the small cloud of dust, not even remotely injured or seemingly bothered by the normally unstoppable attack. Attacking a Rinnegan user with a giant construct of chakra. The blonde actually seemed a little incredulous as he walked forward, causing Madara to scowl as the Susanoo swung its other sword, aiming to bisect the irritating monk through the middle. However, as the glowing blue blade touched the Uzumaki, it just seemed to pass right through him. However, the tug Madara felt on his chakra reserves told him exactly what had happened. The blonde had just absorbed it. It took a moment for the Uchiha Patriarch to process that his Susanoo, the strongest technique offered by the main Jikyo Nin, for the longest time his strongest technique, was completely useless against this mere boy. Once it did, his scowl only deepened as the lumbering chakra construct faded away. Before he could retaliate though, both Rinnegan users were forced to dive to the side before one of the Juabi's long tails scraped across its scalp, attempting to dislodge the pair. As Madara clung to the side of the beast's head, he realized something that deeply unsettled him. He was actually at a disadvantage here. Naturally, the man did the only thing he could in a situation like that. He began running through a chain of hand seals. A long chain of hand seals. Naruto had ended up in the worst position, further down the Juabi's long spindly back, close to the plant-like bulb it carried. He was currently dodging its vehement attempts to get him off, namely by slamming its own tails all over its body until it felt something squish. His senjutsu-enhanced speed and the naturally lumbering movements of such a large creature were enough for him to dodge for now, but he wasn't sure how long he could keep it up, and the Juabi was offering him no avenues of escape. However, after a few moments of this intense dodging, it didn't seem to matter anymore as the Juabi's tails suddenly stilled, twitching lightly in the air as the beast gave out one long guttural roar. Then, suddenly, it went quiet, the roar replaced by a strange sucking sound as the flesh beneath the blonde's feet warped and twisted. His eyes widened when the ground was suddenly wrenched from beneath him and he was falling, buffeted on all sides by powerful winds created by the powerful vacuum that had been where the Juabi was once standing. He twisted to land softly on his feet only to nearly drop his Shakugao in shock, Rinnegan eyes going wide. The Juabi was gone. Just like that, the enormous beast that moments ago Naruto couldn't even comprehend had just vanished, leaving just a cloud of dust and smoke in its wake. However, it quickly became apparent that wasn't quite true, as the overbearing presence the great beast had given off was still there, stronger even, as if it had been concentrated. The full implication of that thought didn't quite sink in until the smoke began to clear and Naruto managed to make out a distinct figure hanging in their air, just a silhouette against the full moon. It was Madara, but at the same time it wasn't. His hair that had previously been a deep raven black was now a startling white. Instead of his rustic armor, he was now covered in a brilliant snowy cloak that had a distinctive pattern on the back of 9 tomo arranged in a square headed by a Rinnegan pattern. He had donned a headband that seemed to grow out of his scalp, similar to Naruto's in that it had horns, only lopsided with the larger horn over the Rinnegan eye he had. As if to complete the look, and to mock Naruto at the same time, he now held a long black Shakugao in his outstretched hand, similar in appearance to how Naruto's chains had initially looked. A black so deep it was like looking into a starless night sky. This is power. Madara's voice seemed to reverberate around the area, not having particularly changed, just sounding more commanding. The man flexed his hand as the air seemed to quiver at his almost absent ministrations. The dark Shakugao in his hand seemed to bubble slightly as equally black spheres of what Naruto could only assume was chakra, bloomed along its surface before being released to orbit the man's body. Despite knowing it was chakra, and seeing it was such with his own Rinnegan, something told Naruto that he did not want to try and absorb those spheres. He couldn't be sure why, just an unsettling gut feeling they gave off. His suspicions were only strengthened when Madara's vision suddenly snapped towards him, his lone Rinnegan eye regarding him with mirth. The idea of it seemed absurd, but with his new appearance seemed to come a mild change in personality as the man grinned slightly. Suddenly, and luckily still within Naruto's ability to perceive things, one of the dark spheres shot towards him, elongating slightly with the sudden shift in direction and speed. Shinra Tensei. Naruto's hand shot up, but the sphere sped right towards him all the same, shearing through the wall of gravitational force like it was just a light breeze. The blonde flinched as the sphere got within a few meters of him, only for a wall of sand to interpose between the two. Uncaring for what exactly just happened and thankful that the sand seemed to at least slow the sphere if not stop it, Naruto threw himself bodily to the side. He watched from the corner of his eye as the black substance sheared right into the ground where he had stood, passing through like it was air and not slowing for a second. Another, thicker wall of sand appeared behind him as a second sphere tried to sneak up on him. For some reason, even with his senjutsu-enhanced senses, he couldn't feel this strange, unnatural substance's presence. He was just glad that for whatever reason the spheres seemed to be slowed by the sand, even if it didn't take them all that long to pass through anyway. Shukaku will always protect father. Naruto was a little surprised by Shukaku's happy voice suddenly speaking up in his mind, although he didn't let it show as chains ripped from his side to pull him out of the way of another black sphere. Shukaku is right, Naruto. Madara has become far more powerful, you will have to rely on us if you want to have any hope of defeating him. This time it was Kurama's voice cutting in, and the thought made Naruto frown slightly as he shot off a blast of chakra from his reassembled arm. The sphere he was aiming at moved to avoid it, making Naruto smirk. If they had to avoid it, then there was a chance he could damage them. However, he was so caught up on this sudden revelation he was just unprepared for Madara to suddenly appear in front of him, Dark Shakugou raised in an amused smirk on his face. You just continue to amuse me, Uzumaki, trying even when you must know it is hopeless. His short monologue was the only thing that gave the blonde time to lift his Shakugou, holding it up in front of his as the two monk staffs met. Madara's strength was monstrous though, and Naruto could feel the ground beneath him cratering from the sheer force the Juobi Jinchuriki was placing on him. However, that was the least of his worries as he noticed a tiny crack begin to appear where the two staffs were touching, and it wasn't on Madara's. There was nothing he could do except watch as the crack grew in sync with Maida's grin until, with a noise oddly reminiscent of a tolling bell, the Shakugou snapped. Time slowed immeasurably as Naruto felt his feet leave the ground, watching as the two halves of the staff he had carried for 6 years, the staff that had seen him through his adventures and had almost become as much a part of him as his own arms, just broke. There was no explosion of energy or terrible noise, the simple wooden stick snapped as wood was bound to do, with a few splinters flying out. Then time snapped back into place and Naruto was sent hurtling back, only having the sense to twist his body at the last moment and grab the ground to right himself, skidding to a stop in a 3-point stance. He watched as Madara stood on the ringed half of the broken Shakugou, cracking it further with a grin. There will be no need for useless relics of a forgotten age in the infinite Tsukuyomi. Suddenly reservations about using his tenant's power seemed trivial, the previous stalwart reasons he had avoided tapping into that immense well of power becoming forgotten as he looked at that man's smirking face. The air around Naruto began to ripple and contort as a visible nimbus of light began to shroud his body, a single tail rising up before shrinking back down. Madara was able to see with perfect clarity as a single Tomo appeared in the outermost ring of Naruto's Rinnegan, at least until the entire area they were standing in became shrouded in shadow. The newly awakened Jinchuriki of the Juobi looked up with moderately widened eyes as enormous pillars of sand, that were slowly taking on the appearance of arms, rose high into the sky. They were comparable to the Juobi's arms themselves, although thicker and with blue vein-like patterns crisscrossing the construct's surface. That was all he got time to admire before they suddenly swung down, buffeting the area with shockwaves of wind. However, Madara just lazily raised his hand, watching as one of the black spheres rose up and stretched out into a thin but wide shield. There was a deafening boom and a rush of air, and when the smoke cleared it was obvious the sand had done nothing against the dark shield. However, when Madara looked over to where Naruto had stood, he only saw a few wisps of aimless sand. He batted the chains that suddenly appeared to the side with ease, catching a kick with his knee and the following scissor with the tip of his Shakugou. But as he moved to bat the irritating blonde away, tens of spikes of sand snapped out of the ground, easily blocked by a hasty shield of the black substance but a little too close for comfort. Then Naruto was on him again, twisting his body to lash out with hands that suddenly seemed to be wreathed with virulent blue flames. Madara's visual prowess was able to catch a second Tomo enter that outermost ring in his eye before he was forced to move his head out of the way of a lightning-fast strike aimed for his eye. Naruto was suddenly faster, and while Madara still considered it hardly within his realm of concern as he easily moved out of the way of each precise strike, it was moderately disconcerting. He could feel the heat from the unnatural flames licking at the boy's hands, fingers curled to resemble claws, as well as his feet. "You can trust in us, Naruto, like you managed to make us trust in you." Madara's dulcet tones drifted through the boy's mind, only spurring him on as he struck faster, stronger and with more determination. However, as Madara continued to backpedal and shift his weight, he quickly grew irritated with the small bout of taijutsu, suddenly bringing the Shakugou bearing hand up faster than he had before, a long streak of the black substance flowing out of the end that quickly whipped around, catching Naruto under the ribs. Madara grinned as he glanced along the trench Naruto had made with his body as he skidded across the ground like a tossed-aside ragdoll. However, the grin wavered slightly when the dust settled to reveal the blonde cocooned in a strangely organic red shell that slowly crumbed apart to reveal it was coral, as well as a third Tomo entering his eye. "We're just returning the favor for protecting us for so long." Naruto's hard gaze softened slightly at Isabu's gentle prompting, a glint alighting in his eye as he took a step forward before breaking out into a sprint. Madara sent more black spheres at him, but they were either partially blocked by walls of sand or gracefully flipped over as Naruto descended to running on all fours, his hands and feet still bathed in iridescent blue fire. Show him that the Baijuyu aren't to be underestimated. A vicious grin that wasn't entirely his own spread over Naruto's features as he got in close to Madara, Son Goku's words echoing in his mind as he absently raised his hand to cancel out a powerful Shinra Tensei and barreled through the resulting aftershock, the heat around his limbs suddenly intensifying tenfold. A large wall of the dark chakra blocked his path, but Naruto just clawed his hands in front of his chest in a sweeping motion, a great limb of sand shooting up out of the ground to copy the motion. However, the blue markings had been replaced by burning orange lines of magma like the veins of some ancient earthen golem. This time the black substance only barely held back against the assault. Even so, Madara had to drop it in favor of falling back as the spot beneath his feet suddenly erupted into a geyser of molten rock. Naruto leapt over the hastily collapsing shield, however was caught as Madara raised a hand, slamming his body right back into it. The blonde cried out in pain as he was crushed against the burning black chakra that he couldn't absorb for some reason. HMPF, I suppose you're better than going back to being a part of that thing. Naruto almost didn't hear Kokuo speak to him over his own cries, but he definitely noticed the steam that began to pour off his body in copious amounts. The pressure over his body fell away as Madara was forced to turn and shield himself from the scalding steam. The second tomo entering the middle ring in his eye went unnoticed behind the white smoke screen, however Madara noticed it clear as day when Naruto leapt from the steam, raising his Shakujiao to block a now much faster kick. I don't know how much help it'll be, but you're quite nice, like he was. Madara's eyes widened in shock as Naruto twisted his body unnaturally, in ways bones weren't meant to bend. That was nothing through compared to the shock as he noticed Naruto had somehow managed to stick his foot onto the Shakujiao with chakra, and not only that, but the black substance seemed to just be melting away where the blonde touched it, as if it had been exposed to a powerful acid. All of a sudden Madara suddenly found himself quite hard-pressed against Naruto's increased speed and flexibility. The fact he had no discernible taijutsu style and seemed completely random and unpredictable wasn't helping in the slightest. His eyes narrowed in anger as he allowed the black staff to disintegrate. At the same moment an identical one formed in his offhand. He brought it up with a smirk of victory, crashing it into Naruto's stomach and causing the young monk to fold around the Shakujiao before he wrenched it up with a powerful sweep. Naruto was sent hurtling upwards uncontrollably while Madara just grinned, crouching in a split second before blasting up after him. He reached the Uzumaki at the peak of his flight only to get sent flying back by what should have been an impossible kick as Naruto contorted his body and lashed out with more strength and leverage than his position should have allowed. Do it for Fu-chan, yeah? Komei called out excitedly as Madara ran a hand through his hair, allowing his body to hover in the sky. His eyes narrowed when he noticed the translucent white insectoid-esque wings sprouting from the blonde's back and yet another tomo entering his eye, this time on the innermost ring. Some of Madara's irritation had begun to bleed away at this point, and for once he was actually thrilled with the way the fight was going. Far from the weakling Naruto had seemed to be, the young monk was proving to be a strong opponent in a worthy fight, even in his Jinhuriki-enhanced state. Already this confrontation was reworking the landscape with gaping craters and small rivers of lava. And for Kiribi, Jayaki's booming voice spoke softly as Madara flew towards them, a grin alighting on his lopsided features. It quickly turned into a look of disgust and irritation though as Naruto suddenly spun, using his newfound wings to rotate rapidly in a move he recalled from watching Fu train, only with a modification. Bubbling, scalding black ink shot in every direction from his spinning form, and despite Madara's attempts to put up a shield of the black chakra, some managed to cling to his robes, burning through it before the Uchiha expelled it with a sudden Shinra Tensei. Any enjoyment he had been getting from the fight evaporated in that moment as he felt as though his opponent was just mocking him. Naruto dash, however Kurama's words went unspoken as the air around Madara just seemed to explode outwards, a great rolling wave of air pressure managing to catch Naruto and sent him into an uncontrolled descent. Something about the wave seemed to destabilize the wings of chakra on his back, and Naruto suddenly found himself falling rapidly. A great plume of dust and debris shot up into the air where his body struck the ground. Enough of this. I have delayed long enough putting up with your pointless resistance because it was amusing, but it grows tiring now. Madara floated down to where Naruto was trying to pick himself up out of the surprisingly large crater his body had created. Again, Isabu's toughened coral had protected him, but he was still winded from the collision. At that moment though, it wouldn't have mattered if he was completely unharmed, as Madara seemed to concentrate, raising his arm up and closing his eyes. Suddenly what looked like a long, writhing white root shot from his hand, flailing a moment before burrowing straight into the ground right where Naruto was getting up off his knees. He nearly fell over again though, as the ground shook violently, thick branches and roots suddenly bursting up at random all around him. Madara closed his hand and cut off the connection with the roots, however they still grew and writhed without his supervision. The Uchiha Patriarch simply glanced down into the crater as more and more roots sprang up, twining around one another and around Naruto as well. His face only showed a cool, collected victory. Now, be swallowed by the Shinju as you join the infinite Tsukuyomi. Chapter 91, Blood v. 'Tis not enough to help the feeble up, but to support them after. William Shakespeare. Madara's words were lost on Naruto as he dove backwards, narrowly avoiding getting ensnared by a large white root that had suddenly burst from the ground beneath him. His eyes were wide and slightly panicking as he was forced to duck low as a wooden tentacle tried to wrap around his neck. Out of the corner of his eye he could see Madara smirking at him, hovering a safe distance away from the rapidly growing, whatever it was he had released. The name Shinju sounded particularly ominous. As he watched the sky become eclipsed by twining and creeping branches and roots, it really was comparable to some godly tree bursting from the earth to reach towards the heavens. His arms whirred with activity as one deconstructed before reforming into a whirring saw that slashed madly, cutting the thick wood before it could get too close. The insectoid wings on his back that had managed to reform buzzed madly as his eyes flicked about, searching for any opening in the rapidly closing maze of wood and plant life growing around him. Every touch from his body seemed to melt away at the twining branches, but for every one he destroyed 5 more seemed to take its place, writhing and contorting about as they blindly sought him out. He gasped in shock as a smaller, thinner wooden root suddenly wrapped around his arm like a whip. Almost instantly the blue glow pervading his body dissipated, leaving him breathless and drained. His eyes only shot open wider as his struggles grew in intensity, realizing that whatever this plant was, it was desperately trying to absorb his chakra. However, for all his struggling, the tree continued to grow and more roots took up the few precious remaining pockets of space left. Another branch snagged his foot and he quickly sawed it away, only to have that arm jerked back as a wooden tentacle snaked around his wrist. He panted furiously, muscles bulging against his various restraints as he felt his vision beginning to blur. The space around him was getting darker and darker as the roots grew over the last few gaps, letting moonlight in. His body felt so weak as he sluggishly wrenched his way out of the Shinju's wooden grip, only to be ensnared twice as strongly moments later. Even through the darkness that was slowly encroaching on his vision, the young blonde managed to catch a final glimpse of Madara's Rinnegan eye, glinting with victory before a last root grew over that too with a shuddering, creaking groan that rang with finality. His struggles grew less powerful, his movements lacking energy as his eyes were beginning to droop dangerously as the last vestiges of his chakra were whittled away. He just felt so tired. Closing his eyes and allowing that inviting darkness to swallow him up seemed so comfortable. Naruto's head nodded down, his eyes slowly closing, unconsciousness gently tugging at his awareness. Naruto! Shin panted, her eyes wide and unseeing before she blinked, gulping in air and trying to control her breathing. She had shot out of bed suddenly, her eyes showing an odd kaleidoscope of colors for a brief instant before returning to their normal violet hue. Her white shirt was soaked in sweat and clung to her skin, causing goosebumps to rise up along her delicate, pale arms as the cold night air chilled her. She sat there a moment, clutching worriedly at the collar of her shirt as she glanced about, her breaths shallow and irregular, interspersed with slight gulps as she vainly tried to stop her heart from beating out her chest. Since Naruto had left Oni no Kuni, her visions had become few and far between, their land becoming relatively peaceful and quiet without the looming threat of Morio hanging over them like a storm cloud. However, it was unlike anything Shin had ever felt before in her visions, a deep-seated, inexplicable terror that had surged up inside of her. Her dream seemed vague and out of focus now that she was awake, but what had caused her fear was the terrible blood-red eye hanging in the sky, 9 obsidian tomo swimming through its crimson surface. Priestess. Predictably, Taraho threw open the sliding door to her room a moment later, by her side in a second as he checked her over. The young Maiko brushed him off quickly though, composing herself as she absently straightened her hair, missing the gentle tinkling that her bell used to give off but smiling just a little as she thought about the young man she had given it to. "I am fine Taraho, there's no need to worry." The attendant seemed unsure for a moment as he took in the young girl's disheveled appearance but nonetheless bowed his head and left the room. Shin stayed sitting there for a few more minutes, her eyes unnaturally drawn to the bright full moon hanging stoically in the sky. For just a moment she could have sworn it was interposed by that same bloody eye she had witnessed in her dream but shrugged it off, only a slight chill passing down her spine to make her feel ill at ease. "Be safe Naruto, please." Her mumbled words as she lay back down to sleep provided her little comfort though. "Gaara, what are you doing?" The young crimson-haired man shifted his teal eyes from his stargazing down to the teenager tiredly lifting her body up onto the tiled roof of the inn they were staying at for the night. "I couldn't sleep." His quiet voice did little to rouse the girl as she wiped at her eyes, a cute yawn escaping her lips as she slowly clambered up to roof to sit next to him, a little too close for them to be just casual friends. Oh. She didn't need to ask to know why. Gaara didn't often sleep, more from habit than anything else. Growing up while keeping Shukaku at bay, it had become more of a luxury than a necessity, and the russet-haired boy could often go weeks without needing even an hour of shut-eye. The two sat staring up at the star-filled sky for a few quiet moments. It was very clear out in the countryside of Chanokuni, and Sasame's tired eyes were drifting between the different constellations she could remember. "The moon seems too bright tonight." The orange-haired Fuma clan girl blinked before looking around at her friend in confusion. She had known ever since he rescued her those long years ago in Tanokuni that he had the penchant to be mysterious and vague, but she had come to accept that part of him. So much so that when he had finally decided to move on and refused even more of her clan's hospitality, she came with him. He hadn't seemed all that keen to have her along, but later on she realized it was just because he was unused to interaction with people as a whole. "You say the weirdest things sometimes, Gaara." The former Jinhiriki said nothing in return, but that was okay. Sasami had grown used to his long, quiet pauses and had long ago stopped expecting answers when instead she could find them in his deep, teal eyes. She loved his eyes. Often they were the only part of his body not covered in his sand armor, the only part that was really him. "You don't have to stay up for my sake, Sasami." That only made her smile more. Despite being the silent type she knew Gaara cared, he cared for all the bonds he had made since he left his home. She yawned as she shuffled closer, gently laying her head on his shoulder and smiling. "What kind of friend would I be if I let you stay up here all alone?" Yet despite those words her eyes fell closed a few minutes later, her breaths becoming slow and regular. Gaara just smiled, a small smile that was more the upturning of the edge of his lips, but it was a true smile. However, that smile vanished as a faint rustling broke the still quiet of the night. His eyes widened in surprise when he looked down to see the thin but strong layer of sand almost permanently covering his body slip away. A moment of concentration and it had returned to its rightful place, but that one moment of wavering was enough to unsettle the former Sunanin. He hadn't had trouble controlling his sand for years, not since the Ichibai had been removed from him by Naruto, so why now? The question plagued him relentlessly. She stared back up at the moon, once again feeling the slight chill down his spine as it stoically stared back at him. His thoughts turned to Naruto as they were sometimes wont to do, and he wondered what his first true friend was doing right now. The sand in his gourd stirred restlessly at the thought, doing nothing to settle his unease. Tsunade-sama, are you okay?" Shizune tittered worriedly as she hovered about her mentor, a few sake bottles strewn about the booth they were sitting at. The restoration of the damaged section of Konoha had been going slowly, but most of the injured had been dealt with and there were no life-threatening problems to deal with, so Tsunade had given herself a break. Namely, this involved going out to the nearest undamaged bar and drinking until she couldn't feel her toes anymore. However, on her fourth bottle of sake she had paused for a moment, staring down into her saucer quietly. What? Yeah, I'm fine, Shizune, stop being such a mother hen." Tsunade jerked up, the cup in her hand forgotten as she laughed as Shizune's irritated expression. The poor woman had only been trying to help after all. However, her features quickly turned pensive again as she listlessly swirled the clear liquid in the saucer until she couldn't see her reflection in it. "Okay, if you're sure." Shizune's tone echoed her own disbelief at the words, She figured Tsunade's recent bad mood had been from seeing Naruto and Fu again after all this time only to have them leave without so much as a goodbye. She jerked though when the saucer in her mentor's hand suddenly cracked, breaking in two and splashing the older woman with sake, much to the enjoyment of the male patrons of the bar. As Tsunade cursed her misfortune though Shizune couldn't help but stare at the little saucer, snapped clean in two. It was a very unnatural break and for some reason made her incredibly uneasy. Oh geez Shizune, stop looking at the dem cup and get me a napkin or something. You stare like that any longer and you'll remind me of Sarutobi sensei with all his bad omen nonsense. The younger woman was snapped out her daze and quickly moved to comply with her Shishao's request. However, she couldn't help but look back at the broken saucer, wondering why a chill had passed down her spine. Chikaku coughed into his hand, his brow furrowing in exasperation as once again he was forced out of his meditation on the whims of his feeble body. A sigh escaped his lips as he pulled his tired bones out of his cross-legged stance before cracking his neck. He was just becoming too old for all this and it had begun to show with this recent cough he had picked up and couldn't get rid of. Chirika had urged him to get it seen to but he had shaken the man off. If it was his time then it was his time, no use making some big fuss about it or drawing it out. He sighed though, knowing it wasn't quite true. He would like to see Naruto again if he could just hold out for that long. It was a selfish wish but the old sentimental side of him would like to see the young boy that had considerably brightened up the temple with his mere presence. Still, he knew there was no use worrying over the thought so he just smoothed out his robes and walked back over to the tatami mat he enjoyed meditating on the most. It was the spongiest. However, a frown marred his usually serene features when he noticed a small tear in the corner of the old mat, allowing another sight to escape his mouth as he shook his head. The temple was old, older than he was, and it too was beginning to show. That thought though elicited a small smile from the old monk as he fondly rubbed a hand along a wooden beam. Gracefully growing old together, eh? He chuckled but it quickly descended into a small fit of coughs that had him holding onto the same beam for support until it subsided. Well, maybe not so gracefully in my case. He let out a long breath, glancing up at the darkened sky he could see from his window. The moon was big and full tonight, normally excellent conditions for meditation and relaxation. All the same Chikaku just couldn't get into it, something was just off. Sara allowed his head to flop back onto the cool ground with a welcomed sigh, smiling lightly as he let his body be warmed by the invitingly crackling fire he had set up. The small clearing he had found was beautiful with a clear little stream bubbling away to the side and dense patches of multicolored flowers strewn about in methodical chaos. He never once regretted his decision to travel away from the temple for a while. Already he had gotten to see sights he could have only ever dreamed of living with the monks. Just like his namesake, the sky was really the limit for him right now. So why did he feel so uneasy right now? For a few hours now as he went about setting up his camp and just generally relaxing, the strangest chill had worked its way into him. It was a warm night and the fire was lighting up the small clearing well, so he had trouble understanding where this unsettling feeling was coming from. He tried to put it out of his mind and thought instead about what he had seen on his travels, his hand naturally snaking up to fiddle with his Megatama earring as he often did when idle. Ah, damn it! He cursed lightly as the fragile ring that secured the small white bead to his ear snapped, immediately making his scrabble about in the grass until he found it. When he did, his eyes widened slightly, forcing him to hold it closer to the fire just to be sure of what he was seeing. Sure enough, as he turned the little white bead, he saw a tiny crack snake its way from the point all the way up the earring. A frown crossed the monk's face as his thoughts went to the one who had given him this as a gift, not exactly liking the bad omen it represented. Sajiri watched, entranced, as Shizuka flowed through movement after graceful movement of her latest kata. Her glossy black hair shimmered with each step and thrust in the light of the full moon bathing the training ground. He felt so privileged to be able to sit here and watch this epitome of grace and poise just move, even if they were in practiced movements designed to fight with. Naturally his eyes were drawn to a single bead of sweat that percolated on her forehead, watching it trace the gentle curves of her face, down the taut slope of her neck where it rounded the swell of her bosom before finally disappearing into the alluring slit of her cleavage. Like what you see, Sajiri-kun. The boy's head shot up like lightning, a bright red blush spreading rapidly over the bridge of his nose as he desperately avoided looking into his girlfriend's mirth-filled emerald eyes. She had just finished her set, ending with him planting a few shuriken in a nearby tree in the vague pattern of a flower, only to glance up and see her boyfriend's wandering gaze. It was so fun to rile the poor merchant up, especially when he lacked the emotional training all Nades Hiko Kunoichi went through. I'll get those for you, Shizuka-chan. In a poorly concealed attempt to avoid looking at her, the boy quickly hurried over to the shuriken implanted in the tree, taking them out one by one. He jumped then when he felt a hand lightly caress his neck, turning with a more brilliant blush to see Shizuka right behind him, her eyes sparkling with amusement. Gently she took the shuriken Sajiri had in his hand, just enjoying the fact that she could share this time with him. It reminded her to thank Naruto the next time she saw him. Ah! Sajiri pulled his hand back, a bead of red welling up on his fingertip from where the shuriken, that had inexplicably shattered into two between their grip, had cut into him. Shizuka just raised a brow. She hadn't thrown the shuriken nearly hard enough to leave them this brittle, and they were only a few days old. Oh, come here, Sajiri-kun, let me help you with that. Never one to let an opportunity drop, though. Shizuka quickly took the merchant's finger from where he was cradling it and leading it up to her mouth, where, after only a moment to smirk mysteriously at her lover, she placed it between her lips, sucking slowly. As Sajiri, now properly motivated by the entrancing display, led the giggling Kunoichi from the training ground, she spared another fleeting glance to the shuriken laying abandoned on the grass. A single bead of crimson blood lay on the cold steel, catching the reflection of the moon but dyeing it a sickly, unnatural scarlet. It went quickly forgotten though as the young woman turned her attention back towards the man she loved, only existing as a slight chill that only briefly passed down her spine. Nezumuro cracked her back softly as she finally made it up the slope, silently complaining about where Naruto had to place Shizuka's grave. However, soon enough the beautiful statue he had made of the girl came into sight, making the amber-haired girl smile thoughtfully. Gently she placed the flowers she had collected down in front of the statue, her eyes following where the droplets of water actually seemed to leak down the girl's stony form. Sometimes when visiting the grave she had to remind herself that it was just a statue. It often seemed so lifelike she would forget this wasn't actually Shizuka for a while. Today, though she wasn't sure, the statue seemed dulled. It was the only way she could describe it. It was as though it had lost some of the spark, the life that had made it so beautiful. After a moment or two of contemplation, the Kirigaku Kunoichi shrugged absently. Maybe it was just the way the bright full moon hung overhead that seemed to bleach the statue of color, leaving it pallid and washed out. Hey Shizuka-chan, it's a really pretty night, so I thought we could talk. Nezumuro grinned brightly as she sat down so she could lean against the base of the memorial, her legs pulled up tight against her chest. Auntie May was really grouchy today. I think it's because of Ao again, you know how he is. She wasn't sure how long she stayed out there, at least until the moon had inched further across the sky and dew had begun to collect on the grass. Some might have called her crazy for coming up to this desolate hill in the middle of nowhere and talking about inane things with a statue, but she enjoyed it. It gave her the opportunity to just talk and think without interruption, not to mention Shizuku, and Naruto had saved her life, and she felt she owed the girl who had given her life in her country's struggle for freedom. She always made sure to come up once at least every 2 weeks, to pay her respects if nothing else. Despite the statue always looking immaculate and never seeming to need any repair or maintenance, she didn't want the memorial to simply go forgotten. However, as the mists began to draw in for the inevitable morning fogs that plagues Mizu no Kuni, Nezumuro made her bright goodbye. She darted off from the statue, never noticing the condensation that built up around its sparkling stone eye, slowly sliding down its face like a single solitary tear. Hiruzen just knew his face must have gained a few years in the last couple days alone as he stood in front of the large panoramic window overlooking his battered, but surviving village. One of his arms was in a sling and he had bandages crisscrossing his stomach, but his injuries were nothing he hadn't experienced through the 3 wars he had fought in or presided over. The wrinkles on his face seemed deeper and his eyes were a little more sunken than usual, but most of all he felt tired, just exhausted. Watching as his village recovered yet again from attack, he realized just how old he was. Too long he had deceived himself that if Unaki could stay strong in his old age, then why not him? The truth was he shouldn't even be standing here. He had long ago been ready to retire, give up the hat and live out the rest of his life in relative peace with his remaining family. And yet, as he stood there, looking over the village he had helped shape and mold in his 60-plus years, he had no successor. His students, brilliant as they were in their own regards, had no intention of taking the mantle. the next generation were still too young even if they showed promise, and the current generation of Jounin just couldn't stand up to their predecessors in terms of power or ability, even if Kakashi came close. He sighed wearily, sinking into his comfortable chair and placing his fingers on the bridge of his nose. He often wondered how different things would be if Naruto had simply stayed in the village. In a few years he might have been ready to take up the Hokage title himself. He certainly showed the power for it if his Umbu's reports of the fight with the Akatsuki leader were anything to go on. Yet, at the same time he couldn't help but feel ashamed about how happy Naruto seemed when he wasn't in the village, or when he was alone with that girl. What did that say about his treatment within the village for the short time he lived there? Another long-winded sigh escaped him as he looked towards the Hokage monument, always within view so that it seemed like the past Hokage were always watching over him, measuring what he did. In particular he stared up at the Yondame's face, wondering just how much he had failed his legacy. It had sustained a little damage in the fight with the Akatsuki, a few new cracks spidering out over his handsome stony features. Despite what his students might say, Sarutobi was hardly a superstitious man, yet as he looked up at that firm, stoic face carved into the mountainside, he felt a brief chill pass through his bones. Teiwa nearly spat out her drink, laughing raucously as Haku grinned, holding up a little ice sculpture of Anoka. The girl in question just huffed with slightly over-exaggerated irritation, crossing her arms under her chest and pouting. She wouldn't have minded normally. Haku's sculptures were often incredibly good, capturing the likeness of whatever it was he was copying down to the freckles. It was more the fact the little ice statue had her stood atop a pile of workmen, a whip in hand as she pointed somewhere in the distance. A few of the aforementioned workers caught sight of the little spectacle between the three teens and began laughing as well, quickly spreading to the entirety of the bar. Slowly the red-headed Uzumaki girl sank into her shirt, wanting to disappear as she was made the laughing stock of the entire room. Haku simply dissolved the statue and patted her on the back fondly, holding down his own chuckles. Anoka simply smirked evilly beneath the collar of her shirt. The ice boy would get his later. Never let it be said, and Uzumaki backed down in the face of pranking. Damn, I'm glad this was one of the first places they fixed up. Teiwa's slightly drunken tone washed over the three as she tipped back another saucer of sake, much to Haku's growing worry. Teiwa was usually quite a bit to handle without her being drunk, although he had to at least agree with her sentiment. The bar was a warm and lively place in comparison to the normally quiet and lonely ruins that otherwise occupied Uzunokuni. Later on, figuring Teiwa had probably had enough, he bid Anoka farewell as he carried the other Uzumaki girl home on his back, trying not to wince as she sang to herself in her moderately tone-deaf slur, quite loudly. They passed a few workmen on the path back and Haku nodded politely, even as Teiwa jeered quite merrily. The workmen had been a rather recent addition to the island, simply showing up one day around a few weeks ago for a reconstruction job. Apparently someone had hired nearly the entire island of Nami no Kuni for the reconstruction of Uzushiagakur. When asked how they were supposed to pay for such an undertaking, a kindly but often drunken old man called Tajuna had told them it was all paid for by an anonymous donor. Haku instantly figured out who exactly had paid for it all, and at the time he had been rather disbelieving the young monk could possess such money. However, belief or not, the job had been taken, and ever since the Nami countrymen had been there to stay, and slowly but surely Uzushio was being restored to a semblance of its former glory. They didn't say anything, but Haku had a suspicion Anoka and Teiwa secretly hoped that as word spread about the rebuilding, the spread-out Uzumaki clan might once again come together in one home. It often amazed him how much family meant to those two once they realized they actually had some. Walking into one of the apartment blocks that had been set up as temporary living accommodation until more substantial housing could be built, he quickly unlocked his door, or at least attempted to, as a giggling Teiwa constantly batted away his hand, seeing as some kind of game. All the same, he eventually managed to make it inside before throwing Teiwa onto the bed, much to the girl's drunken joy. He ignored her sloppy, seductive calls from the bed as he got ready for the night, quietly smiling to himself from amusement. His girlfriend was a funny drunk. However, as he walked back into the bedroom, he noticed something off. Along the windowsill that he could clearly see the bright, full moon out of, were a row of small, immaculate ice sculptures. They were of each of his friends, including Fu and Naruto, the last two intended to be presents when the two finally returned to Uzushio. However, the figure of Naruto was cracked clean in half, a pool of melted water collecting around the two fragments. For a moment he wondered if Taewya had knocked it over, but the girl had passed out in a rather undignified manner on the bed. It was easily fixable and shouldn't have really been a concern, but his eyes were drawn to the fact that with the way the figure seemed to be melting, it looked as though Naruto was crying. He tried to shake it off as he shifted Taewya into a position that would actually allow him to get onto the bed, but try as he might he couldn't rid himself of the uneasy, unsettling feeling that came over him. The world around Naruto was dark and cold, like he had fallen beneath some frozen lake. His body was sluggish, unresponsive, and so very weak, it felt as though freezing iron chains held down his limbs. With every breath he heard his heart beat loudly in his ears, slowly getting slower and slower like some petering lullaby, allowing him to drift away. Where to he couldn't say, but right now, anywhere else seemed inviting and warm compared to this dark, freezing void he was trapped in. Oh! His breath quickened as he felt a gentle tug on his shoulder, his heart jumping in shock as it seemed to pull him back. He wanted to lean into the touch, but his body was so heavy, so cold that he just couldn't. He felt the warmth linger for a moment before that too disappeared, leaving him all alone again. Yuto. He felt it again, a tiny bit of warmth latching onto his shoulder that he desperately tried to latch onto, frantically hoping that it would stay like a ray of light amidst a darkened storm. However, soon it slipped away like the last time, like some cruel taunt placed in front of him that his weighed-down body would never be able to reach. Naruto. Again, he struggled, forcing his tired, aching body to turn, to do something so that the warmth wouldn't leave him. He couldn't take it again. A low, exerting grunt escaped him as he fought against his restraints with everything he had left. It wasn't enough though, it was like the weight of the entire world sat on his shoulders, it was just insurmountable. Naruto. If his head could have snapped up, it would have, as it was a pair of dim-lidded Rinnegan eyes managed to open, just a crack. Naruto, it's okay, you're not alone. Even this much was tough, but gradually he battled through it, opening his eyes, desperate to see who was talking, desperate to know who that warm, soft voice belonged to. It was so filled with warmth and compassion Naruto felt like the void was being pushed away by its mere presence. He had to know, had to. You were never alone. Naruto froze, his eyes fuzzy and half-lidded as he craned his neck against the roots securing him in place. He could barely make out a blur of long red hair before he blinked it away, the warmth that voice gave him pushing away the dark and the cold. A gentle smile, two bright, vibrant purple eyes, a mane of long, beautiful red hair. Her body was insubstantial, barely even there like a ghost, and behind her there was a tall blonde man, his features strikingly familiar. Naruto couldn't know if it was delirium from chakra exhaustion or just his mind going insane, but as he saw those two smiling softly at him, their eyes filled with pride, he saw others begin to appear behind them. Phew, Taewya, Haku, Shizuku, Nagato, Konan, Sora, Shizuka, Nezumaro, Chikaku, Chiriku, Sarutobi, Ayam, Tuki, everyone who had touched his life was standing there like wispy wraiths, smiling and urging him on with silent words. Another jolt of warmth ran through his body, filling him with energy he hadn't realized he even had, and when he struggled to turn his head again he saw the Byakuya, standing on his other side, their own eyes filled with determination. Kurama had laid a single great paw on his back, where the warmth seemed to be coming from. His breaths came out stronger as his eyes narrowed, the ground beneath his feet cratering as with a great cry of exertion he pushed. The roots seemed to writhe at his activity, but he didn't care. Even as they grabbed at his limbs and wrapped around his neck, he just pushed harder. More arms burst from his shoulders, pushing with him like the helping hand of comrades. His arms started to vibrate from the exertion, but even as he felt the muscles strain and begin to burn, he carried on, the people behind him slowly vanishing one by one until just those two remained, standing on either side, hands on his shoulders. We know you can do it, Naruto, we know you can do anything. The blonde's teeth clenched together as he roared out his pain and frustration, pushing with everything he had, with the strength he had been given. Shinra. He never noticed a cloak of pure white chakra with the consistency of a flame seemed to materialize out of the air to alight around his shoulders, a brilliant snowy haori that billowed out around him in an unseen wind. His eyes glowed brilliantly, nine tomo spinning excitedly along their rings as he poured in every last ounce of energy he could feel in his body. 10. SEI. Then everything went white. Chapter 92, Blood 6. If you want a happy ending, that depends, of course, on where you stop your story. Orson Welles. Madara floated far away from the Shinju, watching with mild curiosity as the strange, almost vine-like construction of the supposed god tree finished twining together with a final shuddering groan of wood. His eyes moved up to the top of the branchless tree where a large flower looked ready to bloom, a victorious smile passing over his features. He didn't really care if this over-glorified plant really was some kind of god. He was an Uchiha, he would harness its power regardless. No, what was important here was the fact that after decades of scheming, lying in the shadows out of sight of that damn Hashirama and his successors, his victory was finally upon him. The other Rinnegan user was dealt with, not that he ever stood a chance, not to mention the irritating Jinhiriki was trapped somewhere beneath the Ten-Tail's true body. His chakra would be absorbed and the god tree would be fully restored without the need for all of Obito's silly little modifications. The boy was talented and his main Jikyo was useful for sure, but he lacked the raw power needed to fully see his vision through. At that thought Madara frowned lightly, his eye morphing into its Sherry-non form as it scanned the battlefield in search of his apprentice's body. He would be needing his other eye when. Responding to the sudden change, Madara's eye automatically flicked over the Shinju as the entire tree suddenly shook with a tremendous force. Entire roots, longer than many villages were wide, were ripped from the ground and the Shinju itself swayed. He couldn't see it, but the eye nestled in that flower high above him widened in fear and shock as its petals shuddered with the unnatural force. It calmed moments later, but it left the Uchiha patriarch rather perturbed. Finally, though, he put it up to the last futile struggles of a worthy adversary and left to look for his wayward pupil and his missing eye. A different set of Rinnegan eyes slowly opened to a very different scene as Naruto blearily stood up, or at least he thought he was standing. Wherever he was didn't seem to have a discernible floor. It just appeared to be a long, endless white void with no up or down, no ground or sky, and not even a visible light source, although he could see his own hands just fine. It was all rather disorienting, and when he took a step forward he was fearful he would just slip down into that bottomless nothing and be lost forever, falling, or maybe ascending. I assure you, this is a new experience for myself as well. Naruto whirled at the androgynous, monotone voice, his eyes wide and surprised. It had sounded as though it was right next to his ear. However, when he turned there was nobody there, further confusing him and causing him to slowly grow more frustrated. He took a breath, calming himself, and sat down on the non-existent floor in a simple cross-legged position and focused on the flow of his chakra. It was the only thing in this white hell that was familiar and comfortable. Meditation, he was fond of that strange human practice also. Naruto opened his eyes but was once again met by nothing but the empty space before him, no owner of the voice to be found. Then. Again, I find a great deal of what your race does to be strange. I suppose that is our differing natures. Naruto gently attempted to tap into the natural energy around him, hoping it would at least give him an inkling of where he was. However, as soon as he stilled his body, it was like opening the floodgates to an entire ocean. The area around him was completely swathed in natural energy. It blanketed this world like it was the air and the ground. What do you think you are doing? The voice still held a steady monotonous quality, but Naruto could feel the sheer hostility in those words as he desperately stemmed the flow of the senjutsu to his body before he was overwhelmed and consumed. Sorry. It came out on instinct as Naruto finally calmed the tumultuous energies within himself, letting the natural energy flow out of his body and back into this oddity of a world. Ah, so the human can speak. That is refreshing. Naruto sighed, knowing that wherever he was, meditation wasn't going to help him, nor deal with this voice that seemed to be speaking more within his head than actually to him. It is disconcerting to hold a conversation with nothing. Most people consider that behavior unusual. A presence finally made itself known behind the young blonde, but when he turned he found words wouldn't come. He was transfixed, breathless. Ah, but what is unusual? Naruto Uzumaki. Before him stood a goddess. Other words failed to accurately sum up the presence this one woman had. She was tall, but only enough that Naruto had to slightly crane his neck to meet her eyes. They themselves were the purest white, almost like the Byakugan, save for where those clan members had the lightest hints of pale colors. She had none, like she had no iris or pupil at all. His skin was equally pale, like a delicate porcelain that belied the rippling power she seemed to effortlessly emanate. Keeping with the pure theme, her hair billowed about her form like a blanket of snow, not a hair out of place even though it nearly reached her feet. In some places it seemed to merge right into the brilliant white cloak she wore, decorated in places by familiar symbols of Magatama and Tomo and vibrant, royal purples. Pale almost unnoticeable circles decorated the space just above her eyes, not unlike the markings of a sage, while a vertical, slit-like line emerged just above the bridge of her nose. To complete the otherworldly look, 2 great horns rose from her scalp, parting her immaculate hair like a crown of smooth, perfect bone. Who are you? Naruto couldn't control the slight catch in his throat, however he couldn't avert his eyes, or look away at all. This form is Kagaya Otsutsuki, the very first of your kind to partake of my fruit and live. In a way she was my very first Jinchuriki, the first to harness my power that you humans have come to corrupt and defile. At that the meticulous expression on the woman's face twisted into a slight scowl, the sight of which Naruto could image preceded the destruction of a great deal of land. However, the words struck him as his mind flickered back to the stories Kurama had told him of the original sage when he had first begun to earn the fox's trust. Otsutsuki? As in Hagoromo Otsutsuki. Before his very eyes the visage of the woman shifted, the porcelain skin becoming sun-beaten and wrinkled, the hair losing its luster and becoming grayed while the horns shrank down to more resemble Naruto's forehead protector. Then the eyes opened again and Naruto was facing down a very familiar set of rippled gray orbs as the Sage of the Six Paths hovered in front of him in a cross-legged stance so utterly familiar to him. It was the one Chikaka had taught him all those years ago. There was him as well. He was certainly one of the more interesting of your kind with the way he disseminated my chakra amongst the people, hoping it would connect them together. A slight sneer crossed a face that looked as though it had never bore a negative emotion in its life. He was naive until the end, but he was strong. It was at that point Naruto snapped himself out of his mildly odd state and realized this wasn't actually the sage sitting in front of him, just an image, an echo. You are the Juobi then. The revelation surprised the blonde even as he spoke it. There was certainly no intelligence in the eye of that beast as he battled Madara atop its body. The representation of Hagoromo nodded all the same, a hand coming up to stroke the long, grayed beard. A distasteful and rather unoriginal name, but yes, that is an aspect of myself. More commonly, when I was still anchored in this world, I was known as the Shinju. Naruto blinked, remembering Madara say that very same name, as if it were supposed to be common knowledge. Why take this form then? The image of the sage tilted its head slightly, aged, omnipotent eyes regarding the blonde with something akin to curiosity. I could take any number of forms. Over the millennia hundreds have touched my chakra in one way or another, some housing my fragments. The sage's features shifted once more, suddenly flashing through many different appearances that Naruto didn't recognize until suddenly he saw Gaara's face, only to vanish moments later, replaced by Yugito's, Yagura's, then Roshi's, and so on. The Shinju continued to cycle through the Jinchuriki Naruto knew until it paused and Naruto found himself looking into a much more familiar set of violet Rinnegan and bright blonde hair. Others housing a closer approximation to my whole. Naruto couldn't help the slight shudder that passed down his spine as he was forced to watch his own face morph into that of Madara Uchiha's. It makes no difference to me, but as the very first I suppose I have an attachment of sorts to Kagaya. You humans might call it sentimentality. Slowly Madara's cruel features melted away and Naruto was once again sitting across from the vision of beauty and power that was Kagaya Otsutsuki, now in a humble Seiza position. So you don't consider it sentimental? Naruto wasn't even sure what he was saying anymore, the conversation had become so surreal, he was talking to the Juobi. Kagaya's eyes regarded him stoically though, a long pause following his statement. A long time ago I suppose I would not have, I was everything, connected to this world and so intrinsically linked that I never truly was. I existed, but I had no identity, no self, just a presence. However, with this woman's acceptance of my power I suddenly was something. I found a sense of self, separated from my whole. At that Naruto had a feeling the Shinju had once considered itself to be the entire world, although he could only infer. It grew within her son, an individuality that was so alien I initially fought it, refused to accept it. It was only when I was separated, fragmented that I realized what I had lost. Then those fragments gained their own sense of self, they grew further from our original whole, too far. The voice still carried no true emotion but Naruto could almost feel the slight hint of longing lacing the air around him. New feelings I had before had no use for suddenly appeared, rage that something would take my energy, sadness that it could become tainted and twisted in such a way, fear as I was ripped from myself and imprisoned. Regret that I could not stop it. A long, uncomfortable silence seemed to ripple through the void as Naruto sat there, unknowing of what to say to this entity. You became more human. The representation looked up, not even a hint of emotion flickering across its face as its blank eyes bored into Naruto's soul for a moment. Yes. I became more human. Naruto was a little surprised it had accepted that so easily, only to feel a tremor of frustration ripple across the world around him. Then what now? Naruto had worked it out by now, somehow he had been drawn into some shared mind space with the Shinju. In retrospect he should have realized that if such a thing were possible with the Byakuya then it only made sense for the same to be true of their progenitor. However he didn't know how he ended up here. Was he dead? You are not dead, Naruto Uzumaki. The blonde blinked before frowning at the regal woman's impassive form. You're in my head. A slight tilt of the head gave the impression of amusement, but it seemed more of a facsimile, an imitation, than a genuine response. And you are in mine. However, that made the blonde's eyebrow raise slightly. It almost sounded like a joke, but that was impossible. You humans never cease to amaze me by what you decide is or is not impossible. Naruto simply stared at the woman incredulously before narrowing his eyes slightly. So you were making a joke? The Shinju just stared at him evenly, not dignifying that with a response. After a moment or two Naruto relented, a brief sigh escaping his lips as his posture slumped a little. A second later though and his gaze was back up, Rinnegan eyes searching Kagaya's face curiously, as if looking for something he expected to be there. Because he certainly couldn't feel it within himself. Where are the Byakuya? Where is Kurama? Kagaya's regal visage simply blinked once, letting Naruto know everything he needed to. He looked down, a troubled frown secured firmly on his face. They are not gone, as you might imagine. You humans have such defined notions of what is and isn't. They are simply part of the whole they were once separated from, returned to how they were, chakra. Naruto's frown only deepened and the Shinju was reminded of the single time Hagi Oromo Otsutsuki had talked with it, as a much younger man than it chose to represent him as. How is that fair? They had lives, personalities, bonds, and feelings of their own. Is all of that just gone now? Again he was met by that cold, immovable stare as the very first user of chakra regarded him, not curiously, but some approximation of the emotion. Like I stated, you humans rarely understand these things. Are your bonds meaningless when your corporeal form rots away? When that fickle immaterial notion of a soul passes onto the pure world? The fragments of myself may have fooled themselves with the concept that their lack of physical forms granted them an immortality, but they had their lives, as all things will and must. The Shinju saw it had done nothing to ease the concern of the young human sitting before it. However, they are not dead. As Naruto looked up, the Juobi caught a flicker of that strange human concept so alien to itself enter his eyes. Hope. What did the Shinju have to hope for? It was, is, and will be. Humans were truly an enigma. What do you mean? Naruto didn't understand. If what the Shinju was saying was true, he would never see Kurama again, never get to talk with Madatabi or stroke Shukaku's head. They are me, I am them, I am not dead, they live. Naruto blinked slowly and the Shinju nearly, sighed. You once asked me whether or not Byakuya really ate, and I told you while the chakra within us needed no sustenance or replenishment, we could still taste. Naruto's frown was slowly beginning to slip away. I asked Kurama that. The Shinju just nodded slowly and Naruto's eyes opened a little wider. The being sitting before him genuinely didn't understand the difference. So what does that make you now, if you are what they have become? The blonde blinked in surprise when the image in front of him smiled mysteriously, betraying that previously stoic facade. I am. We are. At that Naruto just sighed and scratched the back of his head. It was like trying to talk to Master Chikaka right after he meditated. So what will you do now? The smile slipped away and once again silence reigned over the two for an awkward few seconds. I imagine the one called Madara will wish to return the world to a state this one, Kagaya, also tried to enact, the eternal Tsukuyomi. It is not a terrible state, and not one I am unfamiliar with, even if the self that began that way, is not the self sitting before you. This time Naruto resisted scratching his head as he puzzled out the enigmatic being's unintentionally cryptic words. But what do you want to do? The Shinja regarded him oddly as Naruto felt strange tremors of indiscernible emotions ripple through the blank world. I do not want. I am. At that Naruto crossed his arms, irritation finally overcoming his confusion as it was his turn to level a penetrating stare at the most powerful being in the world. Kurama wanted freedom. The Shinja raised a deceptively delicate eyebrow at the young, rather brazen boy. I fail to dash. The eyebrow rose higher as Naruto suddenly raised a hand, cutting the being off mid-sentence. Shikaka wanted me to scratch behind his ears, Madatabi wanted to talk to someone, Isabuya wanted somewhere quiet, Son Goku wanted people to call him by his name, Kokuo wanted to argue with me, Saiken wanted someone that wouldn't fear his touch, Komei wanted to fly and Jayaki wanted a partner. Naruto stood up, his eyes blazing with an unnatural glow as they glared at the delicate form of the Shinja sitting before him. Don't tell me that you do not want, if there is even a scrap of them left within you. If everything that makes you came from them now, as you've just said, then everything that made them who they are now makes you who you are. Even if you do not understand the concept of desiring something, that does not mean you lack such a concept. Another heavy silence fell as slowly the Shinja's form got to its feet in a practiced and graceful manner that belonged to somebody else. You are a curious being, Naruto Uzumaki. Another pause as it scrutinized him, seemingly looking past him at something Naruto couldn't hope to see. Yes, I remember those once and even now they cause paradoxes within me, the cracks of the fragments joining together again as it were. All at once I feel the need to separate, to have my individuality returned to me, and at the same time I wish nothing more than to become what I was, even though I know that is impossible. Do you humans have a word for this feeling? Despite the emotionless delivery, Naruto couldn't help it as his expression softened slightly. It's called a dream. The Shinja tested the word, as if trying it out, finding it to have a strange quality it couldn't quite figure out. Why would you humans chase what you know to be impossible? Naruto shrugged slowly. I'm not sure, it's just what humans do. It gives our lives purpose and something to hope for, it validates our existence. If we didn't have a dream, then what would be the purpose in our existence? Without dreams, without hopes, our only reason to stay alive would be our fear of death. The Shinja considered his words. This was only the second human it had ever talked to whilst whole, and it was very strange how similar the two seemed to be. It made the old entity wonder if this was the reincarnation of that very same man that had once imprisoned and divided it. I still do not understand your question then, why must I want? Before you humans interfered, as you are prone to do, I did not even understand the concept of wanting, yet time continued and the world still prevailed. It was pointless for me to want anything back then. Again Naruto struggled to find an answer, knowing silence at this moment would be of no use. This conversation felt important, immeasurably so, yet he couldn't figure out why. Because like you said, you are not what you used to be, right? The Shinja hummed thoughtfully, obviously a trait it had picked up from one of its many containers, perhaps even Naruto himself. I could return though, what this Madara proposes, it would return the world to how it once was. I would possess my chakra again, rightfully returned from your thieving race. There was a long, tense pause as Naruto genuinely thought the being had made up its mind, or consensus. It was a little confusing. However, that would mean losing this self, and for some reason I find that idea less than ideal. Naruto blinked. It was odd to watch such a powerful, basically omnipotent being have a moment of identity crisis. You don't want to give up the individuality you have gained. The Shinja looked up. Although in reality it was just the visual manifestation, Naruto was probably inside the Shinju, so it couldn't look up. Is that normal? Naruto shrugged again. What was normal? For a human, I suppose so. Everybody wants to be acknowledged, nobody wants to exist without purpose, and now that you have a self, something that you can actually identify yourself with, you finally can have something you never had before, an identity, a purpose. Even if you don't need one right now, do you want to lose the chance to ever have one? The Shinja said nothing, remaining unmoving as a further silence pervaded the empty world. I suppose that is a point of view. Naruto smiled lightly. Sometimes it was like talking to an impossibly wise and all-knowing being, Other times he felt as though he were talking to a child. Then, what do you want? The Shinju let out a long breath, a rather useless action in a world that probably didn't even possess oxygen. I do not know. Naruto shrugged slowly at that. It was a start, at least the entity wasn't rejecting the concept outright anymore. That's okay, not knowing what you want isn't a bad thing. Many people don't know what they want to do with their lives, and spend it searching for their purpose. For many others that search becomes their purpose, until they find something else. Again, another stare. It was slightly unnerving to be looked at so intensely, knowing that this was actually an unfathomable being of chakra once regarded as a god. Save I am not people. Naruto shrugged, feeling that the Saiyan might begin to circle if he wasn't careful. But you can obviously think like one. There it was again, that strange, mysterious smile that seemed off on the face the Shinju chose, yet at the same time perfect. You are an interesting human, Naruto Uzumaki. Now the conversation really was starting to circle. You said that already. The smile never dropped this time as the Shinju slowly descended back into the traditional Seiza position. It managed it much better than Naruto could, considering he much preferred a meditative position than the more formal ways. He supposed that was the years spent observing Kaguya herself through the chakra they had shared. It is no less true than before. Naruto was at a loss again. He could have sworn that that was a joke. The Shinju just continued to smile. I should hate you. Naruto's eyebrow rose curiously, wondering just where that came from, and as if hearing his thoughts, which it likely was, the Shinju elaborated. You are human, you belong to a people that ripped my chakra from me, disseminated it between your unworthy, immature, and volatile race and locked me away. Naruto waited with slightly bated breath, but the Shinju didn't continue. But you don't. It was a cautious question, probing more than asking, and the Shinju almost seemed to want to disregard it in him. Shouldn't I? Naruto hadn't been expecting a question in return, and the Shinju never dropped its slight smile as he scrambled for an answer. The blonde may have been able to keep a straight face and his emotions in check, but in this world, their minds interconnected, he was an open book. Can you judge an entire species by the actions of their predecessors? Does a child deserve to suffer because of something its parent or grandparent did? The Shinju's smile never wavered, and it was highly unsettling how accurately it replicated the expression. I do not have to judge your entire species. Your people wage almost constant war, still using my chakra to spill blood and spread hatred using your kind, the Jinhyuriki. Your shinobi twist the teachings of my first Jinhyuriki's ninjutsu into ninjutsu, use chakra that was supposed to link men and use it instead to kill them. Your species has an ability unlike any others to wage war and turn anything into a weapon. Naruto frowned, and for once no answer came to him. This was the same conversation he had with Nagato, and he was no better prepared for it now than he was then. What about the good? It came after a long moment of silence, sounding a little meek as Naruto stared at the non-existent floor. What about all the great things chakra has done for people, like healing them? Helping people fly? Allowing them to connect to nature? The Shinju only needed to consider the words for a moment. You would defend an entire species with the actions of so few. Naruto violently fought down the urge to shrug. How else was he supposed to defend humanity? Lights shine brighter in the dark. A single immaculate brow rose on Kaguya's face as she gave a long, thoughtful hum. Ah, the human concept of yin and yang, light and dark coexisting to provide contrast and enhance the other. He was also quite fond of the idea. For a long time the Shinju was quiet, not particularly seeming to look at anything. You do realize that the easier path would be to accept this eternal Tsukuyomi. Humanity would gain the peace it so often seems to crave yet never actually lets itself have for long. Naruto smiled easier at that and couldn't help himself as he indulged a habit he hadn't in a few years. My master once told me that the easier paths only exist because a long time ago, somebody was brave enough to step off an easy path and make a new one. Once again Naruto was placed under the harsh scrutiny of the Shinju's stare, and after what felt like minutes, but was likely only a few seconds, it released a small hum. Of approval or disparagement he couldn't be sure, but it finally felt as though some resolution had been found. Interesting, I can see your soul laid bare before me. I know the answers you will make before even you do, and yet you somehow managed to surprise me. Maybe I should apologize for trying to kill you. Naruto blinked as the Shinju seemed to say the last part mostly to itself, in the end though it simply shrugged, Kagaya's form somehow making the simply gesture seem like the epitome of elegance. However, the blonde managed to get over his mild shock as he realized what the Juobi had just said. Wait. If you know what I'm going to say before I say it, why bother asking? Another smile crossed Kagaya's beautiful face, and for the briefest moments Naruto saw a hint of Kurama in that smirk. Because it is amusing, of course. Then the Shinju lightly tapped Naruto on the chest and all he saw was white, again. Madara blinked rapidly, getting used to the feeling of having two eyes again as he tested his vision, morphing into each stage of his jujutsu and back before crossing his arms over his chest with a smug, satisfied smirk. Everything was coming together now, all he had to do was wait for the Shinju to bloom and decades of waiting would finally be over, he would have his eternal victory in the Tsukuyomi. There weren't even any other shinobi around to try and stop him, the location was far too desolate, it was all perfect. Then that perfection gained a tiny crack as the Shinju swayed slightly, it drew Madara's eye but he didn't think too much on it, the petals were still parting after all. Then the roots began to convulse, writhing about and actually pulling themselves from the earth. Rinnegan eyes narrowed, but this could still be considered normal, just part of the plan. Then the blossom of the god tree closed and Madara knew there was a problem. Slowly the wood began to warp and contort, and before Madara's rapidly widening eyes the Shinju actually shrank away. It twisted and contracted as though caught in some giant version of Obito's Kamui. If Madara didn't know the wayward Uchiha was firmly unconscious, he might have actually suspected his student. However, after a moment of terseness Madara knew this was something else as the enormous form of the god tree dwindled away like a plant growing in reverse. There, standing resolutely in the crater the tree had made, a bright flaming haori of white chakra surrounding him, was Naruto Uzumaki. Naruto looked down at his hands, marveling at the strange cloak that hovered about his form. It didn't extend to his entire body like his normal Baijuyo shroud but just clung to him. It was warm and comforting, and just being in contact with it filled him with energy unlike anything he had ever experienced before. His hair was lifted away from his face by the pressure of the chakra surrounding him to reveal his Rinnegan, now blood red with 9 tomo swimming gently along their predetermined rings. He looked down at his right hand in particular, smiling as he saw the small white seed resting in his palm before nodding with determination and understanding. Then his eyes turned up. Madara and Naruto faced each other for a single inexplicable moment of tense silence, one seething with anger and hatred, the other a picture of calm determination. All at once the air around both seemed to explode as two objects, faster than most shinobi could even follow, sped towards one another, leaving rings of air in their wake. Earth-shattering ripples of displaced air rocked the ground and tore up the earth beneath them as punches and kicks were blocked and thrown with reckless abandon. Madara sneered as he realized the young boy hovering across from him was able to match him blow for blow, but had yet to retaliate or try an attack of his own. He shot back, black chakra bubbling off his Shakujiao to rocket through the air at the blonde. His surprise when said blonde simply caught the black balls was hard to describe. Naruto simply stared at the strange material energy with curiosity. It tried to eat into his skin and flesh like it had a mind of its own, but it was heavily restrained by a perfectly formed sphere of gravity that Naruto would have found impossible to form so precisely and so quickly without the Shinju's help. It was as though his chakra was now water flowing through his coils, so easy to control it was almost thoughtless. It's a combination of elemental chakra. The revelation caused Madara's clenched fist to tighten. How was the boy able to discern that so quickly? And that wasn't even the most pressing question. What did you do to the Shinju? What happened to my eternal Tsukuyomi? Naruto seemed to ignore him though as the boy continued to scrutinize the ball of chakra in his hand, analyzing it with eyes that simply picked the world apart and laid it bare before him. 4 elemental chakra, which means if I do the same with a shift forward on the cycle. An almost identical sphere of black chakra appeared out of the blonde's hand, and when he placed them together they both simply disappeared, like they were never there. Madara, tired of being ignored and frustrated beyond belief, madly sent wave after wave of the black chakra at the hovering blonde, hoping to wipe the monk from existence one excruciating part of his body at a time. However, Naruto simply raised his hand, a look of mild concentration crossing his features as the black orbs just vanished. That finally seemed to snap Madara out of it as he stared wide-eyed as one of the most powerful and unstoppable attacks he could create was effortlessly destroyed, again. Then Naruto was in front of him, a palm on his chest. The next moment he was in a crater on the ground larger than the one the Juobi had made when it fell. His chest was completely collapsed, and when Naruto gently touched down on the ground next to him, that infuriating Haori of flaming chakra still surrounding his form, he could barely form words. How? Naruto stood over the defeated man, staring in silence for a good while, not quite sure what the man was asking. I created spheres of opposing elemental composition in the exact space yours took up, cancelling them out. Madara shook his head, finding the action difficult even as his body healed. It was useless though, he was at the Uzumaki's mercy right now, he could barely even control his chakra. And no, how did you win? Naruto stared again, feeling a shred of pity enter his heart for this broken old man, disillusioned with the world to the point where he sought to make one of his own and drag the rest of humanity into it with him. You relied on your power alone, forcing others to help you where you could, like the Kyuubi and the Shinju. I let others help me, it gave me something to fight for, and in the end, I even let the Shinju help me. Madara now realized why the flaming coat of chakra seemed so familiar. It was the sign of a perfect Jinhiriki. Madara Uchiha had been defeated by a man that had done something even the Sage of the Six Paths himself could not. Somehow, it only seemed fitting, and that was his final thought as Naruto knelt down, a finger to his forehead as he felt all of his chakra drain away from his body. Naruto stood up slowly, suddenly feeling an awful lot heavier as the brilliant Haori of white flame dissipate from his body, the red in his Rinnegan bleeding away and the Tomo fading. He briefly considered Madara's cold, still body as a long rod of black chakra formed in his hand. He tapped it on the ground once and the black seemed to melt away, leaving a perfectly ordinary wooden shakujiao nestled in its place. He then quickly proceeded to lean on that as a wave of terrible exhaustion washed over him, nearly taking his feet out from under him. It was in that condition that he began his long walk back in the direction of Omegakure, feeling far too drained to consider a summon, or anything faster than a gentle amble. He had won, but he was tired. Right now he wanted nothing more to climb back into bed with the girl he loved and revel in her warmth. The words of the Shinju still echoed in his mind, but he felt he could put them aside for a night. He had a lifetime ahead of him with Madara and the Akatsuki behind him. He had a lifetime to find a peace mankind had been seeking for so long. But most importantly to him, he now had a lifetime to spend with the people he cared about. Because that was what he had chosen to fight for. Check the description for the links to the author.